Hello, everybody. How you guys doing? Everything okay? You good? I was just getting everything ready. We got, I think, about, 400 people watching? Not bad. I see we only got 280 likes, which is scandalous. Come on, pump those numbers up. Let's go. I'm just reading your comments. You guys are greeting me. It's very kind of you. So thank you very much. I appreciate the nice comments. Where are you guys tuning in from? That's the first order of business. Where are you guys tuning in from? Where are you watching from? Are you in Europe, Australia, Africa? Where are you? Let me know in the comments right now where you're tuning in. Even if you're watching on replay. I was just thinking, the best thing to troll people is if during the live stream, when I start the live stream, I should play the nasheed. Because they hate Syria, and then the nasheed is the national anthem. So I'd say I should play the Syrian national anthem just to troll them properly. Oh, that's great. I see Florida, Philadelphia. We got Pakistan, Sao Paulo in Brazil, Hong Kong, Kentucky, Singapore, Siberia and Russia, Philippines. Very good. Canada, Mexico, Portugal, Azerbaijan. We got someone from Damascus. That's amazing. Alhamdulillah. I miss Damascus so much. You have no clue. I don't miss anything more than Syria. We have someone watching from Antioch, California, South Africa, Nepal, Boston. That's amazing. Dominican Republic, Vladivostok. That's cool. That's really good. That's very good. We have a lot of things to cover, guys. I'm very excited. And, when I say excited, obviously I caution that because not everything we're going to cover is exactly is exactly nice, but we have to cover it. So, here we are. It's okay though. All right, lovely. I was gonna put on the red one. I have a bright red one. And my mother, who's a fan of the show, she was like, "No, you're wearing black. You got to put the gold one on." I was like, "Okay." So let's do that. Let's go. Let's roll that way. Okay, guys. Let's move on to the show. Thank you, Le Marquis. You're very kind. Let's move on to the show. Let me show you the latest atrocities. Oh, and before I forget, there's something I posted earlier from CNN, which I should certainly cover. So let me put that aside just one moment, so we make sure that I don't forget. God, that was horrible. If you guys follow me on Twitter, it's funny because most people who are on YouTube, they always plug their social media. I don't even remember to do it. Follow me on Twitter if you want. It's like the worst plug ever. If you want, I'm not encouraging you. I'm just in case you would like to, in the eventuality that you would follow me on Twitter, I condone it. In any case, this is something I posted on Twitter earlier, and we'll look at that in a second. The first thing I wanted to start with is this, however, because this is really something else. So, okay. There we go. You guys dig in the background, by the way? Looks a bit more mature, right? I got the Palestinian flag over there. Although I want to make a correction. I know people call these Palestinian scarves. I have no problem with. But I should tell you guys, just as a matter of principle. See, now this is the Syrian talking. We have the Syrians wear these as well. Not just Syrians. Arabs wear these in general. Like I have another one. So the black and white one, that is certainly Palestinian. But you have another black and white one, which is a slightly different pattern. I'll show it to you next time. And that one is called the Shami, which means Syrian. And that one is certainly Syrian. Again, you'll see everything, man. No one like differentiates. It's just whatever. I'm just telling you. I'm just letting you know. And the place that I get these, I have no affiliation to them. I wish I did. I really wish I do. But you should support them. They're in Palestine. They make great stuff. It's not expensive, and it's a good way to support them. So, you know, in any case, I like to ease into the nonsense because you have a lot of negative things to cover. I like to ease into it, and then we can go from there. So, this is the first thing I wanted to show you. You guys know that all across the world, in capital cities and elsewhere, you have people that are waving Ukrainian flags, and especially monuments, landmarks. They're now doused in the colors of the Ukrainian flag in yellow and blue. I wanted to show you a few examples of this. You know, here, for example, we have the Colosseum in Rome in Italy. Okay, you can see that the Ukrainian flag has been projected onto it in solidarity with what's happening right now in Ukraine. Here in Toronto, so this is in Nathan Phillips Square. The Toronto sign is now in red and what am I saying? Ready? I meant blue and yellow. Excuse me. And then here we have in Italy again, blue and yellow. Down here, the Foreign Office building. So this is the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. So that for the Americans who don't know what that is, that's basically the UK State Department. Okay. And of course, the FCDO, you know, that's the Canadian version. Sorry. Apologies for the line. I'm getting confused here because they said London Downing Street. London Downing Street, of course, is where the Prime Minister is in the UK. But I was talking over here about the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in the UK one. And here again in the UK, so this is where the Prime Minister lives, Boris Johnson. And then the SIS building, also known as the MI6 building. That's not what it's known as. That building is called Babylon on Thames because it literally looks like Babylon, like the Tower of Babylon, the great biblical story, and it's on the Thames River in London. So it's also known as Babylon on Thames because, you know, an MI6 is there. So even on the MI6 building, that's really funny. And of course, here we have Liverpool in England. And it's all over the world. And why am I telling you this? I'm sure you've seen this yourselves. You didn't need me to inform you. But I want to point your attention to something very funny because people are starting to see Ukrainian colors everywhere, even when they're not Ukrainian colors. So this was reported originally on Twitter by Perfect Sweetie Pagliacci. I guess I'm saying their name correctly. They said that, quote, "This is embarrassing. The Times literally just forced a political statement onto these cosmonauts. They've worn this uniform before." So let's look at what the Times is saying. The Times is reporting that, quote, 3 Russian cosmonauts arrived at the International Space Station last night in flight suits made in the yellow and blue of the Ukrainian flag, in what appeared to be a daring statement against the war. And, well, that's not true, is it? Here, this is from 2015. This is another article from 2015. And what do we find in this article from 2015? Oh, it's that same suit. It's the yellow and blue. So obviously there was no war in Ukraine in 2015. I mean, besides what the events that happened there, but no one was wearing Ukrainian colors like they are now in solidarity with Ukraine, right? There wasn't really a thing back then the way it is now. And so you can see that in 2015, the Russians were wearing the exact same suit as they are now. So you guys might be thinking, well, yeah, who cares? It's just the Times, right? It's just one outlet reporting. Oh, no, it's not. It's really bad. It's really bad. It actually gets way worse than that. I want to show you these tweets over here from Glenn Greenwald. He kind of put a little thread together where you can see them all, and it's quite ridiculous. Honestly, it's quite ridiculous. The BBC also posted it. Take a look. So the BBC headline reads, Russians board International Space Station in Ukrainian colors. No, not true. The Independent also published the story. And then underneath, Glenn said that you can now read the story about how the Russian cosmonauts dressed up in the colors of Ukraine to protest the war in Portuguese in Brazil's largest corporate outlet, Jornal O Globo. Oh, that's amazing. That's really amazing. So what I find incredible about this, and I think the person who originally made this thread also posted that, is like, what is the logic behind this? Do you think that these astronauts, they're Russian cosmonauts, okay? Remember that. Do you think that they somehow redesigned the suit in like 2 weeks? And not only they redesigned the suit, they actually got it produced and they managed to get it past the Russian space agency and everyone who controls, because it's not just a question, oh, I feel like wearing this today. No, the suits have to be specially adapted. They need to be tested. They need to be checked. You're going to space. What do they think happened? These guys just painted their suits yellow and no one noticed, and they managed to sneak aboard fucking outer space. They went off the planet in these suits and no one noticed. I mean, it's absurd. It's so ridiculous. This is the kind of diarrhea you could only see in the West. It's unbelievable. Oh my God. These guys went in a fucking spaceship. In a spaceship, and you think no one noticed? Oh God, they're so hilarious. They're so hilarious. They really are. And I want to read to you a little bit. This is really an important point here. This is from 2014. Excuse me. Look, another article from 2014. Oops, there's the Ukrainian spacesuit again. Back in 2014. Amazing, huh? So the person who posted this thread, they said, quote, "This is actually insidious. The Times has put them," meaning the cosmonauts, "in a position of either denouncing the message and becoming pariahs in the international community, or not, and becoming pariahs at home professionally. They are scientists on a non-partisan mission." Here, once again, another article, 2014, the yellow suit. The Ukrainian suit. This tweet is correct, because right now they've really put these astronauts in a tough position, right? So they can either come out and say, no, that's BS. This is just our regular suit. We don't agree with people that are wearing Ukrainian colors or flying Ukrainian colors in solidarity with Ukraine. And then what do you think is going to happen? What do you think the Times are going to do? Instead of like saying, oh, well, we got that story wrong, they're going to be like, oh, they don't care about Ukraine. They're evil astronauts. So you'll have liberals on Twitter saying, I hope someone shoots down the ISS. Yeah, I swear you would see liberals saying maybe someone should cut off the oxygen supply to the ISS or some weird shit like that, And then, of course, if they do denounce it and they say, no, we don't, they say we do wear these colors in solidarity with Ukraine, even though this suit wasn't specially designed for that, then they'll get in trouble at home. They'll get in trouble in Russia, right? Obviously, they can't do either of those things. So they've put these astronauts in a very, very bad position. I think that's unfair. Again, they're scientists. They're not supposed to be forced into something like that. But I really wanted to highlight how ridiculous the press is. They're really funny, aren't they? You gotta love them, man. You gotta love how ridiculous they are. Wow. So let's move on to the next story, guys. I got some juicy ones for you. Oh, I got some juicy ones. There's something about Assad, which we'll get to in a bit. Your favorite Middle Eastern dictator. Oh wait, is it Gaddafi? Oh no, wait, is it Saddam? Which one is it? Which is the dictator du jour? Thank you, Patrice, for the donation. I appreciate it very much. You're very kind. So, all right, this is an important one, and let me get over to this one. Are you guys ready for some cringe? I got to give you the cringe alert. We should have like I'm going to build a device, a meter, to show you how bad the cringe is going to be. I need to warn you in advance. I'm not kidding, by the way. I'm really not kidding. This is cringy as hell. Get ready. The Ukrainian president, Zelensky, he's been on a spree recently addressing various legislative bodies in different countries. He addressed, for example, the US Congress. He addressed the Canadian Parliament. He addressed the Israeli Knesset, their version of the parliament. And he also addressed the German Bundestag. I'm going to show you just very tiny clips of these, and then we'll discuss further. Let me begin by showing you his address to the Germans. Okay? Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Але ви ніби знов за стіною. Так, не берлінською, але посеред Європи, між свободою і неволею. І стіна ця міцніше з кожною бомбою, яка падає на нашу землю, на Україну. З кожним рішенням, яке не приймається заради миру, не приймається, хоча може допомогти. Канцлере Шольц, зруйнуйте.
Oh, goodness. What are you doing? What are you doing?
чим ваші нащадки будуть тільки.
This is just horrible. I'm just going to stop it right there. This is so horrible. He's trying so desperately to appeal to Germans via their history, you know, and it just comes off as atrocious. It's absolutely atrocious. Again, for those of you who are not in the loop, former U.S. President Ronald Reagan, he once gave a speech in Berlin in 1987, and he said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall," and he was talking about the Berlin Wall, right? I don't know what this is supposed to be. There's no wall. There's no wall in Berlin anymore. I mean, besides the obviously there are bits of it left that you can visit, but there's no actual wall anymore. That's long gone. I don't know what the hell this is supposed to mean. Let me show you the one where he talks to the U.S. Congress, okay?
Пані та панове, друзі, американці, в своїй величній історії ви маєте сторінки, які дозволяють вам зрозуміти українців, зрозуміти нас зараз. Коли це потрібно, саме зараз потрібно найбільше. Згадайте Перл-Харбор. Страшний, трагічний ранок 7 грудня 41-го року, коли ваше небо було чорним від атакуючих вас літаків. Згадайте це. Згадайте 11 вересня. Страшний день 2001 року, коли зло намагалося перетворити ваші незалежні території, ваші міста у поле битви, коли були атаковані люди, звичайні, невинні люди, атаковані з повітря, так, як ніхто не чекав, так, як ви не могли це зупинити. Наша держава переживає це щоденно, зараз, прямо зараз і щоночі, протягом вже 3 тижнів.
Again, here with the Americans, he compares it to Pearl Harbor 9/11. I need to stop you right there, Mr. Zelensky, because, you know, according to Chuck Schumer, the January 6th insurrection is the worst thing since Pearl Harbor. So you failed to mention that. I'm sorry, there's no sympathy for you. You know, you forgot the number one atrocity, which was the January 6th insurrection. I'm sorry, it's just not going to fly. Let me show you the one where he speaks to the Israeli, the Knesset. Okay, let's take a look at what he has to say. If you thought what I just showed you was cringy, wait till you hear this one. You're not ready. You're not ready.
Я хочу, щоб ви задумались про цю дату, про 24 лютого, про початок цього вторгнення Росії в Україну. 24 лютого. Цей день двічі увійшов в історію. І обидва рази як трагедія. Трагедія для українців, для євреїв, для Європи, для світу. 24 лютого 1920 року була заснована Націонал-соціалістична робітнича партія Німеччини. І не залишити від нас, від вас нічого, і навіть імені і сліду. Вони називали це остаточним рішенням єврейського питання. Ви пам'ятаєте це і, впевнений, ніколи не забудете. Але почуйте, що звучить зараз в Москві. Почуйте, як там кажуть знову ці слова. Остаточне рішення, але вже по відношенню, так би мовити, до нас, до українського питання. Чи можете ви пояснити, чому ми...
Wow, he actually went there. He actually did it. He just compared what's happening in Ukraine to the Holocaust. He tried so desperately to do it as well, right? Like he was trying to justify it somehow by finding a date. He was like, February 24th, what do we have, guys? Oh yeah, Heinrich Himmler took a shit on this date. That's it, use that date. Yeah, I mean, yes, the Nazi party was founded on that day, but I don't see the connection here. I think what he's doing is very cringy, and I can't believe that I'm saying this. Like I'm half Syrian. I cannot believe for the first time in my life I'm actually agreeing with Israelis on something. But this is really just a ridiculous comparison. What's happening in Ukraine is nothing compared to the Holocaust. They're just not the same thing. It doesn't mean that, you know, you have 2 million refugees. It's probably more now in Ukraine. You have people dying, but to compare that to the Holocaust is absurd. What you're doing is you're minimizing what the Holocaust was, which astonishes me because he's Jewish. Zelensky himself is Jewish. Ukraine has a lot of Jews who died in the Holocaust. Many Israelis are actually Ukrainian Jews. I'm just stunned. I really, I have no words. Like, the other ones were cringy. This is just, you know, if someone else said what Zelensky said, they would call you a revisionist. They would say you're rewriting the history of the Holocaust. I'm astonished. I'm stunned. Like, I really, again, I can't believe for the first time in my life, this dude made me agree with some Israelis. Like, that's just, what the hell is going on? Can I just show you the reaction? This guy was the former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., right? Let me show you his reaction to this, and he's not the only one, but I'm going to just show you his to start with. Okay, take a look.
Well, it's certainly understandable to understand President Zelensky's despair, his pain, the anguish of the Ukrainian people. If his purpose was to win the hearts and minds of the Israeli people, the speech backfired. It was a boomerang.
Yeah.
The constant mentions of the Holocaust, the comparison of the Ukrainian situation with the Holocaust, the whitewashing of the Ukrainian role in the Holocaust, mentioning of the Iron Dome system, which would be particularly ineffective for Russian cruise missiles, and a lack of appreciation for the very risky path that Prime Minister Bennett has taken by trying to mediate.
Right. So those are other points that I'm going to get to in a second. Let me show you some tweets in reacting to this, right? From Jews and Israelis. Let me show you some tweets. So I just showed you the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Here's someone on Twitter saying Israelis are upset that Zelensky made comparisons to the Holocaust, cheapening it, and even dabbling in revisionism. For context, here's some examples of Israelis who made comparisons to Holocaust for political expediency. And then there's a whole thread underneath, of course. But I just want to show you the current reactions. Here are some politicians, Israeli politicians, reacting to this. Unfortunately, I can't translate it in the one you're looking at, but I'll do it on the side and read the translation to you. So basically, they're saying that I appreciate the president of I appreciate the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, and support the Ukrainian people in heart and deed. But it is impossible to rewrite the terrible history of the Holocaust. Genocide was committed on Ukrainian soil. The war is terrible, but the comparison to the horrors of the Holocaust and the final solution is outrageous. And again, I 100% agree with that. 100% correct. It's ridiculous from a moral point viewpoint, a historical viewpoint. It's just an absurd comparison, and it really highlights how cringy this attempt by Zelensky to like prey on people's emotions or play on their heartstrings, whichever you want to use. It's just backfiring. Here's another one from an Israeli politician. They said that it says, quote, that it is said that no one is caught in time of grief, but if the speech of Zelensky, the Jewish president of Ukraine, was delivered on normal days, they would say that he borders on Holocaust denial. Yeah, exactly. If someone else said that, that's what the reaction would be, you know? And by the way, I want to show you something that's before I continue into the other points that Zelensky made. I want to show you that this is absolutely tragic. This happened today. You have a Holocaust survivor in Ukraine. He's 96 years old, and he was killed today, right? So his name is Boris Romanchenko. This guy, according to the Auschwitz Memorial, so they have a Twitter account, an official Twitter account. This guy was in 4 concentration camps, 4 Nazi concentration camps. He survived all of that horror just to be killed today. I mean, that's just awful, really. You know, and again, it kind of highlights how the ones that are suffering in the war, always civilians. It's always civilians who are paying the price. You know, it's really tragic. Here, this is again from BBC. You can see underneath, he survived detention in 4 separate concentration camps between 1942 and 1945. Ya haram. Really, it's heartbreaking. But just going back to Zelensky's speech, he made some other points. He starts blaming the Israelis for not giving him Iron Dome. And the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., the former Israeli ambassador, he touched on that. He said that, you know, Zelensky's begging for the Iron Dome, which doesn't even make sense because it's useless against, Russian cruise missiles. It's correct because the Israelis, they have several, surface-to-air missiles, depending on the range. So short range would be the Iron Dome. And after that, you have, I think, David Sling, it's called. And then after that, you have Arrow 1, 2, 3. So, first is for short range, medium range, long range missiles. The Iron Dome is useless, even if the Israelis gave it to you, which they don't want to. It's absolutely useless. It's not going to help you. But look what he says over here. It's quite incredible. Take a look at this.
Державні інтереси свого народу, і ви точно можете допомогти нашому захистити наше життя українців, життя українських євреїв. Можна довго запитувати, чому ми не можемо отримати від вас зброю, або чому Ізраїль не ввів потужні санкції проти Росії, чому не тисне на російський бізнес, але відповідь все одно обирати вам, шановні брати і сестри. І вам з цією відповіддю потім жити, народи Ізраїлю.
So you can see what he's saying. He's saying the choice is yours to make, brothers and sisters, and you must then live with your answer. Like, I don't understand what that means. He's basically like trying to shame them or guilt them into giving him weapons. I mean, and the next one is even more incredible. Look what he says next. He says the Ukrainians had their choice 80 years ago. He says, quote, "We saved Jews." You didn't save Jews. You killed a lot of Jews. I mean, this is a historical fact. You had several massacres in Ukraine. They killed Jews, they killed Poles, and that's the whole point that we were talking about the other day, how this Ukrainian mayor has a portrait of Stepan Bandera on the wall behind him while he's talking to PBS. That guy was implicated in the Holocaust in Ukraine. I'm stunned by this he's not just comparing what's happening in Ukraine to the Holocaust. He's saying that Ukraine helped the Jews. No, that's not correct. That's just, there are many massacres. I mean, look, Claudia was kind enough to put together some of these graphs. Let me show you this. This is just the number of Poles that were killed between 1943 and 44 in the On and Upa massacres, right? So in Volhynia, you had between 40,000 to 60,000 victims. You had in Eastern Galicia between 30 to 40,000 victims. 4,000 victims in Lesser Poland, 100,000 victims in total. And that's, of course, that's not counting the Holocaust itself in Poland, the Warsaw Ghetto, and the millions of Poles, Jews, Polish Jews who died in Poland, right? We're just talking about what happened outside. And I'm stunned. I don't know what to say to this, because I'm a big World War II geek. And I don't know what to say to this. I can't believe he's saying this as a Jew as well. You would think he knows his own history a bit better than that. The fact that the Israelis are offended really says everything. Because if you're on the side of the United States, which he is, he's on NATO's side, you got to do really a lot to piss off Israel. And he's done that. He's effectively done that. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Let me just play the rest of the clip for here where he's speaking, yeah?
Шановні брати і сестри, і вам з цією відповіддю потім жити, народи Ізраїлю. Українці зробили свій вибір. 80 років тому рятували євреїв, і тому серед нас є праведники народів світу, народи Ізраїлю. Тепер і у вас є такий вибір. Дякую вам. Дякую за все.
Again, he's guilting them, trying to shame them. Wow. And there are many articles about this. You can look in Newsweek magazine. The headline reads, Zelensky sparks indignation in Israel with, quote, infuriating Holocaust comparison. And there's another thing I wanted to show you, that actually when he gave this speech, Zelensky spoke to the Israeli Knesset, the Arab, because you have some Palestinians who are actually citizens, Israeli citizens. They call them Israeli Arabs. You have some of them who are in parliament, in the Knesset, and they boycotted his speech. So this is from the Times of Israel. They say Arab Israeli members of the Knesset skip Zelensky's Knesset speech and say that NATO imposed this war. The two Arab Israeli parties chose to snub Zelensky's speech to the Knesset on Sunday night, with only one Arab lawmaker out of the 10 showing up. And then they said that, quote, our position is that NATO and its leader America imposed this war. And that's in comment they gave to the Times of Israel. And of course, he said worse things than that. So Zelensky was effectively saying that, he was saying to the Israelis, you guys are surrounded by people who want to wipe you out. He's saying that the situation is basically the same. Ukraine is surrounded by someone who wants to wipe them out. This is absolutely ridiculous. Arabs want Palestinians to, have what's theirs, to be given equality, to have their state. Remember, Arabs, including Palestinians, been living under 400 years of Ottoman occupation. And then, of course, you had the British mandate after World War I, and then Israel. So, I mean, there's been, give or take 500 years of occupation, and Palestinians got screwed the most out of everyone. And Israel's occupying the Golan Heights in Syria, Sheba Farms in Lebanon. It was occupying South Lebanon for many decades before, until 2000. And then it attacked East Lebanon again in 2006. The Palestinians, 70 plus years, they've been living under military rule, under colonialism, Israeli colonialism, right? And again, that's in addition to all the others before them. The Arabs just want the Palestinians to be treated with dignity, to be a member state. That's it. So again, I don't appreciate him furthering this myth. So in addition to his historical revisionism about the Holocaust, he's also claiming that, Arabs just want to murder Israelis and Jews for no reason. Like, this is ridiculous. Again, that's what you will hear from Israeli politicians to try and justify how they treat Palestinians and Arabs, and it's ridiculous. So, even in how he pissed off everyone in that speech, is what I'm trying to say. He pissed off everyone. He really did. The Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, let me show you what he said. You guys know that he replaced Netanyahu just a few months ago. This is what he told reporters during a press conference on Monday. So he said that basically, quote, he cannot imagine being in Ukraine president's shoes, but the Holocaust is unlike any other event in human history and must not be compared to current war. He really angered everybody, Zelensky. He angered everyone. It's quite astonishing. And I think, the appeals to the Bundestag in Germany, the US Congress, those were bad enough, but this one is really just, it's ridiculous. It's absurd. I don't even understand what he's comparing to 9/11. It's not like 9/11. Again, don't get me wrong. It doesn't minimize the toll on the Ukrainians. They're the ones that are being used as a pawn by NATO. They're the ones that are caught in the middle. The mantra right now is NATO will fight Russia down to the last Ukrainian. Right? Not down to the last NATO soldier. No. Down to the last Ukrainian. They're being used. They'll send them weapons, but they're not going to fight for them. It doesn't even matter to them. They don't even care. So that's the tragedy of it. But I don't understand what he's doing comparing to the Berlin Wall, the Holocaust, 9/11. Just cut it out. You can make the case without doing all of that. It really backfired. I don't know what he was thinking. Speaking of Zelensky doing weird things, here's another special one, which you guys are.
Блокадний Маріуполь увійде в історію.
You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Before I go to the next segment, we got 1,400 people watching. Let me know where you guys are tuning in from. Tell me right now in the comments. And please hit the like button. We've got 1,400 people watching, but only 700 likes. What is that, guys? Come on. Are you It's unacceptable. Pump those numbers up. I'm getting the next segment ready, okay? I see you guys are tuning in from Namibia. Wow, Namibia, beautiful. Argentina, Japan, San Francisco, Germany, Finland, Norway, Brazil, Russia, Singapore, Greece, Portugal, Karachi in Pakistan. Isn't that amazing? Unbelievable. What an international audience. I love you guys so much. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. I see we've got 1,000 likes as well. We just need 400 more likes. If you haven't hit the like button, please make sure you do. And again, just give me a moment to set up the next thing that I'm trying to show you, okay? Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. What was he doing, man? What was he doing? Le Marquis says, I'm not only liking, but donating. King. Thank you so much, Marquis de la Bougade. I really appreciate it. Merci beaucoup. Oh la la. Oh la 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 la. All right, we're ready. My goodness, this guy really went balls to the wall. The thing about Ukraine is it's really exposed a lot of double standards, and not just double standards, but stupidity. Like you have people who want to talk about a geopolitical situation, right? What's happening right now in Ukraine is not tennis, it's not cooking, it's geopolitics. But they don't want to mention the geopolitics, so the whole situation has been boiled down to, well, Putin is evil. He's just crazy. Like he woke up one day. He got up on the wrong side of the bed and he just decided to invade a country. Like for no reason. It's not even like, do you agree with the reason or do you disagree with the reason? There is no reason. He's just evil. That's it. There's no geopolitical reason. He just has a personality disorder, which again is like, I don't even understand what that means. Like basically like shaming people of mental illness. Like they're basically, that's so liberal, right? Let's shame people of mental illness and then ignore the geopolitics and push this narrative that the guy we hate is just maniac. He's maniacal and there's no rationale behind what he's doing. You gotta love liberals, right? They're really something else. They're just neoconservatives by another name, as I like to say. Wow. So let's start, okay? Again, cringe alert. Cringe alert. Okay, I have to read. You guys donated too much. I have to say thank you very much. Northest Girl says, please hit the like button. I agree with North Shore Girl. Thank you, Lana, for the donation. Thank you, Degyani says, Iraqi from Netherlands. Ahlan wa sahlan. Ahlan wa sahlan. It's great to have you. Claudio sent a very generous donation. Thank you, Claudio. And Piano Man also sent a sticker. You guys are very kind. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. I also saw on Patreon. You guys are insane. You guys are insane. We literally doubled the number of people on Patreon in like a month. Insane. Right now we're at 682. So the next goal is 700. Okay? We're almost there. We only need 18 people to sign up. 18 subscribers. In any case, I don't want to plug the show right now. I want to talk politics and then I'll plug the show. So let me show you what's going on here. Okay. Zelensky and his government in Ukraine, they've gone ahead and done two things. So they've banned 11 opposition parties. And they've also, the way they frame it, they make it sound very nice. They basically banned all media and consolidated it into one channel, into state media, right? Let's dive into this. So this is from The Guardian, and they say that Ukraine suspends pro-Russian political parties and condemns war crimes against Mariupol, right? So let me just play you where he says this.
Против нас, Росії проти України на нашій землі. Будь-яка активність політиків, спрямована на розкол чи на колаборацію, не матиме успіху, але отримає жорстку відповідь. І тому Рада національної безпеки та оборони України вирішила, враховуючи повномасштабну війну, розв'язану Російською Федерацією та зв'язки деяких політичних структур з цією державою, призупиняється будь-яка діяльність низки політичних партій на час воєнного стану, а саме Опозиційна платформа «За життя», партія Шарія, Наші, Опозиційний блок, Ліва опозиція, Союз лівих сил, Держава, Прогресивно-соціалістична партія України, Соціалістична партія України, партія Соціалісти, блок Володимира Сальдо.
Wow. I guess those are the democratic and European values we keep hearing about, right? They keep telling us Zelensky is fighting for the soul of Europe, right? He's fighting to defend Europe and democracy from the Russian onslaught. Very democratic, right? Remind me, guys, quickly in the comments, what do you call that when the government decides to ban opposition parties and take over the media? Where have I seen that before? Huh? Sounds like a bit of a pickle. Now, let me show you what parties he's talking about and how they lean politically, right? So this is a list I put together. So this is the biggest one, Opposition Platform for Life. That's the biggest party he banned. They actually have many seats in parliament. Let me show you. This is from the 2019 legislative elections. You can see up here how many seats they have in parliament. So 43 seats in total. and they're banned now. They're gone. That's it. Incredible, right? So that's the biggest opposition party in Ukraine. It's banned. It's gone. Now, again, where does that lean? It's more center and Eurosceptic, right? Eurosceptic, sorry. And so, of course, the other ones, Dershava is progressive, socialist, Nashi is center. You can see most of these are either center or left. Yes? So, regardless of whether they have seats in parliament or not, of course, that makes it more egregious. It's the principle. And I'd like to know one thing, because, you know, he seems to have banned mostly, again, either center or left parties. I don't see any mention of Svoboda or any parties that have ties to neo-Nazis. Interesting, right? So he's banned the political parties in Ukraine that have ties to Russia, allegedly. But then the groups, the parties that have ties to neo-Nazis, like Svoboda, that's okay. That's not a problem. That's not a threat to the country. You got a weird country over there. What kind of government are you running exactly? What kind of government are you running? I'd love to know. And so, here's another thing that he's done, right? He's gone ahead and consolidated all the national TV channels to combat alleged misinformation. Oh God, it sounds like someone from from Biden's CIA wrote that. Lovely. So this is from Deadline. They say, in an address to his nation delivered Sunday, Ukrainian President Zelensky announced an order, quote, combining all national TV channels, the program content of which consists mainly of information and or information analytical programs, into a single information platform of strategic communication to be called United News. Wow, that's really a lovely way of putting it. You know, here, this is from Inquirer. Again, the headline reads, citing martial law, Zelensky signs decree to combine national TV channels into one platform. Now, you could argue that given that there are already national TV channels, it doesn't make a big of a difference. But again, the way that they say it, it's a unified information policy. You know, someone at the CIA wrote that. Like that's such a CIA thing to say. You know, they're basically like, it's fascism or authoritarianism, but under a different name. So instead of saying, well, we're taking over the media, this is ours now, it belongs to the government, everything, there's one channel only. It's a unified information policy. you gotta love this, right? They're so creative and colorful in how they do these things. It's just like everything else, right? No, we didn't kill civilians. They were just, they were collateral. They happened to be standing around. There's nothing else. Nothing else. So I just want to point out one thing, because a lot of people seem to think that Zelensky is justified in doing this. You know, they say basically, well, he's under attack. Ukraine is under attack. And this guy's defending his country. He's right. People say that Zelensky is right to ban these parties because they are working with the enemy, right? Didn't Zelensky say that these 11 parties are allegedly tied to Russia? Again, some of them actually, they're very proudly Russian. What was this chart I wanted to show you over here? Take a look at this one. So just for example, on Wikipedia, they have them cast as Russophiles. Okay, and that's the opposition platform for life. That's the party that was banned, that has the most seats in the Ukrainian parliament, right? Regardless, my point, let me just go back to my main point. A lot of people think that Zelensky is justified in doing this. They say that these parties that he banned, these 11 parties, they have ties to the enemy. They have ties to Russia, and that's why it's okay to ban them, because Ukraine is at war with Russia. And there's no room, there's no tolerance for, traitors and people who are collaborating or sympathetic to the enemy. And when I'm hearing these things, I'm just thinking to myself, man, if Bashar al-Assad, the Syrian president, did that, I'm pretty sure there would be another reaction from you guys. If Vladimir Putin used the war right now as an excuse to say every single platform, every single opposition party is banned, I'm combining all the national TV channels into one under a unified information policy. The Guardian, BBC would have no time picking that apart like soft bread and saying that the guy's taking over the media. He calls it unified information policy. He's taking over the media. They would have no problem saying that, right? The thing is, Syria, again, let me show you this map. I don't agree particularly with the nomenclature in the legend, but nevertheless, the map is more or less correct. Syria has been cut up Syria has been split into many parts. You have over here, the Americans and the Kurdish-led SDF. Up here you have Turkey in Idlib, right? And then down here you have the Israelis who are occupying the Golan Heights down there, okay? So basically Syria has been cut up into 4 parts because you have the government-controlled areas, the Syrian Arab Army, but then you have the Americans in Hasaka and Deir ez-Zor to the northeast and the east, and then you have the Turks up there in the north in Idlib, and then down in the south you got the Israelis in the Golan Heights. 3 occupiers, not one, 3 occupiers. Now ask yourself and be honest with yourself. What reaction do you think these people would have that are now, cheering on Zelensky, banning opposition parties? What reaction do you think they would have if Bashar al-Assad decided to ban every single opposition party, particularly the ones that count, right? And then unify the media, right? As they're saying, unified information policy, they would lose it. If Putin did that, they would say he's Stalin. He's purging the Russian parliament. That's what they would say, right? He's purging the government of any opposition. You know that's the case, and that's what I'm pointing out, and people hate that. They don't like that, right? As soon as you point out the liberal hypocrisy, the hypocrisy of neoconservatives, they lose it. They start name-calling. They don't know what to respond. And then you know what they say? They say, yeah, but, Zelensky would never use chemical weapons against his own people. Bitch, I wasn't talking about chemical weapons. I was talking about banning opposition parties and consolidating the media. Don't talk to me about chemical or, salsa chemical weapons. I'm not asking you about that. I didn't ask you about anything. Sarin, chocolate, I'm not dealing with that. I asked you about, I didn't ask you anything. Actually, I don't ask anyone anything. I'm telling you. Banning opposition parties, consolidating the media. If Bashar al-Assad did that, they would lose it. But the chemical weapons, shut the fuck up. There were no chemical weapons in Duma. I don't know what kind of science you're doing, but the guys who are actually scientists who went there, they say there was nothing. You just look at a map of the battle, Operation Damascus Steel, taking back Ghouta, and you're telling me while the Syrian army is winning, they just randomly decide to use chemical weapons? I'm done with this. Go away. Like you're trying to force onto us a reality that is not factual. You're making this up, like the WMDs in Iraq. They always make up some red line and then claim that whoever they want to attack crossed it so they can justify the bombing. And they did that. They bombed Syria, France, UK, US. And then, of course, they say, Zelensky would never bomb his own people. The Ukrainian government would never attack their own people. I think people in Donbass would like to have a word with you about that, right? Because I've showed you the figures from the United Nations. They're not my figures. I didn't invent them or write them. And between 2018 and 2021, the last 3 years, 81.4% of the people killed were in separatist-held areas. 81. So that's the vast majority. Who's killing them? Are they killing themselves? They're shelling themselves? Russia's shelling them? You're going to come here and play stupid with me? So even if you entertain these ridiculous claims where they try to move the goalposts, they don't add up. But again, let's go back to what happened here, what Zelensky's doing. He's banning opposition parties. His government is banning opposition parties and, of course, consolidating the media. And if someone that they don't like did that, they would lose it. And they would have no problem calling that person a dictator. They would have no problem calling that authoritarianism. But here it gets a pass. Do you know why? Because the real authoritarians are liberals. It's always okay to censor people, to ban people if they disagree with you. That's okay. Liberals love that. And that's why when you disagree with them, they try to get you censored, they name call, they do everything, except addressing the argument because they can't defend that position. You're being exposed as someone who promotes censorship, who actually doesn't believe in so-called liberal values. Freedom of expression, freedom of speech, you don't actually believe in that. You're an imperialist. You are indistinguishable from neoconservatives on foreign policy. They don't like this. They can't tolerate that. So they're like an animal being backed into a corner. They freak out. They just start name calling, hissing, everything except rational discussion because they cannot rationally defend their positions once they've been exposed. And that's what's going on here, right? So again, Syria is under 3 occupations. 3 occupations. And of course, they will come and say, yeah, but Syria already did that. There is no opposition in Syria. There's no opposition in Russia. No. This is something else. 11 opposition parties taking over the media. That's different. You know that's different. And it's not the same. But of course, you can't reason with people like that. What I'm doing here is I'm calling out their hypocrisy and I'm exposing to the double standard of how when Western countries do this thing where they censor their opponents, be it through big tech or even just political decisions, in this case in Ukraine, that's always okay. But if an official enemy does it, that's never okay. That's authoritarianism. It's, dictatorship and so on. We understand the game. We get it. And of course, you'll have people who say that, well, this is just temporary, right? They say it's just, they'll say Zelensky declared martial law because there's a war on, and the suspension of these political parties is just during this period. Yeah, again, that doesn't change anything I said, because even if Bashar al-Assad did that, even if Putin did that, they would still call that a purge, right? They would liken it to what Stalin did or something. They would say, oh, he's the new Stalin. Again, they can't make their minds up if he's Hitler or Stalin. And then, of course, they would say that it's a dictatorship and so on. It doesn't change anything about what I said, right? I'm just reporting to you that Zelensky, at least officially, what he's saying, what he's claiming is that this is just for during this current period, during Ukraine being under martial law, right? So the quote was that any activity of a number of political parties during the martial law is suspended. And again, ask yourself why he picked these parties and none of the parties that have ties to neo-Nazis. Very interesting choice. A very interesting choice. I'd love to know the answer to that. And people will come and say, well, the reason he can't do that is because the Azov battalion and the political parties in Ukraine that they have ties to, that apparatus, the right-wing apparatus, the nationalist apparatus, they are actually effective, right? They're the strongest. And so now, again, they've exposed themselves, because when you say, look, there are Nazis in Ukraine, why isn't anyone talking about this? There are neo-Nazis in Ukraine. They tell you that, yeah, but that's just a minority. And then when it suits them, say, hey, but those guys are really powerful. We need them on our side. They have no problem aligning themselves with fucking Nazis then all of a sudden. They always got some other excuse, always shifting the goalposts. It's really incredible to witness. It's incredible. All right, guys. We got 1,500 people watching. We only have 1,300 likes only. Make sure you guys have hit the like button. We want the same number of viewers and same number of likes. I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna show you this clip over here. Are you guys ready for some more cringe? I've got a lot for you. I have got a lot for you. I don't even know where to begin. I'm shawad aqli. I'm trying to decide. My goodness. My goodness. Afonso says, can you check your dislike number? You should check it. I can't see it, and I don't care. I don't give a shit, man. I'm glad you guys are here, and that's the only thing that matters. So I'm very grateful for all of you, right? Let's take a look at the next cringe. I don't know if you guys are ready for this, but get ready. Fasten your seatbelts, because this is just the beginning. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. You guys know that I've been exposing to you, well, not exposing. I've been showing to you. Just 1 second. Okay. You guys know that we've looked at a number of clips of people who are just, overtly racist, whether it's news anchors or otherwise, and trying to claim that, well, Ukrainian refugees, Ukrainians in general, they're different. They're white, they're civilized, they're Europeans. Those guys matter, right? That's what they say. Let me show you another instance of this kind of disgusting racism, xenophobia, ignorance, whatever you want to call it, on full display. And this was on CNN. Let's watch and then we'll discuss. Again, this is Julia Eoff.
It's one thing for sarin gas. It's one thing for sarin gas to be used on people in faraway Syria who are Muslim and who are of a different culture. What is Europe going to do when it's on European soil, done to Europeans? Are they going to intervene? Are they going to keep standing back? And if they do intervene, how far are they willing to go?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, what was that? I have so much to say. I don't even know where to begin. Hold on a second. What? What? What do you mean it's one thing for sarin gas to be used on people in Syria who are Muslim? Wow, God, where do we begin with this? Ya Allah, where do we begin with this? Where do we begin with this? First of all, how do you know they're Muslim? I'm half Syrian. I'm born in Damascus. My family on my Syrian side are Christian. 10% of Syrians are Christian. Christianity comes from Syria, not New York, not Ukraine, not Europe. Syria and Palestine. That is the only place forever and a day that Christianity came from. And you can never change that. That is a fact. It's a historical fact. So already this ignorance. And then, of course, you have Palestinians, Armenians, Kurds, Druze, Jews, Shia, Sunni, Alawi, Assyrians. I mean, the list is endless. Bedouins. You have a million ethnicities and religions in Syria. That's number one. Number two, let's say that Syria was 100% Muslim, okay? How the hell does that excuse this kind of talk that, it's one thing for Muslims over there in Syria to get hit with sarin gas, but when it happens to white people in Europe and Ukraine, then we got to give a shit. Oh, wow. I don't even know where to begin with this one. Oh, she's really a treat, huh? What a gem this person is. And then of a different culture. I was like, what does that mean, different culture? A different culture? Really? So I'm guessing the sarin that you're alluding to differentiates between cultures. Just chemical weapons just before they're about to kill people. They're like, hold up a second. What language do you speak? What religion are you? Wow, you're really a treat, aren't you? Aren't you? And then, of course, there's the whole point. What is this person alluding to? She's alluding to Bashar al-Assad allegedly gassing his own people, right? We keep hearing this. And this is astonishing to me because my understanding from the United States and Russia and the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons is they dismantled Syria's chemical weapons program. It's not me saying that. The BBC said that. They said that. Russia and the United States and the OPCW. They worked together in 2013, 2014, and they completely destroyed any chemical weapons in Syria. So again, which attack are you talking about? Are you saying the one in Duma? I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about. Again, that one itself completely disproven. I know a lot of people like to look at the scientific data, which is great. I'm glad we have those documents from WikiLeaks, which show you internally in the OPCW how the scientists who went to investigate in Syria, they couldn't find any victims with symptoms of a chemical attack. They couldn't find, when they did the ballistics, they saw that this canister had been manually placed there. It wasn't dropped from an aircraft like they claimed. But even without that, you don't need all of this to know that it's bullshit, because I've shown you the map of Operation Damascus Steel. The Syrian Arab army was trying to take back. They started with Jobar, which is a district in Damascus, and then Jobar leads out to Ghouta, which is kind of like the suburbs of Damascus. It's all farms and green. And then in Ghouta, you have the town of Duma. That was the last thing. So in the span of 2 months, from February 2018 to April 2018, the Syrian army has succeeded in taking back Jobar. They've taken back Ghouta. And the last thing, they've taken Duma. Jaish al-Islam has already surrendered. And you're telling me the day they win the battle, they just randomly decide to drop some chemical weapons on civilians? I mean, you gotta be such an incompetent fucking person or politician or general to do that. I've never heard of any battle in my life where someone decided to use chemical weapons when they were winning the day they won. I've never heard of that. And you expect me to believe that crock of shit? Again, we don't even need the OPCW or WikiLeaks stuff to deduce that it's a bunch of BS. How convenient, right? When the rebels are losing, the rebels, right? More like foreign-backed terrorists. The day they're losing, all of a sudden, Bashar al-Assad does the one thing that would guarantee them air support from France, the UK, and the US. How convenient, man. Bashar al-Assad must be really working with the rebels then, if that's the case, because he just did them a huge favor. Incredible. You are really something. The only way that you can believe this crap is if you listen to Western mainstream media and do not have access to a map, because anyone with a brain could deduce that is nonsense. So again, just going back to this racist piece of work over here, this really fine individual who thinks that it's one thing for sarin gas to be used on people in faraway Syria who are Muslim and who are of a different culture. And then she says, what is Europe going to do when it's on European soil?
What is Europe? It's one thing for sarin gas to be used on people in faraway Syria who are Muslim and who are of a different culture. What is Europe going to do when it's on European soil, done to Europeans? Are they going to intervene? Are they going to keep standing back? And if they do intervene, how far are they willing to go?
Again, just to tell you, NATO intervened in Syria. So that also doesn't make sense. Intervened is, again, putting it mildly. They illegally bombed Syria. Illegally or otherwise, they bombed Syria. They're not allowed to do that. They attacked Syria. Now, this person, Julia over here, she actually responded on Twitter to all of this. And look what she says over here, okay? She says that, quote, "This is the full segment. As you can see, I'm describing NATO's logic, not my own. From the very beginning of this war, I've been calling out the racist, Islamophobic double standards in the coverage and will continue to do so." Okay, so guess what? I watched the full segment, the 7-minute segment, not once, not twice, 3 times. And I could not find any part that was redeeming. I have no clue what she's talking about. She says that she was describing NATO's logic and that this is taken out of context. It wasn't taken out of context. I watched the whole damn thing several times. And I'm going to show you the transcript over here because the link that she posted, take a look, it doesn't work anymore. But I've watched the full thing. If you click on the full segment that she posted, you get the message that we're sorry this clip has exceeded its playback count. I'm sure it's online. But anyway, I have the transcript, so we don't need the clip. We can just read the transcript. Someone posted it underneath. Let's take a look. So basically, she was being asked if that is where this is headed in this week before the potential NATO meeting, how does that ramp up the pressure on NATO countries to do something? Does it change the equation? And then Julia responds, "I fear that just right now it doesn't yet. I think NATO is still going to stay on the sidelines of this precisely because they don't want a military confrontation with Russia. It's a thing that everybody's been trying assiduously to avoid." And then, of course, here she starts talking about Syria underneath. And again, I'm putting the transcript up for you. I cannot find anything redeeming about that. If she was really talking about NATO's logic, she didn't make that clear. I'm sorry, guys. She did not make that clear. And it sounds like that's her logic, and she is saying that. And again, the fact that she's saying that, sarin gas is being used, who's using these chemical weapons? It's the rebels who are using them so they can justify NATO coming in and helping them. A donkey could have figured that out. Again, no offense to donkeys, comparing them to Julia over here. But, this is ridiculous. And the fact that she's saying that, we know whose side she's on. We know she's peddling that NATO propaganda. And she thinks that, there were actual chemical attacks. These people, they really do look at Syrians as inferior. They look at anyone who's outside Europe as different. And again, like that by itself is offensive enough. But the fact that they try to claim Christianity, like, go fuck yourself. Christianity didn't start in Ukraine. It didn't start in Europe. It started in Syria. Never fucking forget that. So on top of being racist, they just show how pig shit ignorant they are, how utterly stupid they are. Again, I've shown you on the channel before Syria's Christian history. The roots of Christianity are in Syria. That's where St. Peter, St. Paul, they exported Christianity. They took Christianity with them to spread it to India, to Rome, to Europe, to the rest of the world. It spread from Syria. St. Paul, when he was being persecuted by the Romans, he was lowered in this basket. That's in Damascus, Straight Street, where Paul is converted to Christianity because Jesus appears to him. That's in Straight Street, in Bab Shari, in Damascus, in the old city. And then he went to the Hananiah house, which is just in the next street. That's in Damascus. It's in Syria. Like this is basic Christian theology. This is the fundamentals. How do you not know this? How stupid are you? Yeah, it's incredible to me. And even if it weren't true, like even if leave Christianity aside for a moment. Like how do you speak about Muslims like that? What does it mean that they're Muslim? The chemical weapons work differently. They're more aggressive on white people. What is your logic? I don't understand this. Do you care about civilians or you don't care about civilians? Make up your mind. Why are you discriminating on their religion or their skin color? The Refugee Convention doesn't care what color you are. It doesn't say anything about that. So it's really disgusting. And they really show how, in addition to their racist, their xenophobic ignorance, they are also historically and theologically illiterate. It's incredible to watch. The cringe is unbelievable. So let's go on to the next cringe. I really lined these up for you guys. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Okay. We got 1,600 people watching and almost 1,600 likes. I'm not going to complain. Keep doing your thing. Let's continue, guys. Oh boy. So this over here, I posted this on Twitter earlier. Again, I'm one of those people, I always forget to plug my social media. I posted this clip earlier on Twitter, so if you want to follow me, go ahead. This was the Chinese ambassador to the United States in the studio with CBS, and he was being asked about Ukraine. And let's take a look at this clip, and then we'll comment, shall we?
Why can't you condemn this as an invasion?
Mm-hmm. Well, don't be naive. Condemnation.
It sounds naive to say that's not an invasion.
It doesn't solve the problem. I would be surprised if Russia will back down by condemnation. What is urgently
will they back
needed
down if your president asks Vladimir Putin to back down? Will your president ask Vladimir Putin to back down?
We have done so.
They rely
and we will
on
continue to promote peace talks and urge immediate fire. And condemnation only doesn't help. We need wisdom. We need courage, and we need good diplomacy.
Well, Vladimir Zelensky says he would like to meet with Vladimir Putin. Mm-hmm. Vladimir Zelensky's in a bunker. Mm-hmm. Vladimir Putin is at a political pro-war rally right now. Mm-hmm. You can't have diplomacy when it is one country, the only one country willing to actually negotiate. Mm-hmm.
China has good relations with Russia, has good relations with Ukraine, and China keeps close communications with the United States and with Europe. Mm-hmm. They enable China to reach to all parties' concerns in the crisis. So China's unique role, can help the peaceful settlement of the crisis.
My goodness. Look, man, I've interviewed a couple ambassadors. I can tell you I don't speak to them like that. And, it's incredible how rude Western journalists are when they speak to foreign dignitaries. Have you noticed that? If you go look at Megyn Kelly when she interviews Vladimir Putin, again, she brings the same kind of attitude, right? Like all up in your face. Hey, calm down. You're speaking to a foreign dignitary. With that said, it would be half a problem if they actually spoke to their own politicians that way. If these journalists actually spoke to Blinken and Biden that way, you could say they're just being journalists. They're trying to hold them both accountable. They're fair. They're consistent, right? They do it with their own government. They do it with other government. Fine, okay, I'll give it to you, okay? But they don't do that. They never do. You will never see that. You'll have these guys from mainstream outlets in the U.S. Like they'll go and interview Bashar al-Assad, the Syrian president, and they'll sit across him, like it's in the studio, like in the presidential palace, in this guy's house. And they're like, but aren't you a war criminal? Didn't you just massacre some puppies? Like you burned them alive? Like they would never say that to George Bush, a former president, never mind a current president. They would never say that. You think they would sit across George Bush and say, like, didn't you murder 1 million Iraqis? And the same thing in the UK. You think someone at the BBC is going to grill Boris Johnson like that? I mean, come on, man. You're dreaming. You're off your rocker. You've gone mad. They never, ever speak like that to other people. I got another example. Professor Marendi, right? He's a diplomat. I mean, he's also a professor at the University of Tehran, but he's also an advisor to the Iranian delegation at the nuclear talks. And he goes on Hard Talk, on BBC Hard Talk. And the guy, he talks to him like crap. And then, of course, when Naftali Bennett comes on, he's like, oh, it's the Israeli prime minister. Thank you for your time. Oh, come on, man. Come on. I'm telling you, I'm not making this up. This is an observation that I've had before I ever did this. Before I ever had this job, I always noticed that they speak to foreign leaders, foreign dignitaries, presidents, ambassadors, whatever. They speak to them like crap, and they never, ever, ever dare take that tone with their own leaders. Never. And what does that tell you? That tells you that they're implicitly biased, although for me it's quite explicit and overt. They are certainly biased, and I don't even understand. Why do you bother bringing on the Chinese ambassador if you're not even going to let him reply? Why don't you let him finish his sentence? What's the point? Look how many times she interrupted him. I think someone in the comments counted it. It was like something absurd, like 24 times in 9 minutes. Let him speak. Why don't you let the guy speak? You invited him on you invited him on to ask him these questions. Let him speak. I don't see them ever speaking like that with their own politicians. And again, this one was really funny to me. Like, look at this. Right? She says, like, why didn't you just tell your president to tell Putin?
Will they back down if your president asks Vladimir Putin to back down? Will your president ask Vladimir Putin to back down?
We have done.
What does that even mean? Hey Vlad, buddy, can you please cut this stuff out with the war? They're grilling us on CBS. Please, man. Okay, G, I'll do it. What do you think that conversation goes like? Again, this is so stupid because they assume that Vladimir Putin is doing what he's doing, whether you agree with it or not. Look, man, are we going to sit here and treat each other like clowns? Or are we going to speak on politics and speak on politics? With the war in Ukraine is a geopolitical situation. Let's talk about geopolitics. I'm not interested in your pseudo psychoanalysis of Putin or what you think about his personality, or you say he wasn't loved by his mother as a child. Get away with that shit. Miss me with that bullshit. Let's talk geopolitics. Russia has an issue with Ukraine because of NATO expansion. It's not because he has, an emotional issue. He's in a bad mood that he went into Ukraine. So whether the Chinese president calls him up and asks him to kindly stop is not going to change the fact that NATO wants to incorporate Ukraine and already treats it, even though it's not a member, treats it like it's basically an ally. You have more. Honestly, think about this. You have so many NATO weapons in Ukraine now. I can guarantee you there are other NATO countries who don't have that many weapons from NATO. Okay? So even though Ukraine's not officially a member, it's being treated as a NATO partner. And NATO in 2008, they openly said they want Georgia and Ukraine to enter. So just going back to my point is that they make it sound like it's so trivial. Like Putin's decision making is emotional and it's based on like personal relationships. It's not. That's not how politics works. Stop being a clown. In any case, let's leave it there. I just want to show you another example of how they speak. And remember that the next time you see them talking to Blinken, you won't see that attitude, I guarantee you. Again, I don't know how many of you guys are new here. We got 1,700 people watching. If you just stumbled on the channel by some miracle, the YouTube algorithm actually promoting it for once, that's great. Make sure you subscribe, and we've got a lot to cover. So let me continue over here. Okay. You guys are going to like this one. This is actually a very interesting one. Implying the others are also, of course, interesting. But I translated this for you because I didn't see a full one. So I've gone ahead and translated the speech for you. So we can have a look. Okay? I really need to drink something. I'll get a sip in a moment when the speech is playing, so I don't interrupt. So the Syrian president, Bashar al-Assad, he gave a speech just a few days ago, and I haven't seen a translation of this speech. I saw Kevork. He did a partial translation of one of the more interesting parts. Again, it's a long speech, about 45 minutes. I went ahead and translated this, and I wanted to show you just a little segment from the speech. Let's take a look, and then we'll discuss. He talks about Ukraine here, okay?
وأثبت الغرب أنه لا يوجد لديه لا أصدقاء ولا يوجد لديه أعداء، يوجد لديه عدو واحد هو كل من يقف في وجه مصالحه المادية. فيعني لا الشيوعية ولا الإسلام ولا النازية ولا الصين ولا روسيا ولا غيرها هم أعداء للغرب. إذا كانوا يلبوا المصالح فهم أصدقاء، إذا كانوا يقفوا ضد المصالح فهم أعداء، يعني المبادئ صفر. لكن آخر حقيقة وهي من أشد الحقائق قبحاً وقلة من الناس تعرف عنها، هي كذبة أن الغرب ضد النازية وأن الصهيونية ضد النازية. القلة تعرف بأن النازيين في أوكرانيا، وهي منظمات نازية عملت بشكل وثيق مع هتلر أمنياً وعسكرياً وعقائدياً، عندما انتهت الحرب العالمية الثانية أخرج القادة، البعض منهم إلى أوروبا والبعض منهم إلى أمريكا. وفي الخمسينيات طالبت CIA الإدارة الأمريكية أن يرفع الحظر عن هذه المجموعات النازية لأنها ضرورة لأمريكا في أوكرانيا التي كان جزء من الاتحاد السوفيتي. وما يؤكد هذا الكلام اليوم، هذا الكلام التاريخي، أن زيلينسكي هو صهيوني يهودي، ولكنه يدعم المنظمات القومية المتطرفة التي قاتلت في الحرب العالمية الثانية عندما دخل هتلر، وشارك جزء منها في المذابح ضد اليهود. فكيف يكون هذا الصهيوني اليهودي داعم لهذه المنظمات؟ والغرب يدعم هذه المنظمات التي تسمى اليوم منظمة آزوف اليمينية، وإسرائيل الصهيونية التي تجتر ذكرى البكاء على ضحايا المحرقة تدعم زعيما يدعم النازية التي قتلت اليهود. هذا يؤكد بأن الغرب يكذب في كل ما يقول، والغرب لا يهمه سوى أن يسيطر على العالم، أن يتحكم بالعالم، وأن ينهب الموارد ويملأ خزائنه بالأموال.
So many points there. Many points. His main point is that the West doesn't forge alliances or friendships based on principles. It doesn't have any principles. And how can you see that this is true? Well, I can just point you, for example, to Al-Qaeda, right? On 9/11, the United States was attacked by Al-Qaeda, 3,000 Americans killed. And yet, we look at what happened in Syria, the war against Syria, which again, they call a civil war. I'm sorry, buddy. When you have a dozen countries trying to overthrow a government, that's not a civil war anymore. But we look at what happened in Syria, and the United States is supporting Al-Qaeda. Well, hold on a second. Didn't Al-Qaeda attack the United States on 9/11? They attacked several U.S. embassies in Africa. They blew them up. Hundreds of people dead. Why on earth would the United States go and work with a terrorist group that it's claiming to fight? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, it makes perfect sense. It makes complete perfect sense. The United States doesn't have any principles, and the West, for that matter, doesn't have any principles, because when we say the United States, we're talking about the U.S. government, U.S. corporations, and of course, their counterparts, or you could say their vassals in Europe, which includes the United Kingdom. They've all supported these groups in Syria, right? They just rebranded them for you so you don't know. So Al-Qaeda in Syria is not called Al-Qaeda. They call themselves Jabhat al-Nusra. And then when people caught on, hey, that's Al-Qaeda, you just changed your name. Then they changed it again from Jabhat al-Nusra to HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. And right now, in Syria, in northern Syria and Idlib, who controls that area? It's Turkey and Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. So even though this group, you think that they would have opposing interests to the US, they're actually on the same side in that case. And again, with the Nazis in Ukraine, in World War II, one of the great allied powers is the United States, of course, right? And it enters the war after Pearl Harbor. It's attacked on December 7th. And then the United States, with its military might, the Lend-Leases, it contributes very much in helping defeat the Nazis. And then the Nazis are brought to justice at the Nuremberg trials and so on, right? And so you would think, why would the United States then go and back Nazis in Ukraine if the United States sacrificed so much or participated in the Allied offensive against Nazis? It helped defeat Nazism and fascism in Europe in World War II. Why would the US go and do that? Yeah, that's what's happening. You know why it does that? Because the US doesn't operate on principles. The UK doesn't operate on principles. The United Kingdom also did a lot in World War II. Are they not sending weapons to the Ukrainians, which includes the Azov battalion? They are. It doesn't make sense. It does make sense. It makes perfect sense when you understand the games that's going on. That the CIA MI6. They will get in bed with anyone that helps them accomplish their interests, right? You know, for example, when they say, oh, democracy, democracy, freedom of speech, does Saudi Arabia look like a democracy to you? Does Israel look like a democracy? Up until a few years ago, women couldn't even drive in Saudi Arabia. There are no elections in Saudi Arabia. Are you dreaming? Conveniently, I wonder why Saudi Arabia never had an Arab Spring. Have you asked yourself that question? Those countries, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and then the Israeli occupation, even though they're not democracies, the US still supports them. Why? Because they fulfill roles. They help the United States accomplish foreign policy objectives. So the Saudis give them oil. They help back, shore up the petrodollar. They help back up the U.S. currency. The Israelis act as a regional policeman. So do the Saudis to some extent. So do you see what's going on? It doesn't have to make sense because if you listen to their words, of course it doesn't make sense. But if you look at their actions, it makes total sense. So again, I can point you to the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. When the Soviets enter Afghanistan in 1979 and then they stay till 1989, why did they lose? Why did they suffer so many casualties? And why was this such a tough experience for the Soviets? Why did they get their butts kicked? Because the Americans started sending weapons, training, supplies to the Mujahideen, right? And who are the Mujahideen? They later went on, many of them, to become Al-Qaeda and Taliban. So again, the United States actually helped create Al-Qaeda and then used Al-Qaeda in Syria just to overthrow Assad. And again, you would think that doesn't make any sense because they oppose these groups. It makes sense. It makes perfect sense. They don't have principles. The only thing they care about is, do you help them accomplish their goals? That's all that matters. And if I could say another thing, when it comes to what's happening in Ukraine, up until a few weeks ago, it wasn't controversial to say that there are Nazis in Ukraine. Every mainstream outlet even covered this. We were watching the other day, you guys and I were watching this bit from NBC News from 2017. The BBC was talking about it. It wasn't controversial. Now it's controversial because they need those Nazis, right? They're sending the weapons to those Nazis right now in Ukraine, and they need them to, attack the Russians. To create a quagmire for the Russians. That's why it's now controversial to say that. And sorry, I'm just looking for another. I'm going to show you another segment from this speech just in a moment. So over here, I didn't have time to put subtitles on it, but I'll translate it for you as he's speaking it. So just give me a moment. I think this was from... yeah, here we go. So let's take a listen and I'll translate it for you.
الخارجين عن القانون وقطاع الطرق واللصوص. الحقيقة أن العالم منذ سقوط الاتحاد السوفيتي هو عبارة عن غابة. واللصوص هم الغرب. ولا يوجد قانون دولي ولا يوجد مؤسسات دولية ولا يوجد أي شيء. فالحديث
That's a very good quote. Honestly, that is a very good quote. So basically what he was saying is that since the fall of the Soviet Union, the world has become a jungle. He says that since the fall of the Soviet Union, the world's become a jungle, and the thieves are the West, right? And there's no international law. They have fostered an environment where there is no international law. International law makes no difference, right? And all of these organizations that they have, it makes no difference. The UN, the only thing that matters, he goes on to say this later in the speech, he says that the law is not what's actually written in the law books, it's what is applied on the ground, okay? And so the United States have fostered an environment, the West has fostered an environment where it's the survival of the fittest. It's like the jungle. And that's why the principles don't matter. That's why international law doesn't matter. And you see that. That's why it's so bizarre right now when the United States and the UK and NATO and all the EU, they're saying Russia's violating international law by invading Ukraine. Well, hold on a second. You guys have been violating international law for decades. You didn't care about Iraq's territorial integrity or sovereignty. You didn't care about Syria's territorial integrity when you bombed Syria, when you're occupying Syria. You didn't care about Libya. And now you're going to come and talk about international lawlessness. You created and fostered that environment. So don't come around now and talk about the law books and what international law says. It's a joke, right? It's hypocritical when it comes from them. That's the issue. Again, let me continue what he was saying here, because I was quoting from other bits of the speech, but let's continue.
عن القانون الدولي في ظل عدم وجوده وعدم تطبيقه كلام من دون معنى، وهذا الكلام قالوه المسؤولون الروس منذ 15 عاما بالضبط وبشكل
Right, so the Russians said that already, 15 years ago, that international law has no meaning anymore.
سياسة الأقوى، وبالتالي هم يسعون إلى تحويل العالم إلى غابة. أما حرية التعبير
Exactly. That's precisely what I was just saying, that it's all about survival of the fittest, who's the strongest, and that's the only thing that matters. And I don't, the guy's right. I cannot find, anything wrong with what he just said. The world has become about who's stronger, who can crap all over the other harder. International law, they don't care about it. The people that are screaming about it now, they didn't care when they were, violating the UN Charter, the Geneva Convention. They didn't care about this stuff, and now they want to turn around and claim, oh, it's a tragedy, and it's the biggest. What do they say? It's the worst invasion or assault in Europe since World War II. Hold on a second. Did you forget about Yugoslavia? First of all, and you're trying to contain it to Europe so you avoid admitting what you did in Middle East and Africa and Latin America. Get out of here. Get out of here. So again, you don't have to like Russia. You don't have to care about Russia. But you can't deny what he's saying here about this law of the jungle, the Rabe, the jungle that they've created now. It's true. That's what the environment is today. And again, some people in the comments were asking, who is a doctor? Well, Bashar al-Assad is a doctor, correct? I think he's an eye surgeon, right? He studied in London, and he speaks English. When he does interviews with Western outlets, he'll speak in English. With Gaddafi, I don't think he did a few speeches in the 80s in English, but before he was killed, those interviews were, Jeremy Bowen would come and interview him, and he would only speak in Arabic. So. That just came to mind. That's all. Ophthalmologist, right? That's what he does. So I think his wife is English, isn't she English as well? I think her parents are Syrian, but she's born and raised in the UK. I don't know if she's born there, but she has British citizenship. And she's raised in the UK, and they wanted to pull her citizenship. Do you remember that? They were talking about this, I think, last year in 2021. I spoke about this on the channel. They were threatening to pull his wife's citizenship. Like, what does his wife have to? It's like when they sanctioned his 17-year-old son. What the fuck does his son have to do with it? Like, what does that accomplish? Like, they're suddenly going to stop the war all of a sudden. Wow, well done. They're such idiots. It's you know what kind of precedent this sets. When the UK government can just randomly take people's citizenship because of their political affiliations. I mean, she's not even in power. She's literally just his wife. She doesn't do anything else. And then they want to take people's citizenship. Again, they'll say, look, but that guy's a dictator. That's why we did it. These guys are terrorists. That's why we did it. And no one's going to disagree with that. They'll say, yeah, good. Take their citizenship. And then before you know it, they're doing it to people in the UK that they don't like, that are, anti-government. And then that's how it always begins. And then they have the nerve to talk about authoritarianism. Look at what you're doing. Man. Anyway. So let's continue. Since we're on the topic of Bashar al-Assad, let me bring you up to speed about some other things. And again, I can just I can already hear the anti-Syrian trolls screaming, how dare you? He's a murderer. He's a dictator. Man, cut the bullshit out. You want to criticize the guy with real things. Go ahead. Be my guest. But don't come around with this fake bullshit, like making up Duma chemical gas. That didn't happen. And I don't understand why these people do that. Like, you can actually talk about other things, like real things. His cousin's business ties. He owns a good chunk of the Syrian economy. You could criticize that and say that's nepotism, and you would be correct because that's actually factual. But when you start talking about chemical weapons, that's bullshit. You're lying. You're making that up, and you're serving a NATO narrative. And that's what angers me, is that these people who are opposition, they just make up the wildest shit because they want to get NATO in the country. And I mean, they got their wish, right? You got Turkey occupying the north, you got the US occupying the oil fields. They would like more than that, of course. It's like these people who are exiles from Venezuela. They don't want democracy. They just want the US to coup the government and put them in place. They want the power. And the same thing with, a lot of other countries. Iraq, a lot of the evidence against Saddam Hussein with these chemical weapons was made up by exiles or people who didn't like Saddam. It was all fake. And the CIA knew this, and they didn't care. They used this stuff because they just wanted to build a portfolio of lies. And you people like that who will lie and get their country blown to smithereens just because they have a grudge against the government. They want to be in power themselves. Like they end up doing more damage. They end up being worse than the stuff they're criticizing or the governments they're criticizing. Anyway, since we're on the topic of Bashar al-Assad, let me show you some more things. This is very interesting because I see it for what it is. I think it's an indication that Syria's situation geopolitically is sort of improving, more or less. But I just need a moment to find the documents I want to show you. So just give me a moment, okay? Here's one of them. Oh God, I accidentally put on that clip of the what's her, I don't know what her name is, but I'm talking about the woman from CBS who was interviewing the Chinese ambassador. That was horrible. That was absolutely horrible. My goodness. Okay, here's Zelensky. Nope. Okay. And again, if you guys are new, please subscribe to the channel. I cover US politics. I cover the Iran nuclear deal. I think I'm the only person in independent media who's actually covering it, not just like talking about it. It was actually, in the spot, in the mix. And I have a whole playlist. Every one of these topics I'm telling you, I have a whole playlist for it. So the Assange case, again, I'm one of the only people covering that. That's also on the channel. Syria, the Middle East, international affairs. This is the spot. Don't ask me. Don't take my word for it. Ask the people in the comments. That's it. Okay, so oh God, this guy. Oh, I forgot about him. We'll get to him in a second. Oh, goodness. There's a lot here. There's a lot to go through. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yo, really. Okay. I have a funny story to tell you about this with the UAE in a second. We'll get to that in a second, yeah? Okay, so let it begin. Again, you guys liking the new background? I think it's a step up, right? I think it's more professional, and there's nothing wrong with the last one. I wanted to showcase the studio a little bit, So yeah, I hope you like it. Oh, look, we got a comment just now from Muhammad Fatah. He says, digging the new background, Richie, and nice cut. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, UK lady says, I love the background. Deeb says, the spot lamp is very annoying. I did it for the look. Well, I'll tweak it later. I can turn it down. It's okay. All right. Top J says, the background is dope. Savvy says, is that Syrian motif? No, not actually. It's not. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It kind of reminds me a little bit of that, but that wasn't the point. Because I mean, the architecture in Syria is very different. But I was thinking of maybe doing that. That's why I put the little plant and the scarf there. I think it adds to it a little bit. I like that feel. It gives kind of like an Arabic house feel. So yeah. UK lady said it looks a bit Moroccan. Yeah, it has a little bit of that vibe, a little bit of the Arab vibe. I wasn't doing that on purpose, but there's a very cool studio in Los Angeles. I'd love to go there someday. I don't know if they'll let me in the country, but there's a very cool studio in NRG Studios. It's called the Moroccan Room. Let me show you before we move on to the next segment. I just want to show this to you guys. I'm a very big music geek, and I basically studied sound engineering in my free time, and I know a lot of things about sound producing. This is a studio, a very famous studio in Los Angeles. Many bands recorded here. I don't know, Nirvana, Linkin Park, Limp Bizkit, you name it. It's like really for that old school 2000s sound. And this is the Moroccan Room. Let me actually go back over here. I don't think I pulled up the right window. It's showing a feedback loop. This is the one. So you see how it looks? It's beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. Wow. Absolutely gorgeous. That's an actual studio. It looks amazing, doesn't it? In any case, hold on. I just want to give you another peek over here. That looks fantastic, honestly. Wow. Brilliant. Okay, guys, let's move on to the segment then, okay? So Bashar al-Assad, the Syrian president, he's gone on an official visit to the United Arab Emirates. Okay, so this is very significant. Why? Because this is his first official visit to another Arab country since the war started. And obviously, with that said, his first to the UAE. Let me show you a little bit and tell you why this matters. So you can see here some of the pictures and the videos. I'll just walk you through that first. So he's speaking here to bin Zayed of the UAE, and you can see with him, seated with him is, I think, the foreign minister. And here are some of the other pictures, official pictures that were posted. So he's standing there with Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who's the crown prince of Abu Dhabi. And where are some of the other pictures? I think. Oh God, this tweet was funny. I'll get to that in a moment. But in any case, people are outraged. They're very upset at this, right? And one of the people who's outraged is none other than this very fine individual. Look at this. It's Charles Lister. Right? So he says, I'm speechless. Bashar al-Assad is in Dubai on a quote-unquote brotherly state visit to the United Arab Emirates. So just to tell you who Charles Lister is, he's basically an Al-Qaeda apologist. You know, I can give you a direct quote. He was saying, like, in Syria, Al-Qaeda have really got it right. So, you know, this is the kind of people we're dealing with here. You know, they support the coup in Syria. They support the regime change project in Syria. And they've tried softening the image of these terrorists, the foreign-backed terrorists. And, you know, really just trying to... I mean, when you say Al-Qaeda have really got it right in Syria, it sounds like you're rehabilitating Al-Qaeda to me. That's my impression. That's the impression that you give me. And it's not a very good one, is it? It's not... That doesn't very sound good. That doesn't... sound very good, to be honest. And he's very upset about this, right? He says he's speechless. Of course he's upset, because this guy is one of the people who has been pushing for the government in Syria to be couped, to be to be iced and offed. So of course he's very upset, because when you see the Syrian president visiting a country like the UAE, which, I mean, let's be honest here, when Syria was down, they were kicking Syria, you know. Qatar and Saudi Arabia were funding a lot of these terrorist groups in Syria, you know. And the UAE, they turned their back on Syria. I mean, almost every Arab country turned their back on Syria, really. And when you look at what their geopolitics are, it shouldn't surprise you. Jordan, for example, they just recently opened a border crossing with Syria. The Jordanian king had a call with Bashar al-Assad a few months ago. So that's also, again, it's showing you that there's some sort of détente, there's a rapprochement. The Syrian government growing closer to its neighbors and or other countries. And why is that important? Because again, these countries turn their back on Syria. So that means that they realize that the Syrian government isn't going anywhere. The regime change project failed. And so they have no choice now but to reestablish ties, to normalize ties with Syria. And again, when I say reestablish, I'm not saying they cut off ties. So perhaps it's not the best word, but as we say in geopolitics, it's a rapprochement. And so that's what's going on here. And Jordan, a few months ago, as I said, the king called Bashar al-Assad, the first time they've spoken in like 10 years since the war began. And, there's, of course, this idea of having gas delivered, power delivered to Lebanon through Jordan and, using Egyptian gas as well. And that would go through Syria. So that's another way that you see Syria is kind of, benefiting from a rapprochement with not just Jordan, but also from Syria. And of course, the Emiratis had also reestablished contact with Syria, but now this is the first official visit. So again, why is this significant? Because it shows that the West and its allies in the region were not able to get rid of Bashar al-Assad, to get rid of his government and overthrow him. They've been trying for many, many years, since 2011, and it failed. And I know, people, they don't want to face this reality. They think, oh, it's just a revolution. It's a civil war. It's a people's uprising. Yeah, if you're an idiot, you got Turkey, Israel, Saudi Arabia, the UK, US, France, Germany, the EU, the United States, all these countries trying to get rid of a government, and you're going to come here and tell me it's a civil war? It's anything but a civil war. There are too many signs, not signs, there's too much evidence to the contrary. Now here's CNN with their take on this. Let's have a look.
Yeah, and as the Russian invasion of Ukraine, quite frankly, dominates the headlines, so there is an awful lot going on behind the scenes in this region, not least this visit. But also, there is a prism through which this region, of course, is seeing the wider story that is so pressing in the headlines at present. The Emirati Foreign Minister, Abdullah bin Zayed, in Moscow last week, meeting with his Russian counterpart. Now, as I understand it, they discussed bringing Syria back into the fold, as well as oil production. What is the Moscow lens here in the UAE at present, and what's the significance?
Well, we have a good relationship with Russia. Not only we, but I'm talking about the Arab Gulf states too. And most of it centers around energy, oil market, and oil demand. And we are part of the OPEC Plus. And the deal on oil is always important to Russia, to UAE, to major oil producers. And I think the visit probably has gone to clarify the fact that we are not on our own when it comes to oil market. We have to discuss any increase in production with the key partners, and one of the key partners, of course, Russia. This is for the stability of the oil market. Without it, probably we're going to have, a wild oil market. So I think that is one of the important aspect to this visit by Sheikh Abdullah. But I think we also have in mind also a role, a mediator of a sort, to maybe come and play some kind of a calming down the tension between Ukraine and Russia. We are in a good position to do that, although we're not asked to do it, but we are offering that kind of a role. We have an excellent relationship with Russia, a good relationship with Ukraine. So maybe this falls into that, Becky. And I think immediately after Sheikh Abdullah came back, he was on the phone calling the foreign minister of Ukraine to brief him on this. So this is something also in the making. Hopefully we will be in a position to mediate between these two war
and certainly there have been consistent calls for de-escalation.
So of course they're not happy about Syria being brought back into the fold. I wanted to show you something else over here. Saudi Arabia which, I mean, Saudi Arabia did a lot worse than the UAE. Saudi Arabia was like really actively trying to overthrow the Syrian government. Again, just like Turkey, just like the United States. You know, they're funding a bunch of groups. I've lost count. And I don't need to tell you, of course, that Saudi Arabia, since many decades, has been exporting Wahhabism. You know, they've tried doing this in Pakistan, in Afghanistan, in that region. Of course, that's how they helped to give rise to Al-Qaeda. And of course, the United States turns a blind eye because they want, in part, these groups to help them achieve their foreign policy objectives. At the time, that meant fighting the Soviets. But also because they have no choice, in a sense. They need Saudi oil. They need Saudi Arabia to help them prop up the petrodollar, because the United States dollar is pegged to Saudi Arabia, exclusively selling oil in US dollars. So, but just to show you the shift in attitude, this is from last year, and we talked about this on the channel. Saudi Arabia was in rapprochement talks with Syria. They've actually also been doing that with Iran, but that's a separate issue. But you can see from Al Jazeera, they say after years of conflict, Riyadh, which is the Saudi Arabian capital, Riyadh now views Damascus as an expedient avenue to shore up broader regional interests. Okay? And so they say here that Saudi Arabia is close to reaching an agreement on diplomatic normalization with President Bashar al-Assad's government as Riyadh jockeys to play a lead role in removing the Iranian presence from Syria. So they want something. That's, of course, what they want. But my point is that you have so many countries, Arab countries, you know, showing that, yep, Bashar al-Assad's not going anywhere, so we better reestablish ties because it's in our benefit as well to have a strong regional partner. And you're seeing that from Jordan, you're seeing that from Egypt, you're seeing that from the Saudis, and now the UAE. And speaking of bin Zayed, who again is the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, of the UAE, who you know, Bashar al-Assad was meeting with just now, I wanted to show you something because this, you guys remember, I'm covering the Julian Assange case, and when the case, the extradition hearing started in London at the Old Bailey, the protesters, the Assange protesters, they erected a giant, figure of bin Zayed with these devil horns and blood on his hands, and people were throwing shoes at the goddamn inflatable. And you know why they were doing this? Again, because this was September, October 2020. The reason people were doing this is because the UAE normalized ties with Israel. Again, Israel is illegally occupying the Golan Heights in Syria since 1967. It's occupying Shebaa farms in Lebanon, and of course, Palestine. And so the fact that you have an Arab country accepting an occupier like Israel, not just any occupier, but an occupier of Arab lands and and holy lands, because again, Jerusalem is important for Jews, Christians, and Muslims. That's a stab in the back. There is no question about it. That is a stab in the back. The UAE is actually 80% foreigners. It's not even a real country in many ways. Seriously, 80% of the population in the UAE are not Arabs. They're foreigners because it's, you know, they're rich people who go there to buy houses. It's got a very big airport, important airport, you know, business investments. It's really just an economic hub. It's not really, you know, so that's one thing, but it wasn't just the UAE, it was Bahrain. Bahrain actually has an Arab population, a majority Arab population. And I can tell you one thing, the people there are furious about this. You know, Jordan and Egypt have ties with Israel. And again, most Jordanians and Egyptians are furious about that. Again, that's an older story, but you know, in 2020, when you had the Abraham Accords, you know, Trump, he basically got the Emiratis, the UAE, and he got the Bahrainis to sit down and sign these so-called Abraham Accords with the Israelis and then recognize Israel and establish ties. And that's a stab in the back. And that's why people with Assange, they put up this, not Assange's team, I'm saying Assange supporters, they put up this inflatable with blood on his hands because you know, he established ties with Israel. I just wanted to give you a little bit of that context because I can tell you one thing. I'm not joking. I can guarantee you there's a good chunk of Syrians who are not happy about Assad meeting with the UAE specifically because of this, because the UAE normalized ties with Israel. Because again, that's a stab in the back to the Palestinians and it's a stab in the back to the Syrians. Israel is occupying Syrian land. So, that it's, especially as an Arab country, because, Russia is a strong Syrian ally, but Russia is also a strong ally of Israel. Actually, Russia was the first country in the world to recognize Israel. They're the first to do it immediately. Again, a lot of Israelis are actually Russian Jews. So that's a separate issue. Syria needs Russia. Syria, the only reason the Syrian government is still alive, actually, I should rephrase that. The only reason Syria exists as Syria, again, they've destroyed it, but the only reason it exists is in part thanks to Russia. But with the Emiratis, these are Arabs. These are neighbors. And they go off and just accept the Israelis like that. Many Syrians and Arabs view that as a stab in the back. There's no question about that. And I can guarantee you some of them are not happy about this because, it's like, why are you dealing with this guy who stabbed us in the back, who stabbed the Palestinians in the back? But that's another issue. Why this is important? This is important because Syria is re-emerging from the regime change project. It failed. They were not successful like in Libya. They were not successful like in Iraq. Syria survived because of Russia, Hezbollah, and Iran. And again, Syria has a lot of reconstruction. It has a long road ahead to be rebuilt, inshallah. But it's good when your neighbors, they stop giving you the cold shoulder. Let's put it that way. So, Ann Lee says, why don't all Arabic countries unite? I would love to see that. I don't know why they don't all unite. I can tell you one thing. It's in the interests, okay? It's in the interests of the West for that not to happen. Let me tell you why. Because if the Arabs united, as they used to be, you remember the Islamic Empire, the first dynasty under the Umayyads, which was, again, the capital was Damascus. That stretched from China to Spain. Up until that time, you had the Roman Empire and so on. This was even bigger than the Roman Empire. The Arab Empire at this time was the largest empire ever in history. And it stretched, as I said, from China to Spain, and the capital was Damascus. And at this point, you had all the Arabs united. You could walk from Saudi Arabia to Morocco, and you would find Arabs. And so the West don't want that, because if you had the Arabs united as they once were in that period, for example, that's catastrophe for the West. Let me tell you why. Because first of all, you would have this Arab country, right? You would have, I think, between 300, 400 million inhabitants. So that's already equal to the United States or more. You would have one of the most powerful economies in the world, one of the most powerful militaries in the world. I mean, this would be a complete game changer. A complete game changer. You would have a competitor to other powers. And that's why they specifically came in, the French and the British, and they carved up the Middle East. They carved up Syria into little chunks, right? They carved up Palestine, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq. They carved up the whole Middle East. And a lot of the borders that you have today, they're not drawn by Arabs. These are, look, again, I'm going to show you the map just so you get this. Like, I know you probably know this, you guys, but I still want to make my point. So I think you would have 440 million as the population, right? So that's already about 100 million more than the Americans. So just take a look at this map, okay? And how they carved up in 1916, the French and the British, they carved up the Levant. Again, the borders are a bit different today, right? But the point still stands. So, you had the French here in Syria and in in Lebanon, and the British in Palestine. And so they just carved it up. Like, these guys, the French will take a little chunk over here. The British will take a chunk over here. We'll share a chunk over there. And, you end up with a result. You end up with modern borders today that were not drawn by Arabs. Like, Arabs did not draw these... Arabs didn't draw these borders. It's the same thing in Africa, right? A lot of the borders in Africa, again, who drew them? The West. I mean, some of them you can literally see was done with a ruler. Look, I mean, they just sat down with a bloody ruler and just drew it like that. It's horrendous. So all of these borders here, they weren't drawn by Arabs. They weren't drawn by Africans. They were drawn by people in Paris, in London, and their local bureaus. At the time you had, for example, the Arab Bureau, which is a colonial institute, a colonial extension of the British government, based in Egypt, in Cairo, and of course running Arab affairs. It would be a disaster if the Arabs were one country. Disaster in the sense, it would spell disaster for the United States and other global powers, because you would have a country with 440 million who speak the same language, who have a common religion. And again, I say that as a Syrian Christian myself. I know we have minorities. I'm one of them, but nevertheless, most Arabs are Muslims, right? So you would have a common religion, common language, common geography, common history, common culture. Again, you can walk from Saudi Arabia to Morocco. There's nothing stopping you. You look at Europe. The EU is, an organization. They don't have one language. They have they have dozens of languages, and they still manage to make a union and have a common currency and achieve all of these goals. So can you imagine with Arabs how much easier, in a sense, it would be? I'm not saying it's easy politically, but I'm saying in terms of having the same language, having common religion, history, culture. It's there. I don't know any place on Earth, on this planet, that has those similar factors in such a large area, right? Where they've been carved up is my point. This is enormous. It's absolutely enormous. I don't know any other area on Earth that is this big, where all the people speak the same language. They are the same, common history, common culture, common religion, but they've been carved up and separated. It's extraordinary. So, for me, I would like to see that. I've told you guys before about past projects you had, for example, the United Arab Republic, which was when Egypt and Syria became one country. Again, just to show you on the map, that's quite a feat, right? That's quite amazing. You had Egypt over here and Syria becoming one country. And a lot of people had issues with that because they said that Egypt played a too dominant role. It was supposed to be one country, but all of the power was concentrated in Egypt. That's a complaint that people make at the time, that they make about that time. I think Iraq wanted to join, but again, they had concerns about Egypt running the show. And then, of course, you had Gaddafi, who tried to make a federation with Libya, Egypt, Syria, but that it didn't really succeed. It's a shame, it's a shame that these things, they didn't work. I hope to have something like that. That would be very nice, because that's how you stand up to colonialism, and the worst thing that could happen for the West is to have the Arabs unite. It's a tough job. I don't know who can do that, but it's very tough, because a lot of these governments that are in the Middle East today, they're not serving Arab interests. They're serving Western interests. Saudi Arabia is not. They speak Arabic and they're an Arab country, but they're not serving Arab interests. They're serving Western interests. They just help prop up the dollar. They don't care about Palestine. The Emiratis don't care about Palestine. I'm talking about the governments, right? Bahrain doesn't care about Palestine. Morocco, again, they have ties with the Israelis as well. Egypt, Jordan have ties with Israel as well. And Egypt is heavily dependent on U.S. aid. Jordan is, again, they cooperate militarily with the UK and the US. They have very close ties. So it's very difficult, because the French and the British and the Americans, they purposely installed royal families and politicians in these countries that they can control. That's the issue. And that, again, you end up with two results. You end up with leaders that don't care about their own people. That's why these countries stagnate. Again, colonialism aside, the centuries of colonialism and occupation aside. And on top of that, it serves to divide the Arabs. And, again, people want to say, like, oh, you're just blaming all the problems on the West. No. The French and the British drew these borders. That's a fucking fact. That's a fact. You can't change that. You're gonna like start revising history now. This is not that long ago. This is 70 years ago. Okay, sorry, excuse me. I'm there's several stages, right? So Israel is a bit over 70 years ago. That's again a Western project, a British colonial project. And then of course Sykes-Picot's 1916, Balfour Declaration 1917. So it's just barely a century, right? So it's not that long ago. So don't come here and tell me, oh, it doesn't matter. It's like you're just no. You're trying to wiggle out of this situation. It's not going to work with me. So in any case, let me go back to. I really need to drink something. I need to get some water, guys. So we got 1,600 people watching. Very good, very nice. Again, make sure you've hit the like button, and if you're new here, consider subscribing. Where's my phone? Give me a second. I need to see any comments you guys have sent me. We have a donation on PayPal. This is from Bella. Thank you very much, Bella. I don't see a note, but I appreciate the generous donation. We have Anno and we have Patty, who just joined on Patreon. Well, you know what time it is. It's time for a crab dance. So let's go. Every time someone joins on Patreon, we play a crab dance. So thank you guys for supporting my work. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
Always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
That was amazing. You saw that guy was like firing an RPG. Do you remember what that was from? That was when Iran started bringing fuel into Lebanon, because Lebanon is, they have a terrible economic crisis. It's basically a U.S. siege, and Iran they through Hezbollah they brought in fuel and they started giving it to I don't remember exactly, but basically they gave it for free at the beginning, and then they sold it at without any profit, and they were they're giving it to a Christian school. I don't remember. I can't remember, but basically donating it to hospitals and things like that, public service and charities and things like that. And that guy fired an RPG in celebration because there was finally fuel coming in. What a way to celebrate, right? Just like fire a rocket into the air. Nothing special. That's amazing. Wow. So I want to talk about something very important. And again, I'll get back to Ukraine in a second. But I want to talk about this first because it's an important anniversary. And I think it's really crucial to mention this stuff. So just give me 1 second to pull all of this up. And again, I since we just played a crab dance, thank you to everyone who's supporting my work. If you want to donate, you can donate for $1 a month or €1 a month. I appreciate everything. And we're 684 subscribers. That means that we're only 16. We're just 16 subscribers away from hitting the goal. The goal is 700. So we got about 1,500 people watching. I'm sure 16 of you would be so kind and oblige me and please subscribe to support my work. I'll leave the link below. It's patreon.com/RichardMedhurst. Anyway, I don't want to plug the show too much. I don't do paywalls. I don't do ads. If that's so annoying when you're watching a YouTube video and they're like, let's first go to our sponsor. Like, no, there's no sponsor. You guys are the sponsor. That's how it works over here. So again, I got to plug the show sometimes so I can keep doing my job. They're not exactly easy times for indie media, but yeah. So let me show you guys what's going on here. Give me a second. Oh boy, Zelensky and his speech again. That was quite the okay. Ferdinand the Bull says Bashar and MBZ. What's MBZ? I'm confused. I'm trying to figure out. Sometimes you guys say things and they just go completely over my head. It takes me a minute. Anyway, let's talk about this. Let's move over to this subject that I wanted to cover with you guys, because it's important that we do this. So it's been 19 years now since the United States, the United Kingdom invaded Iraq. And I just wanted to look back on that invasion, the consequences of it, and discuss this topic, because I think for me, the lies that they sold to start this war, like for me, that's something that I remember. I remember 9/11. I remember invasion of Iraq. I remember when they captured Saddam Hussein. I remember all of these things. And for me, this was really kind of like a watershed moment where I really understood, like, okay, the media, they're not telling the truth. They're lying. And that's always stayed with me. And of course, the human costs of this are astronomical. I think the Iraq war is easily the worst atrocity of the 21st century. Easily, without question. I don't think we'll ever actually know the real figures of how many people died, how many refugees. The ones that we already have are astronomical. But just to give you an idea of how bad it is, I don't think we'll ever know. And people tend to think of the Iraq war as just being in Iraq. It's not true. One of the consequences of the Iraq war was Al-Qaeda, coming to Iraq, and ISIS. And it didn't just stay in Iraq. It spilled over into Syria. So not only is Iraq still suffering from that invasion today in 2022, but so is Syria. And Syria has been suffering from that invasion for a long time. Obviously, Syria's war is its own thing, and Iraq war is its own thing. We should give the proper amount of attention and care to each one. But I'm just trying to tell you that, just trying to convey to you how big this is, how damaging, that it actually spilled over into Syria as well, in terms of terrorism and many other factors as well. But let me just show you again some of the pivotal moments. So something that I remember was the anthrax letters. This is, again, I think late 2001, 2002. So it's after 9/11, but it's before the invasion of Iraq. You had these letters that were being sent to Congress, and someone was trying to poison people in Congress by sending them anthrax letters. Anthrax is a nerve agent, right? It's a chemical weapon. And so this was it's after 9/11. It's September and October 2001. And why is this connected to Iraq? Because the invasion of Iraq is in 2003, and this is after 9/11 in 2001. What's the connection? Well, I'll tell you what the connection is. Because the media tried blaming Saddam Hussein for these anthrax letters. Right? Here is an article from The Guardian from 2001, and the headline reads, "Iraq behind U.S. anthrax outbreaks." So back then, they wouldn't even say, comma, U.S. officials say. It's just, Iraq is behind these anthrax letters. That's it. Like, it's a fact. That's it. And so they said that, it has the hallmark of a terrorist attack, and they were also saying that it had a key clue, right, was the fact that there was a chemical compound, a specific signature that proved that Saddam Hussein was behind it, right? So basically, they analyzed these letters in a laboratory, and they found that there was a specific a chemical that only Saddam Hussein used to manufacture anthrax. And that's how they knew that it was him. And of course, it turned out to be rubbish. It was actually a guy in the United States who was making those letters, right? So this is again from The Guardian, but it was written in 2011, right? And so they talk about the anthrax letters, and then Yep. They're going through all the things, State of the Union address, all the times where they accuse Saddam of having manufactured these things, right? And of course, it turned out that it was someone in the United States making them, and it didn't stop there, right? It didn't stop there. Then, of course, they had these other accusations that Saddam Hussein was helping Al Qaeda. So the idea was that, okay, well, they've invaded Afghanistan under the pretext of the war on terror. That's why they passed the authorization for the use of military force, 2001. And then you have to sell the Iraq war to the public. So how do you do that? Well, you got to convince them that Saddam Hussein and Iraq are supporting terrorism, right? That you got to bring it under the umbrella of the war on terror. And so they start saying that Saddam Hussein has links to Al Qaeda, okay? And they said this in numerous ways. They said that he was giving them amnesty, and then they said he was giving them material support, and then they even said that Saddam was giving them nuclear weapons, right? It's absolutely unbelievable. And you had the Secretary of Defense at the time, Donald Rumsfeld, right? He has this famous quote where he's asked about this, and his answer is just, I mean, it's laughable. You know, he has no evidence for any of this. And let me show you that clip, because it's so striking. You can tell that the guy's lying, and this is like the official justification at the time to go in. Take a look. This is the clip over here.
Reports that say that something hasn't happened are always interesting to me, because as we know, there are known knowns. There are things we know. We also know there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there are some things we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns. The ones we don't know, we don't know.
I mean, this is laughable, right? And the original question was, quote, is there any evidence to indicate that Iraq has attempted to or is willing to supply terrorists with weapons of mass destruction? So that could be nuclear weapons, biological weapons, right? And then the question continues, because there are reports that there is no evidence of a direct link between Baghdad and some of these terrorist organizations. And that's his response. There are known knowns and there are unknown knowns. And yeah, just that's a rubbish answer. That's not evidence. That's a joke. but this is what they did. And so that's another big lie. And then, of course, there came the other lie from the British. They had this sensational headline that, Saddam Hussein, he can mount an attack within 45 minutes. He's that well equipped that he can do that. And that was, of course, the September dossier. And here's a headline from 2002 from again, I apologize, it's the Daily Mail, but nevertheless. So just 45 minutes from attack, September 24th, 2002, right? And it turns out that came from a taxi driver. That was the link. That's it. Complete rubbish. But they sold it like that. And it was reported by every newspaper. This is what the Evening Standard had on the front page. 45 minutes from attack. So just mass hysteria, Dossier reveals Saddam is ready to launch chemical war strikes. And then, of course, the more, this culminates in Colin Powell giving a speech at the United Nations Security Council where he accuses Saddam Hussein of, manufacturing these chemical weapons. And he brings this ridiculous vial of powder that no one knows what it is. I mean, there are memes that it's washing powder, it's detergent. No one knows what it is, but he goes to the UN. And again, he's the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, at this time for the Bush administration. He goes to the UN and he holds up this vial and says, this is a weapon of mass destruction and Saddam can make these. And, it's even to the point that they have these cartoon drawings, right? That are supposed to implicate Saddam Hussein. So he goes to the UN, he brings this powder, and then he also shows a PowerPoint presentation to the UN with these drawings. And he says, oh, look, Saddam, he has these special trucks. And they can, look, it's like Breaking Bad. They can just cook up a batch on the move while the truck is driving. Saddam Hussein, he's got these more advanced bioweapons program than any nation on earth, right? Everyone everyone's a sloth. The Americans, the Russians are sloths compared to Saddam. This guy can build it on trucks, right? He's that good. And so where's the proof? Here you go. It's some 3D graphics that, some intern maybe cooked up. That's it. This is the proof. And the powder. That's the proof. And then, of course, the United Nations, they look at this stuff and they say, no, we're not going to let you invade Iraq. We are against this. That's it. And you had millions of people protesting worldwide. I think the biggest protests in history, anti-war protests, took place during this time. Just London alone. I always remember this picture. This is from right next to the Parliament, right next to Big Ben. You literally had 1 million people in the streets. 1 million people in London alone protesting against the Iraq war. And that's another lesson for me because that war took place anyway. And that's when I learned, man, they don't care about the people. The protesting, they ignored it. The will of the people was clear and their governments ignored it. They denied it. And that's not democratic. Right? And of course, Tony Blair at the time, he was just as much, implicated in the lying as George Bush. And, he pushed this claim about 45 minutes from attack and everything else. And there's, of course, the files that come out later in the Chilcot inquiry, where there was this handwritten note from the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, to George Bush, where he says, with you, whatever. So, he's basically saying, whatever you say, whatever you do, we're with you. Doesn't matter if it's true. It just, we're with you, whatever. And that he proved that. He proved that, of course. And then you had the invasion itself. And there's this this extremely, this extremely eerie speech that George Bush gives. And I want to play it to you.
His 5-minute address from the Oval Office.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war. These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign. More than 35 countries are giving crucial support, from the use of naval and air bases, to help with intelligence and logistics, to the deployment of combat units. Every nation in this coalition has chosen to bear the duty and share the honor of serving in our common defense. To all the men and women of the United States Armed Forces now in the Middle East, the peace of a troubled world and the hopes of an oppressed people now depend on you. That trust.
So, you know, that's the eerie speech that he gave. And I wanted to show you, I think this was last year. I made a sort of a remix. And of course, you know, Twitter censored my post, but I'm going to show it to you anyway. And I think you should watch it.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance. I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm.
Come on, fire!
We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religious faiths they practice. I know that the families of our military are praying that all those who serve will return safely and soon. Millions of Americans are praying with you for the safety of your loved ones and for the protection of the innocent. And you can know that our forces will be coming home as soon as their work is done. We will pass through this time of peril and carry on the work of peace.
Keep shooting.
We will defend our freedom.
Oh, it's their fault for bringing their kids to a battle. That's right.
We will bring freedom to others. And we will prevail. May God bless our country and all who defend her.
Yeah, so I think that kind of sums it up. And this is, of course, the night of the bombing. So they started bombing on March 19th in the evening, and then the next day the ground invasion, and they called it shock and awe. And here's some of the video of that. You can see them just destroying Baghdad. They completely flattened the country, you know, and it's so barbaric, you know. I find it astonishing that the people who did Iraq are now pointing fingers at the Russians. I mean, as bad as the situation is in Russia, in Ukraine, the Russians they look restrained compared to you. Like compared to the UK, the US. I mean, it's not even comparable. It's, John Sweeney from the BBC is in Kiev and he's like, everything is silent. Obviously, Ukraine is not just Kiev. But when we look at how the US and the UK attacked the entire country, they carpet bombed it. They leveled it indiscriminately. I mean, it's not even comparable. It's not comparable. And I want to show you another thing. This is from Iraq Body Count. They're one of the best groups in terms of like their job is literally what the name says, Iraq Body Count. They literally count the number of dead. They do extremely important work. When Chelsea Manning, she gave files to Julian Assange, those documents from the Iraq war. They did the math, they looked through them, and they found 15,000 additional deaths in Iraq that were previously unknown. just so you understand how important their work is. And they're not just calculating from the invasion, it's also afterwards, even until this day. And I interviewed Josh Dougherty, who's from Iraq Body Count. They also testified at Assange's trial as to how important his work is. And, when they worked in counting the casualties, they posted this thread that I wanted to show you on Twitter. And just look at this. They say the rate at which civilians were killed by invading US-led forces in the 21 days from 20th of March to 9th April was 315 per day. It's so high compared to the following 2-year period that it could not fit on the same intensity graph. So again, that just shows you the difference between how Russia is operating in Ukraine and how NATO operates in Baghdad and in Iraq. 315 civilians every single day in the first month alone. Just in the first month. And again, that Iraq is still suffering to this day. They had Iraq, they had ISIS, they're still under occupation. So in the first month, they had dropped almost 30,000 bombs, rockets, and missiles of all varieties. And 78% of 20,000 plus airstrikes were to support ground forces who were using their own devastating arms. All right. And for every dead civilian, there were 3 wounded or injured, bringing the total killed and injured in the invasion phase to 22,000. 22,000. So, when the Americans say they use smart bombs and they do surgical strikes, I mean, I'm sorry, but this is indiscriminate. This is not surgical. The Russians, you could argue, are doing surgical. And then again, it's war. No matter how careful you are, you're going to kill civilians. And that's why war is terrible, because the people who are suffering the most are the civilians. But I just want to show you the difference in how they lie. The NATO say they do surgical strikes and they try to avoid civilian casualties. It's a lie. And to give you the data is one thing, but also to draw a comparison between what's happening right now, the situation that everyone is talking about, you see for yourself. There's a complete difference. It really angers me. And I want to show you another example. Fallujah is a big city in Iraq, very important city. It's called the City of Mosques. That's the nickname. The City of Mosques, because it has so many mosques. And there have been several battles in Fallujah. There was one during the invasion, and then there was a second and a third. And I just want to read something to you. Just to give you an idea how brutal the Iraq war was. So this is something I posted. Something I posted earlier, right? So during the second battle of Fallujah, 60 of its 200 mosques were destroyed. Around 20% of all the city's buildings were destroyed. And the United States used so much depleted uranium that Fallujah now has one of the highest rates of cancer and infant mortality in the world. So Fallujah in Iraq has higher rate of birth defects than Hiroshima and Nagasaki, who were literally nuked. Just to give you an idea how bad it is. And of course, they use this in different ways. They use it, for example, in the tank shells. They put depleted uranium, because if you use depleted uranium, it has better armor piercing capabilities. They didn't even need this most of the time. That's just how they did things. And they know what it does. They're not stupid. And it has effects to this day. There's actually an account on Twitter that posts pictures of the birth defects in Fallujah. I mean, if you just spend 30 seconds on that page, you will be so angry. It's horrific. I can't show it to you. It's really that bad. So right now, today, Fallujah has the highest rate of birth defects on the planet. And it's because the United States didn't just destroy it. They used uranium, depleted uranium, in the tank shells and other armor-piercing armaments. And, people there, their DNA gets corrupted. Their children have birth defects. It's horrific. It's horrific. And of course, they use chemical weapons like white phosphorus, which also contributes to that. you can't talk about that, right? They don't want to hear it. You know, like all these people. I mean, Colin Powell died. Donald Rumsfeld died. They were never held accountable for what they did in Iraq. Iraq is a million people dead, 1 million people dead, and that's not just the invasion. It's also Al Qaeda afterwards and ISIS. And there was no Al Qaeda in Iraq. The idea that Saddam was working with them is a complete joke. That's what's so ironic, is that you really didn't have Al Qaeda in Iraq, but when you got rid of Saddam, you had Al Qaeda. The only thing that brought Al Qaeda to Iraq was removing Saddam. Saddam is a Ba'athist, okay? Ba'ath Party. That means he's a pan-Arab socialist. And again, people will argue that it's actually not really applying the Ba'athist principles. They'll say the same thing about Syria. I don't care. My point is, the guy is running a secular government. That's a fact. And you're telling me a secular guy like Saddam Hussein is working with religious extremists like Al-Qaeda for what? Like that makes literally no sense. But of course, they don't tell you this because they count on people in the West being stupid. And why are they stupid? Because the media lies to them and makes them ignorant about these things on purpose. They don't want the media. Their job is to make sure that no one understands what's happening so that they support the foreign policy objectives. So they just say, oh yeah, you know, he's supporting Al-Qaeda. They don't explain to you that this is completely ridiculous. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know that one sentence that I told you, that Saddam is a secularist, a secular Ba'athist, and Al-Qaeda are religious extremists. That makes literally no sense that he would help them in any way. They're enemies. The whole reason you did not have people like Al-Qaeda in Iraq or Syria is because Assad's government, Saddam's government, despise religious extremists, whether it's Al-Qaeda or the Muslim Brotherhood. They're mortal enemies. So the idea they're working together is absurd. It's so ignorant. It's such an outrageous lie. And the irony is that once you got rid of Saddam Hussein, you got Al-Qaeda. And you got rid of Bashar al-Assad in Syria and certain parts, you got Al-Qaeda. And you have Al-Qaeda right now in Idlib, just with under a different name. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. And who's working with these groups? The fucking United States and the UK. Because they serve the West's interests, which is let's topple Iraq, let's topple Assad. That's why. Same with the neo-Nazis in Ukraine. That's why they work with them, because they serve their interests. And so you have people right now like yesterday, Bill Clinton and George Bush, who are laying flowers at a Ukrainian village church in Chicago in solidarity with Ukraine. I'm not making this up. Look at this. Wow. I thought this was a gag. Like, I thought this was a comedy bit at first. I was like, this has to be a joke, right? Like, these guys, they suddenly care about victims of war and they have solidarity with invaded countries. I mean, this is absurd. You know, it's like when you see Condoleezza Rice the other day, who was in the Bush administration. She was George Bush's national security advisor. And she's saying, like, invading other countries is a war crime. Bitch, you invaded Iraq. You invaded Afghanistan. You started the war on terror. Now you're going to lecture about war crimes and invading countries? And Bush, this bitch over here laying flowers like he cares about civilians. I'm telling you, man, Iraq is 1 million people killed, and you have millions more refugees. I mean, Syria alone, which is next door, took I don't know how many million Iraqi refugees, right? And then of course the other the neighboring countries, they always take the largest quantity of refugees, and you have the people inside Iraq who are displaced because of the war. I mean, it's really one of the biggest atrocities. There are stories, massacres that are so brutal. I'm scared to talk about them because I think YouTube will flag the video. And of course, I don't need to remind you of Abu Ghraib. Again, this is something else. I don't know if I can show the pictures, which really says a lot about about the situation that I can't even just show historical documents. But, this is one of the milder ones. There are way worse pictures than this from Abu Ghraib, where they were torturing people, and they get a slap on the wrist. Like, there's no one in the chain of command who's actually punished. It's just like some people who get a slap on the wrist, like, 6 months in jail or something ridiculous for torture, for disgusting things. I don't know how many of you guys know what I'm talking about, but Abu Ghraib was a scandal where pictures came out, tons of photographs where they were electrocuting prisoners, they were raping them, sexually assaulting them, they were harassing them with dogs, they were just the worst shit imaginable. And no one gets punished for that. No one. So, certainly not Bush, certainly not Rumsfeld. And so this is why it's so infuriating when you have these countries that want to talk now about international law. You didn't give a shit about international law when you did that to Iraq. You didn't care one bit. And then, as I said, Al-Qaeda, this spills over into Syria, right? This is what happens when you create this power vacuum, because people think that, we're going to go to Iraq and we are going to install a democracy there, and it's like flipping a switch, and then, from one day to the next, everything will be perfect. You are a fucking idiot. You're a dumbass. You don't know what you're talking about. First of all, you have no business going there. You have no business killing people. Go tend to your own democracy. And you obviously don't understand how this region works. When you get rid of people like Gaddafi, like Bashar al-Assad, like Saddam Hussein, you get Al-Qaeda. That's it. That is the choice. You can have Al-Qaeda, or you can have Bashar al-Assad or Saddam or Gaddafi. There's no in-between. This in-between, this moderate rebel, is bullshit. This is diarrhea that they have sold to you on the news. It doesn't exist. And it's not just proven in one case in Iraq. It's proven again in Syria, and it's proven again in Libya. They also now have, Al-Qaeda and ISIS operating in Libya. And then it spills over, of course, into the other neighboring countries in Africa. Every single time. Yemen, the same thing. You got Al-Qaeda in Yemen now as well, because they've destabilized it, the Saudis, with the help of the UK, the US. This is the choice. And you don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure out that it's better to live under Saddam Hussein or Bashar al-Assad or Gaddafi than Al-Qaeda. They don't chop heads off. Just to cite one difference. Just to cite one difference. Minorities are safe under Bashar al-Assad. They're not safe under Al-Qaeda. Actually, Muslims are not even safe under Al-Qaeda. Never mind minorities, right? The majority of the population are Muslim. They are not even safe under Al-Qaeda. Never mind the minorities, right? There is no stability. Again, it doesn't mean like Saddam attacking Iran is okay. It doesn't mean that that's okay. It doesn't mean that, gassing the Kurds, using chemical weapons against the Iranians is okay. But in Iraq, you could walk down the street in the market without a fucking car bomb going off. Do you understand what I'm talking about? There's stability and security in the country. Fi aman. There is no more security in Iraq. Iraq has American bases all over the place. They have this embassy in the Green Zone in Baghdad, which is the size of the Vatican, literally. And then, of course, they have other bases where they claim they're fighting ISIS. They're just occupying the country because they want to antagonize Iran and, have a foothold in the region. And then, of course, in Syria, they also have bases there. They're stealing the oil. They go from Hasaka and Deir ez-Zor, and they bring the trucks through the Al-Walid border crossing, and then, back and forth, just stealing oil and occupying Syria. In Syria, they don't even have a lie. And in Iraq, they lie and they say, we're fighting ISIS. That's great. Thank you for, fixing the problem you created. In Syria, they don't even have a lie. They're just in Syria. They don't even try to lie. It's just where, the United States is there. And so that's why I think Iraq is very big. There are so many atrocities. I learn new things. I learn new things about Iraq all the time. And, I'm even more disgusted and shocked than I was before, and I shouldn't be. But it's really a rabbit hole of atrocities. The more you read about it, the more you see what happened, you understand, and are shocked. It just gets worse and worse and worse. It's horrific. It's horrific. And you have people like liberals and neoconservatives who want to come and fucking lecture Arabs and tell us our business and what is better for us. Go fuck yourself. You're an idiot. You have no clue what you're talking about. You don't understand the language. You don't understand the culture. You don't understand the region. You don't understand the history. You don't understand the politics. You're a fucking dunce and a tool of imperialism. Mind your business. If Saddam is a problem for Iraqis will deal with Saddam. Same thing with Bashar al-Assad. Syrians will decide who's their president. Libyans will decide who's their president, not you or someone sitting in Washington, D.C. or Whitehall. Mind your fucking business. Mind your business is putting it mildly. These people should be punished. How are you going to come and tell me that Putin is a war criminal when you are a war criminal? You have Condoleezza Rice saying these things. Or, Gordon Brown, who was prime minister after Tony Blair. And it was basically overseeing, Iraq, Afghanistan, all of these things. I mean, who are you to speak? And then Biden helped sell the Iraq war. He was in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, And he swung votes in favor of Iraq, and he was Bush's man in the Democratic Party. And he was actually pushing to invade Iraq before 2003. He was already pushing for it in the 90s, saying we have to disarm Saddam and all that. Saddam had no weapons of mass destruction in 2002. Again, Scott Ritter, who I interviewed on the channel, he knows because it was his job to check. He was literally the UN weapons inspector in Iraq to see if Iraq was disarming. It was. And he was saying there are no weapons there. And they wouldn't listen. They don't care. They went in anyway because it wasn't about disarming him. They had already disarmed him. It was about regime change. That's what it's about. And again, it really disgusts me when people say, "Oh, it was a mistake." You know, it's always this attitude like the West never does anything evil. The West makes mistakes. Oh, we didn't know. It was a gaffe. It was a foreign policy blunder. They have all these nice words like a gaffe, a mistake, a blunder, an accident. You know, it was bad intelligence, but never evil, right? Putin is evil. Bashar al-Assad is evil. Gaddafi is evil. Kim Jong-un is evil. Maduro is evil. But the West are never evil. They only do things out of the goodness of their hearts. And when they mass murder people in Iraq and so on, and they cause a large-scale refugee crisis and they destroy half the Middle East, it's a blunder. It's a mistake. It's a gaffe. We didn't mean it. Remember George Bush? He signed a law which is nicknamed the Hague Invasion Act because it says that if any American or ally actually is ever taken to the International Criminal Court in The Hague, they will invade the Netherlands. It doesn't say invade the Netherlands. It says that they will take any means necessary to deal with that. It's basically a nice way of saying we will invade the Netherlands if you actually try to hold anyone accountable. Now, to be fair, the Russians aren't in the ICC, which I think is wrong, but the Americans are also obviously not in the ICC, and they are ready to invade it if anyone has ever tried there. And you know it's incredible because they don't want international courts, and then at the same time they don't try any of their own soldiers. I mean, I think Donald Payne is like the first British soldier to ever be convicted of a war crime. And it's a handful. That guy literally beat an Iraqi a man to death. His name is Baha Musa. He was working in a hotel. They literally just jumped him. They arrested him, took him to a prison, beat him to death. For no reason. They beat this guy to death. It was several people, but of course, it's only one who gets punished. He served 1 year in prison for murder. 1 year. Can you imagine if an Iraqi murdered someone in the UK? They would go, they would get life maybe in the UK or 10, 20 years. But if you're British and you murder someone in Iraq, you beat them to death while they're in custody. It's okay, just 1 year in prison. Like that's the British justice, the Western justice, right? And then of course the UK is a member of the ICC but hasn't ratified the crime of aggression, which means that if like Tony Blair attacks Iraq, that's a crime of aggression. You can't sue anyone or hold them accountable in the UK because it's not a criminal offense, apparently. So it's obviously a violation of the Rome Statute. It's punishable under the International Criminal Court. But in the UK specifically, that one, the crime of aggression, they haven't ratified it. And then the Overseas Operations Bill, which they passed last year, gives the British troops immunity from war crimes prosecution. So if you're a British troop, a British soldier, and you kill someone or you murder someone in cold blood, you execute a prisoner of war, you kill a civilian, whatever it is, and no one complains for 5 years, but then after 5 years they complain against you, the government gives you immunity. So any crime that's older than 5 years, war crime, genocide, crimes against humanity, they're not going to prosecute. Even if they know you did it, there's no prosecution. So they're basically giving British soldiers, a blank check to commit war crimes and genocide. If no one complains within 5 years, doesn't matter. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is Western justice and democracy. And then they have the nerve to say Iraq is authoritarian or Syria is authoritarian. Look at your own laws. Our own laws, I should say. This is incredible. It's incredible. And, they have the nerve then to say, we should make a tribunal for Putin. What fucking tribunal? How about you start with Tony Blair first? Because the High Court, again, they blocked a case against Tony Blair for attacking Iraq. Why? Because, as I mentioned, the UK has not ratified the crime of aggression. Very convenient, right? So the only person who's actually in jail because of anything related to Iraq are not leaders who started the war, it's Julian Assange, because he published evidence of their crimes. So that, you know, you report about the Iraq war, you go to jail. But if you start the Iraq war, it's okay. Wow, some really fucking interesting legal systems you got there. Amazing, right? So this is, for me, a very, for me, just for looking on the outside, for me, it's a very definitive moment, a very defining moment in political awareness. And, you know, it's several things. It really showed you how the media lie. You had Judith Miller at the New York Times, the Washington Post, the BBC. They all sold. They were all complicit. Sky News, they all did this. I saw it with my own eyes. Everything is still up there. And then they make these crappy apologies. Like, oh, you know, we should have... The New York Times issued like some tiny apology after it turns out there are no weapons of mass destruction. You know, like, oh, we should have done our due diligence. What good is that? Why don't you do your fucking due diligence before the war, not afterwards? It's like the BBC, they make this documentary, you know, Once Upon a Time in Iraq, which is, it's good. I don't agree with it completely, but when it tells the stories of a lot of people, it's very good. It's very gut-wrenching. But what's the point? You know, you're coming here like 20 years later and trying to show, oh, the invasion was really wrong. Why the fuck didn't you say that before the invasion? Why do you wait till after like 1 million people die till you say that? It's unbelievable. And that is what you have to understand, is that when it's always in the moment that the propaganda is the heaviest. Right now is the worst time, is the time of mass hysteria, because just like when they were about to invade Iraq, you couldn't say the WMDs are a lie. Saddam is not working with Al-Qaeda. You couldn't say that, because then they say you're a Saddam apologist. If you criticize the war on terror, they say you're a terrorist sympathizer. You're sympathizing with Al-Qaeda. You know, you're unpatriotic. You're a terrorist. And right now it's the same thing. If you say there are neo-Nazis in Ukraine, what's up with those biolabs? They crucify you. You know, you are a Putin apologist. You are a murderer. You're siding with the enemy. It's the same thing. It's a mass hysteria. And then, you know, several years later, when the truth comes out, it's too late. What good is it then? So that's the trick that they pull, right? They try to censor you. They call you names. They insult you. They attack you. They do everything except addressing the argument. And that's how you know that you've won, because the liberals, they cannot defend their positions. The neoconservatives cannot defend their positions. They're imperialists, capitalists, murderers. And they start these wars for profit and for, the sake of expanding U.S. hegemony. That's what's happening in Ukraine. Is nothing to do with, Putin being mad or whatever bullshit argument they make. It's about NATO expansion. Even if you didn't have neo-Nazis in Ukraine, the fundamental reason that this whole crisis started is because NATO said in 2008 they want Ukraine to join. And that is a red line for Moscow. And you can't say that. They act like you just invented that, like, you know, it was just invented by the Kremlin. No, the West knows this. That's why they promised not to expand NATO since the 90s. The Russians know this since anyone ever heard of Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin was a fucking nobody when Russia was talking about don't expand NATO. So don't come here and tell me like he invented that last week or some shit. You know, this is ridiculous. It's absurd, but you can't talk reason. This is one of those mass hysteria times. And the tricks are the same. It's just the names that change, right? Terrorist sympathizer, Saddam apologist, Assad apologist, Putin apologist. They have all these colorful, you know, nice terms to shut you up, but they can't address the arguments. They can't defend their positions because, you know, they don't like the truth. And that's why liberals, they push for censorship and deplatforming, and they attack you and insult you and they smear you and make up lies. That's what they do to distract, to take away from the subject, you know, take the attention away from what they're doing and then attack the messenger instead of addressing the message. And that's, again, this is a phenomenon that's still here today. And, even George Galloway agrees with me. George Galloway was in Parliament at the time, and he was warning about Iraq. And, he's very interesting. He went to the U.S. Congress to testify. You should really watch that. And he grilled them and he roasted them. They were accusing him, like, to his face. They're saying, like, have you been bribed by Iraq? You know, are you getting oil payments or something like that? He grilled them. That was brilliant. That's one of the best congressional hearings you'll ever see. So, you know, George Galloway was warning about this at the time. He's very well aware of the mass hysteria, and he agrees with me. This is very similar, what's happening right now. And, you know, you can't speak the truth because they don't want to hear the truth, and then they only care about it when it's too late. This is something that George posted earlier that I wanted to show you. He said that, quote, Where did the 19 years since the invasion go? Into the graves of millions, into the war chests in trillions, into more and more war, never-ending war. Iraq was supposed to terrify the world with America, with American power, but nobody is terrified anymore. It's a new world, know it. And he mentions the trillions. Remember, when the Iraq war starts, when the war on terror starts, who's the vice president? Dick Cheney. And even at the time, a lot of people used to say that Dick Cheney is actually the president. He's really running the show. Bush is just an idiot. One interesting thing about Dick Cheney is that, just before becoming vice president, do you know where Dick Cheney used to work? He was the CEO of Halliburton. And Halliburton is, again, one of these enormous corporations, U.S. corporations. They made money from stealing Iraq's oil, from plundering the oil. Everyone knew at the time they're going into Iraq for the oil. And, of course, from military contracts. So, they do a bunch of different services for the military-industrial complex in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and all over. So, he made trillions for his friends in the military-industrial complex and his former companies. Just like right now you have the Secretary of Defense, should we call the Secretary of Offense under Biden, is Lloyd Austin. Where did Lloyd Austin work until last year? He was a board member at Raytheon, which is a weapons manufacturer. You talk about a conflict of interest. They're shameful. They're really shameful. And it's really heartbreaking what they did to Iraq. I'm so sad. I'm so sad for Iraq. I'm so sad. They didn't even spare the ruins. I was telling you how upset I was how they destroyed Syria. ISIS blew up the arch at Palmyra, which again thousands of years old. Everyone left that thing alone. ISIS blew it up. They blew up the infamous arch of Palmyra, the gate. The best preserved medieval castle in the world is in Syria, Crac des Chevaliers, damaged in the war. The Umayyad Mosque in Aleppo, leveled. The souk, the bazaar in Aleppo, destroyed, burnt down. These are UNESCO World Heritage Sites. It's not even just for Syria, it's humanity. They destroyed these places with their war. And in the United States attack on Iraq, they destroyed Babylon. Saddam was trying to rebuild the ancient city of Babylon. I don't need to explain to you what Babylon is, right? And again, remember, this is the cradle of civilization. We're talking about Syria, Iraq, Mesopotamia. This is where everything started. This is where writing started. This is where farming started. This is the source. This is the cradle of humanity, the cradle of civilization. I've been to Yugaret in Syria. I've seen I've been to the archaeological site, how they're digging, that's the oldest alphabet in the world, one of the oldest alphabets in the world that they've unearthed there, just to give you an idea. And look at this. This is from NBC News, and the headline says, U.S. admits military damaged Babylon ruins. How disrespectful, how ignorant and savage can you be to do such a thing? Where's the responsibility here? They not only kill the people, they even destroy ancient history. Babylon! We're talking about Babylon! Man, it's infuriating. A senior U.S. military officer said he's willing to apologize. Fuck your apology, man. Your apology is not going to bring back ancient history. Oh, man. So the BBC reported that after the 2003 invasion of Iraq, U.S. Marines built a helicopter pad on the ruins of Babylon and filled their sandbags with archaeological fragments from the ancient city. Oh my God. I'm so fucking angry reading this. This makes my blood boil, really. This makes me so furious. Vibrations from U.S. helicopters caused the roof of one building to collapse. My God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is... How can you do this shit? Really, this makes me... I'm speechless. I'm so fucking mad at this. And look how they justify this shit. Look what they say then, right? So Colonel John Coleman, the former chief of staff, of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force in Iraq told the BBC that if the head of the Iraqi Antiquities Board wanted an apology, and if it, quote, makes him feel good, we can certainly give him one. But he also asked, if it wasn't for our presence, what would the state of those archaeological ruins be? Not destroyed? What kind of a question is that? No, those were protected under Saddam. Saddam was not just protecting Babylon, he was trying to rebuild it. What does that mean without our presence? You literally destroyed the fucking city. You destroyed one of the most important places on the planet. And then you're saying, oh, like, you know, what would you do without us? Oh my God, this makes me so angry. And of course, the original gate of Babylon, where is it? It's in Germany. You know, Germans stole it I think it was during World War I or shortly before. I don't remember. We did a segment about it. I did it here on the channel. But some German archaeologists basically stole it. They dismantled it and stole it and brought it to Berlin. I've seen it myself. It's in the Museum Insel. You know, and the gate is so big, they can't even fit it into their shitty museum. So the bigger part of the gate is in storage. Like, you know, let's not give it back to the Iraqis where it actually fucking came from, where we stole it from. No, let's put it in storage. Fuck you, honestly. They have no culture, so they have to go steal it from other people. You know, same thing in the US, same thing in the UK. There's no culture, there's no history, so they have to go steal it from Africa. They have to steal it from the Middle East. I mean, it just speaks volumes, right? This makes me so angry. And then I showed you with Palmyra, they built like some kind of replica in Trafalgar Square in London. Again, go to hell with your replica. How about you don't fund and support a regime change project, a war against Syria, which leads to Palmyra being destroyed by the groups that you are backing and supporting, by the terrorists that you are supporting. How about that? Right? How about that? Instead of your crappy 3D model that no one cares about. Your fake replica, your cheap replica, your garbage. And again, like at the end of the day, these are just rocks. I appreciate the value of this more than anyone. But my point here is that the way that they kill people, like we're just talking about the historical stuff. The human cost is the most important thing. And 1 million people killed by the invasion, and then by Al-Qaeda, and then by ISIS. And all of these are a direct result of the invasion of Iraq. And Iraq is still under occupation. Syria is still under occupation. Libya is still destroyed. All this war on terror, we're still living through the consequences of that now. And then they have the nerve to talk about Russia. Russia is a saint compared to the UK and US. Really, look at what they did with the war on terror. 19 countries they have bombed. That's just the ones they admit to. And irreplaceable history they have destroyed. Millions of killed. Millions turned refugees. I mean, it's so evil, it makes everyone else look normal. You know, it's unbelievable. And the hypocrisy, the hypocrites want to point the finger at other people. Look, man, as long as there's no accountability in the West, I don't want to hear anything about Putin. Tend to your own. Like, you shouldn't throw stones if you live in a glass house. You know, as long as Condoleezza Rice and Tony Blair and George Bush, they're not accountable, I don't want to hear about Putin. I don't want to hear about anyone else, the new evil guy, you know, Maduro. I don't want to hear about Assad. You would show me some real justice first, and then start talking about other people. Don't come here and give me this double standard nonsense. So again, this 19 years, no recovery. You know, they've set these countries back God knows how many decades. You can't replace all the people killed. Priceless history destroyed. It really breaks my heart. Thank you, Rob, for the comment. Rob says, thank you, Richard, for making so clear the crimes of this crumbling empire. Love and strength to you. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate it. Natalie says, you forgot to say that they stole America from Native Americans. Of course. I mean, that's the most obvious thing. It goes without saying. I think that's one of the biggest crimes in modern history. And again, this is it's barely 300 years ago, isn't it? It's you know, the European powers, the Spanish, the British, the Dutch, what they did, the French also, what they did to the Americas is the Portuguese. It's scandalous. I mean, you know, for all this talk about diversity, can you show me one Native American president? I can't find a single one. You know, they say, oh, we gotta have the first female president, then the first, you know, female vice president, and African American. Hold on a second. What about the actual people from this land, the natives? Do they get a fucking role in any capacity? It's like they don't exist. They never existed. That's how they wipe out their entire civilization, their history, their culture, everything. It's like they've never existed. That's how they treat them, how they act. And that's ultimately what the Israelis are trying to do to the Palestinians. And that's why the Palestinians and the natives in America, they actually have a strong relationship and solidarity with each other. I can say the same also for the African Americans. They also have lots of solidarity and support from Algeria, from Arab countries, because it's a similar struggle. Every struggle is unique. The Black liberation struggle, the Arab struggle, the Palestinian struggle, the Native American struggle. They're all separate, but it's good to see them having you know, solidarity with each other. I think it's very, very crucial. I think it's very important because it's a common enemy. You know, imperialism, colonialism. I really need to drink something. You guys have to give me a little break before we continue. Claudia is sending me a message, and she's informing me. It's like I'm wearing a headset, you know, like I'm hearing from our producers. No, Claudia is telling me that we have reached 693 subscribers. Not bad. That's quite amazing. And last time we were at 636. That's the last live stream. And if you can believe it, we are now at 693. Give me 1 second to just update that. Oh, I see. Here we go. 636, and now we're 693. Isn't that amazing? So, guys, again, I need to find an excuse to go drink some water. So, we're at 693. We're just 7 subscribers away. Please consider donating to the show. I'm just going to play the break video, and then we'll be right back. So, don't go anywhere, because we've got more things to cover about Ukraine and so on. So, again, don't go anywhere. Go get yourself something to drink as well. We'll be back in 1 minute. Okay? Let's go.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
all men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Let's look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, and the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
All right, guys, we're back. Shall we continue? Actually, wait, I owe you guys a crab dance. So thank you for that. We have Hasna, Rick, Nestor, Laura, Sladania, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. The Rock O'Bummer, Gregory and Michael, and Amy, and Dog is Good, and Patty O'Furniture, who've all signed up on Patreon. Again, you guys are very generous. I hope I said all your names correctly. Thank you very much. We're actually just 6 subscribers away. That's it. 6 subscribers and we'll hit the goal. Let me play a crab dance for you just to thank you guys. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch out.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
Always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right. Let's go. Again, let me guys let me know where you're tuning in from. Maybe some of you just dropped into the stream, and I very much hope that you enjoy the new background. I think it's got a good touch, if I may say so. I've got lots of positive feedback from you, so yeah, I was thinking of adding a few more things, maybe like a poster of Biden in the back and Kamala Harris. I bet some of you had like a mini heart attack right there. Thank you, Greg, for the donation. I appreciate it. Thank you, Matt. Matt says, if we're witnessing the end of the crumbling Western Empire, what are we replacing it with? Socialism or barbarism? We better get started. I would hope socialism in that case. Better alternative to either system, and certainly better than barbarism. Although some might argue it already is barbarism. Thank you, Steve. Says, ha, excellent pitch, Rich. Well, I'm glad you liked it. That's great. And again, let's continue. I wanted to show you something very important. Let me just. I'm really angry about that stuff with Babylon, And of course, it's not just Babylon. There's many other historical sites. You know, again, like when I say there's no culture in Europe, obviously I don't mean that, but it just annoys me how the museums, they steal everything. Even in Europe, like the Greeks, you know, the Parthenon, the top section. Again, I apologize to all the literary and archaeology students. I forgot the name of the because I confused them in French and English. We learned that in French. C'est la fresque, I think. So a piece of the fresque is missing, and it's in the British Museum in London, and Greece keeps asking for it, and the British just tell them to go screw themselves. You know, that's what we do, and it's shameful. It's absolutely shameful. It's Greek. It belongs in Greece. End of story. So let's look at what we have over here. Why is Cory Booker on my screen? Go away. I don't know. We don't need you right now. You're annoying. Go away. I have nightmare flashbacks from the Democratic primary because I used to cover that, right? Oh, that was horrendous. I mean, we had a few laughs here and there. It was horrendous, honestly. It was really bad. Give me just 1 second. 1 second, guys. All right. So, shall we continue, our bar? Again, this is a very important story. Let's take a look. I posted about this on Twitter. I wrote that it's confirmed India has just bought oil from Russia at a discount and in rupees and rubles. And this is the real story that you won't hear on the news. Global realignment. And of course, you have a bunch of people who think they're very clever and say that's nothing special. India always buys oil from Russia. You know, India has a special relationship with Russia. That's not the point. It's not the oil. The point is that they're buying it in rupees and rubles. Are you paying attention or not? So why is this significant? Again, India is the world's third largest importer of oil. India has a population of 1.3 billion. 1.3 billion. India is obviously a nuclear power, right? So is Pakistan next door. And, the quantity that India has bought from Russia, yeah, it's not a big quantity. It's about 3 million barrels. But it's the point that they're buying this. When are they buying this? They're buying this at a time when the entire world is trying to shun Russia and turn Russia into a pariah. And when we say the entire world, is that correct? No. The media wants you to think that the entire world is doing that, but India proves that that's not the truth. That's not what's happening. Here's the vote when the UN General Assembly tried condemning Russia. Yes, the overwhelming majority voted to condemn Russia. But which countries abstained? Well, who do we have here? We have India. Again, the nuclear power with 1.3 billion people living there. Iran, a major oil exporter. Iraq. Who else do we have? Oh, look. We have over here Pakistan, another nuclear power and neighbor, right? In the neighborhood, in the vicinity, near Russia. Who do we have here? South Africa. That's one of the BRICS, right? Who are the BRICS? Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And of course, how did South Africa vote? Also, South Africa abstained. Didn't want to condemn Russia. How did China vote? Abstained. Do you see what's going on here? So Pakistan, China, India alone, that's about 40%, 40, roughly 40% of the world's population. That's just a few countries. And these countries are nuclear powers. They're close to Russia, not just figuratively, but literally. They are economic powerhouses, and they're on the rise. And they are not towing the U.S. line. They refuse to get in line like good doggies, like the U.S. and the West expected them to. So when you hear the international community condemns Russia, no. The international community is North America, Australia, and Western Europe. The rest of the world, a good chunk of the world, does not condemn Russia. they want to continue their ties with Russia. They're not stupid because they know where their bread is buttered. And India buying oil at this point in time, after people have been threatening it with sanctions, to say, if you buy oil from Russia, we will sanction you. That's how sanctions work. That's how you isolate people. People get scared to interact with the sanctioned person or target, and then that country sinks. It becomes isolated. And India was like, you know what? Screw you. We're just going to buy the oil. We don't care. And again, 3 million barrels? That's not the point. That's irrelevant. Especially when you look at how much oil India imports per day, right? So about 4 million barrels of crude oil a day. And if you look at who supplies that oil, Iraq supplies 23% of India's oil. Saudi Arabia supplies 18%. The UAE, 11%. And the US share of the Indian market will rise to 8%. So Russia is not even one of the major sources of oil for India. Again, it's not the point. The point is India is saying, screw your sanctions, we will do what we like. And India is doing this in rupees and rubles. The whole point of the US dollar being the world's dominant currency is that it's backed by oil, right? The whole understanding between the Saudis and the Americans was that Saudi Arabia exclusively only sells oil in US dollars, which gives the US dollar its value after Nixon removed it from the gold standard, right? So you have Bretton Woods putting the dollar on the gold standard, Nixon removes it, and then you have the creation of the petrodollar, the de facto creation of the petrodollar. And when you have countries that are trading oil not in US dollars, in something other than US dollars, that undermines the value of the United States dollar. And that is very significant, especially at this time. It shows you that a good chunk of the planet are looking to the east, not the west. And they're never going to tell you this, of course, because this is very bad news. Now, obviously, this sale by itself it would be nothing significant. But you have to look at the context. What has happened in the last couple of weeks? What have I told you over and over? I feel like I'm the only person who's saying this stuff. It's incredible what's happening. And they never say it in the media. You have, all of a sudden, the Biden administration begging to get back in the Iran deal after they've been dragging their feet for a year. And the UK paid off its £400 million debt to Iran. Why do you think this is happening right now? Because the United States banned Russian oil imports, causing the price to rise. We had oil, 1 barrel the other day, priced at $135. That's the highest it's ever been since 2008. And so the price of oil has gone up. Even though the US only imports 3% of its oil from Russia, that's still millions of barrels, and that still causes the price to go up. And so now, all of a sudden, the US and the UK, they want the Iran deal. Why? Because sanctions would be lifted on Iran, and then Iran's oil would be back on the global market, causing the price to go down. Right? Maduro, the president of Venezuela, which the West has been telling us for years is not the president. They've been trying to prop up this stooge, Juan Guaido. All of a sudden, the United States is sending a delegation to speak to whom? Juan Guaido? No, sir. To Mr. Maduro, el presidente. Because he's the man in charge and he has the oil. Venezuela has the biggest oil reserves on the planet. It can't sell them. Why? Because of sanctions. So 2 countries, the United States has sanctioned into oblivion, Iran and Venezuela. All of a sudden they want their oil. Why? Because they want that price to go down. Then, of course, you have Pakistan. The day of this offensive, Imran Khan, the prime minister, goes to Russia. He meets with Putin and he buys 2 million tons of wheat and gas, Russian gas. Which shows, again, you know what? Pakistan is not on board with you guys. You want to condemn Russia? Go ahead. We're going to do our own thing. We are looking to the east. We don't care about you. Imran Khan even gave a speech. He said the EU asked him, why isn't he condemning Russia? He said, we're not your slaves. He said that. We are not your slaves. Who do you think we are? Your slaves? We will do what we like. Again, Pakistan is a nuclear power. Not a joke. India is now buying oil from Russia after all these threats about sanctions. He said, screw you, we're going to buy the oil. Even if it's just a tiny amount, we're going to buy it anyway. And we're not going to buy it in US dollars. We're going to buy it in rupees and rubles. And then Saudi Arabia Mohammed bin Salman won't pick up the phone when Biden calls. The Emiratis won't pick up the phone because the Americans want their doggies in the Middle East to produce more oil, to make the price go down, right? You increase the supply, price goes down. Ain't happening. They won't help Biden. And the reason is actually quite insidious. It's really nefarious. They're basically angry that Biden won't help them to kill more people in Yemen, which is a whole other issue. Again, I've reported extensively on Yemen. I have an investigative piece coming on the siege. But the point is that the faithful lapdogs in the Middle East to the Americans, they're not playing ball. They won't increase oil production. And China, which gets a lot of its oil, a good chunk of its oil from Saudi Arabia, about 26%. Saudi Arabia is thinking of selling that oil to China, not in US dollars, in Chinese yuan. Man, I'm telling you, if I'm in the US government, I would be shitting myself right now. I feel like, oh my God, our dogs won't pick up the phone. Those guys, we sanction them into oblivion. They don't even want to talk to us. Then we can't get their oil from Iran or Venezuela. Remember, in the Iran deal, Russia all of a sudden threw in the ring this demand that it wants a written guarantee from the Americans that Iran will not be sanctioned for having ties with Russia. Because the whole point of the Iran deal is that Iran caps its nuclear program, and in exchange, the US lifts sanctions and helps Iran to normalize economic ties with other countries. Very important point. And the fact that if Iran gets the sanctions lifted and deals with Russia, it will be sanctioned again, just with new sanctions. And the Russians are saying, no, we don't want that. You give us a written guarantee you won't punish Iran just for having close ties with us. And so that has stalled the signing of the nuclear deal. I'm telling you, I'm one of the only people reporting on this thing, especially in independent media. And that thing was days from being signed. I have a whole playlist about the Iran deal on this channel. It was days from being signed, and now it's stalled. We don't know till when. It's indefinitely on hold. Everyone's gone back to their countries. All the parties that were negotiating. Iranian oil is still not back on the market. I'm telling you, man. If I was in the U.S. government, I'd be very worried right now. This is very, very bad. Not just for oil prices. Not about oil prices. Oil prices have gone up and down. This is bad for U.S. hegemony. This is bad for their energy security. Okay, number one. This undermines the U.S. dollar. And it puts a big dent in U.S. hegemony. And it kind of shows you exactly what we were talking about, what I was talking about when I said the West is shooting itself in the foot. You know, when Germany, for example, says it's going to cancel Nord Stream 2, even though 40% of its gas comes from Russia already, Russia's still getting paid. You know, Russia's still getting paid billions by the Europeans, by Germany and other NATO countries and EU members. They've not banned Russian energy imports. They're still paying Russia, and at a higher price now because the prices have gone up. So Russia's still getting paid with that. But, you know, you don't want Nord Stream 2. That's your problem. The Russians can just turn to Mongolia and China and kick off Power of Siberia 2, which would also be about 50 billion cubic meters, you know, in terms of output, which is very similar to Nord Stream 2. So they have other options. Europe doesn't have other options. You can't import liquefied natural gas to replace what you would get from Russia. You're mad. You would pay through the nose. The prices would be exorbitant. It's impossible. You don't even have the infrastructure to do it. Germany doesn't even have the infrastructure, the terminals. It has to run to build 2 terminals now, which wouldn't be anywhere near enough to get LNG from the US or you know, replace that Russian gas with Qatar. You're dreaming. You're absolutely dreaming. And so they've really shot themselves in the foot because yes, Russia is being punished in the short term, but in the long term, they've forced, they've kind of, you know, they've shoved and pushed Russia into China's arms and vice versa. And they're bringing India and Pakistan and all of these Asian countries closer together. They're bringing these BRICS closer to each other. They really screwed up. They miscalculated with this. You often hear, Putin is miscalculated. Forget Putin, man. Look at this on a bigger scale. This is the real story. It's not happening in Ukraine. The real story is the global realignment that you're seeing right now. Oil being negotiated and settled in other things that, you know, than in other currencies than the US dollar. Countries just shrugging off US sanctions and continuing to deal with Russia, refusing to condemn it at the United Nations. This is big. This is significant. You are seeing a global realignment in real time. And it's incredible to me that people are missing this. It's really, you know, they think that this is a joke. I'm telling you, Russia's getting punished. But what they've done in the long term is they're forcing Russia and China to come up with an alternative to SWIFT, alternative pipelines. They're creating closer economic ties between those countries, India and Pakistan, India, Russia, Pakistan, Russia, China, Russia. Man, I'm telling you, they have basically given a huge boost to the Belt and Road Initiative, the new Silk Road that China's endeavoring and of course with the Greater Eurasia Project. This is a huge dent in U.S. hegemony, and you will see that as time goes on. And really, they've basically just sped up. They've given a turbo boost to what was eventually going to happen. Oh boy, very interesting times. And if you look at this article from Reuters, they even say in the headline that India's oil imports from the U.S. are to rise amid criticism for Russian purchases. Sure. As I said, I think the U.S. is number 4 in terms of Indian imports, oil imports, but that doesn't change that they've defied those sanctions and that we're seeing the rise of a multipolar world. I think it's very important to underscore. Thank you, Greg, for the donation. Greg said that one of the few good things that Trump did was talk about leaving NATO. Do you think that's part of why Putin didn't invade Ukraine under Trump? Also, have you interviewed Craig Whitlock? The Afghanistan Papers is a shocking read. I haven't interviewed Craig, although when it comes to Trump and NATO, I mean, some people say that Trump, he was kind of like anti-establishment in the sense of he was against war. I don't agree with that personally because the guy bombed my country, bombed Syria in 2018 and 2017. He was stealing Syria's oil. I mean, how is he different from neoconservatives then? He literally surrounded himself with them. He almost started a war with Iran. I mean, let me explain this very clearly. What Trump did when he killed Soleimani is one of the biggest fucking acts of war in the last 100 years. The fact that people don't understand how close this came to starting, I mean, it could very, very easily have turned into a world war. If you think Ukraine is serious, you don't grasp what role Soleimani played. This guy, even in the Western press, they say he's the second most important person in Iran. Chris Murphy in Congress, the U.S. Congress, said that it's like Iran assassinating the Secretary of Defense in the U.S. This guy is not just important in Iran. He's important all across the Middle East. He's the one who convinced Putin to come help Bashar al-Assad in Syria, to save Syria. Again, it's not Putin and Assad, it's Russia and Syria. These are countries, not one person. And again, man, I don't know if Trump decided to do that on his own. I'm sure that people were whispering in his ear. The Israelis certainly wanted him to kill Soleimani, but he did it. And the fact that it didn't turn into a war is thanks to Iran, not Trump or the United States. Iran has incredible patience. If I were in their shoes, I would have been like, fuck that. You went too far. You went too fucking far. That's just me personally. The Iranians, remember, they invented chess. These guys think long term. So there's a strategy going on here. And the reason Iran is able to win in Syria, and again, I don't like to say it that way because Iran is not doing anything in Syria. Syria is fucking surviving, trying to survive. And Iran helped Syria survive. That's what's going on. Iran is not in Syria just because it wants to control Syria. That's ridiculous. But the whole point that Syria was able to survive, Yemen is able to survive, the Saudis are losing there. Hezbollah, Hamas, all of these, the Hashd al-Sha'bi, the PMU in Iraq, the resistance axis is much stronger, and that's thanks to Iran's asymmetrical warfare. So they do things differently in a different strategy, and it's very effective. But my point, going back to my point, was that I think Trump, he very easily could have started a world war. Or again, it doesn't have to be a world war. It could have been a war. And when we talk about NATO, just going back to your point, again, I know Trump in some instance, he sounded like he's against wars and all of this. But, and when he was, again, to his credit, which I was surprised by this, I was shocked when he was running for president. Again, I didn't cover politics at the time, but just to give you an idea, like how I really enjoy this shit for some reason. I watched every single debate in 2016, Republican, Democrat. I wasn't even working in this. Like, it's not my job, nothing, but I was very interested in this stuff. And Trump was talking on some morning show about how the U.S. was supporting terrorists in Syria. And I was shocked. I was like, what? He's actually saying the truth? How is that possible? And then, of course, he gets into power and he just continues the same policy. So it's disappointing to say the very least. With NATO, Trump was angry that Germany wasn't paying their fair share. I don't know if you remember that, but he pulled troops out of Germany, which is kind of hilarious to me, which is, you know, if you're a sovereign country, you don't want NATO troops in your borders there anyway. So if I'm German, I would consider that a gift. But he basically punished the Germans for not paying their fair share to NATO by pulling out U.S. troops. Remember, there are 38,000 U.S. troops in Germany. That's the biggest concentration of U.S. forces in the European continent. And to me, that sounds like he's, you know, helping NATO. He's bolstering NATO. Otherwise, why would he nag for that? So that's a counterpoint that I would suggest. One more thing that I would add. It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting what's happening in Germany because, again, as I said, Trump punished Germany for not paying its fair share to NATO by withdrawing U.S. troops, right? And he was annoyed because the Germans weren't using enough of their annual budget for their military. And right now, as we've looked at in the past few weeks, he got what he wanted. Now, Trump is no longer president, obviously, but Germany is all of a sudden rearming. So you have the Germans say that they're neutral and they don't send weapons to conflict zones. Yemen would beg to differ. You have many German weapons winding up in Yemen being used against Yemenis. But regardless, right now, the official position is that, yes, Germany is going to send weapons to a combat zone, and that's Ukraine. So they've openly changed their stance now. The EU as well. And not only that, another very significant thing, which I don't think enough people have talked about, is the fact that Germany has raised its the military budget to 100 billion euros. And it's made it 2% of its GDP, which is exactly what Trump wanted. Because before it was 1.5%, and he wanted them to pay more. And this is astonishing, because Germany is now spending more on its military than Russia. The whole point that the Germans became neutral and disarmed was because of their history. I don't need to remind you of World War I, World War II, the Holocaust, the tensions during the Cold War. The whole, the entire premise was that Germany should be neutral, should not participate in conflicts, should not have a powerful military. And now the exact opposite is happening. And who's condoning this? The United States. Right? The United States is one of the proponents of that policy to have Germany disarmed. The West is after defeating fascism in Europe, Nazism, the West pushed this. And the Russians certainly wanted that too. They suffered more than anyone in World War II in terms of numbers, 26 million killed. They certainly wanted Germany to be neutered, if we can say. But again, it's quite ironic seeing that shift. And, some people would argue that Putin, again, you keep hearing this phrase, they love saying it, Putin miscalculated. And one of the things they say miscalculated is that, again, NATO expansion is a very real threat in the minds of the Russians. I think it would be for any country. This is basic geopolitics. But some people are saying that, ironically, what Putin has done now is he's united NATO as Condoleezza Rice said, Putin has united NATO in ways that I haven't seen since the Cold War. That's what she said, straight from the horse's mouth from a neoconservative. And again, when you're seeing the European Union, which again is its own body, sending weapons, but again, Germany contributing more to NATO, doing what Trump wanted, raising its military budget to 2% of its GDP to 100 billion euros a year. You have, the UK, the US, all of these countries shipping weapons to Ukraine en masse. Billions of euros, dollars going there. You could very well argue that Putin has inadvertently caused NATO to unite, and that's quite ironic. Now, will that last long term? I don't know. I certainly don't know. It could end up, NATO could very well end up being defunct at some point. Who knows how soon that will be? But for the time being, you could certainly make that point. It's quite ironic in a way. I don't know if he miscalculated. He probably expected that. I don't think we should talk about Russia like it's one person. This guy has a cabinet. He has an army. It's a country like any other. So they're, it's Russia, we should say. But in terms of Ukraine, why is this whole situation happening in the first place? I know people like to say that Putin is some maniac who just woke up one day on the wrong side of bed and decided to invade a country for no reason. Again, you don't have to agree with it, but if in geopolitical terms, in the study of geopolitics, Russia is a power. This is a fact. And Ukraine is of strategic importance to Russia. And so when you have an adversarial alliance in your backyard, Russia is reacting the way the US reacted during the Cold War and the Cuban Missile Crisis. This is to be expected. Doesn't mean you have to agree with it or like it, but we can't joke around here and act like it's, Putin has some personality issues. This is a geopolitical issue, and it's Russia. And so when we talk about Ukraine becoming a member of NATO, which is what NATO said in Bucharest in 2008, they said Ukraine and Georgia, they accept them as NATO members. They're not, of course, but NATO indicated openly that it is willing to incorporate them. Again, red line for Russia. And what is happening right now, what Putin is basically doing, what Russia is doing as a country, is drawing a line in the sand and saying, you are going too far. We will not have Ukraine in NATO. So in one way, you could argue that NATO is unable to expand anymore. It's gone too far. And now there are negative effects and consequences because of that. And so that just goes to say that you can argue it both ways. I want to show you very quickly this the 2008 Bucharest summit, NATO summit. Look at what they said when they wanted to have Georgia and Ukraine joining. So over here they said that here's the statement, the official one from the website. So this is April 3rd, 2008, and they say NATO welcomes Ukraine's, just let me scroll down. NATO welcomes Ukraine's and Georgia's Euro-Atlantic aspirations for membership in NATO. We agree today that these countries will become members of NATO. Both nations have made valuable contributions to alliance operations. We welcome the democratic reforms in Ukraine and Georgia and look forward to free and fair parliamentary elections in Georgia in May. So you see that NATO was very clear. Like, yeah, we have a goal in mind. That's to get Ukraine in this military alliance. And they didn't mince words. So, you could argue that they've reached their limit. They're just unable to do it anymore. They've already surrounded Russia with, 5 NATO countries. They've expanded to 14. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, 14 countries have joined NATO. Which, again, to me is a mystery. I mean, it's not a mystery. I'm just speaking figuratively, but we all know why. But if the whole point of the military alliance of NATO was to counter the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore, well, why are you expanding it? They say NATO is a defensive posture. It's a defensive alliance by definition. It's only defensive. Again, the Soviet Union doesn't exist. What the hell were you doing in Libya? You ransacked that country. You obliterated it. You took the wealthiest country in Africa, in the entire continent, and set it back 50 years. You destroyed it. How is that defensive? How did Libya threaten NATO? This is preposterous. I'm not having this. This is bullshit. And then the same thing in Syria. They make up this chemical weapons attack to justify bombing Syria. NATO is an offensive organization. It's an offensive alliance. You cannot make the case for it being defensive now when there's no Soviet Union, when you look at what they've done in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria, in Libya, and on and on and on. How long are you going to keep this game on for? Like, how are you going to keep this? How long will you keep this this facade up? This is ridiculous. Again, you don't have to agree with the Russians. You don't have to like the Russians. If you are serious about talking politics, if you are serious, you're a rational adult and you are serious about geopolitics, you understand perfectly what's going on. In the Cuban Missile Crisis, I feel like a lot of people forget something. Yes, this is after the Bay of Pigs, after this failed coup by the Americans against Castro, where they sent a bunch of exiles to invade Cuba. It failed miserably. And so That's one reason you could argue why the Cubans wanted Soviet missiles there to help them defend themselves from, future coups and attacks. Don't forget, in Turkey, what happened in Turkey? NATO placed nuclear missiles in Turkey, which were within striking distance of the Soviet Union. These were Jupiter missiles. And one of the way that the way that this moment in the Cold War, the Cuban Missile Crisis, was diffused, was not, oh, you Russians need to pack up these missiles and go home. The United States had to pack up its missiles in Turkey as well. Now, again, I don't know how many people know this or remember this, but this happened actually quite a while afterwards. They waited quite a bit after the Soviets had removed their missiles from Cuba. I think it's it was certainly the next year, but I don't think it was a full 12 months. I think it was within 12 months. The Americans removed their Jupiter missiles from Turkey. But they waited. Why did they wait? Again, if you know your Cold War, you know exactly why they waited. They did this because they didn't want to look like they're appeasing the Russians, right? So, this is how diplomacy works, international relations works. Again, you got to observe the body language. You got to look at what they're doing. So that's why they did that. And there was an understanding, there's a balance of power. You get out of our backyard and we'll get out of yours. Just stop escalating. You stay over there, we stay over here. And obviously there were other confrontations. I mean, how much do we talk about Afghanistan? Obviously that was a proxy war, of course. I mean, even what's happening right now in Ukraine, you could argue is a proxy war. The Russians certainly don't view that as a joke, that NATO is supplying the Ukrainians. But in the context of the Cold War, there was this understanding of mutually assured destruction. MAD. It's very aptly named MAD because, you launch nuclear missiles, we'll launch them at you. You destroy Moscow, doesn't matter. We have nukes on submarines in the ocean. You don't know where those submarines are. You have no clue. You'll never find them. And vice versa. Mutually assured destruction. And I feel like people, they're so fucking ignorant. They think that everything just magically disappeared. Like geopolitics is played differently after the collapse of the Soviet Union. No, it's not played differently. There's still a balance of power that has to be respected. The Americans have the Monroe Doctrine, right? Which is this, sick colonial mantra, this ideology, this doctrine that it's okay for the United States to coup democratically elected countries in Latin America, in Central America, for its own safety. Again, in many cases, in most cases, in the vast, overwhelming majority of these cases, none of these Central or Latin American countries were ever a threat to the United States. This is just the justification. It's what they say to themselves so they can sleep at night. So the idea behind the Monroe Doctrine is that in the Western Hemisphere, nothing is allowed to permeate or expand and threaten the security of the United States. And it's actually not security, it's the hegemony, right? Because again, none of this is really a threat to them. But this doctrine still persists. This is how American foreign policy functions to a large extent, certainly in the Western Hemisphere. The idea is that we're not allowing anything. And that's why the Cuban Missile Crisis was such a profound moment in Cold War history. That's why they drum this into your heads when you study the Cold War. It's one of the most important things on any Cold War history timeline. Man, I'm telling you something, like the last history, the last year in high school, senior year, I believe you call it in the US, they ram that shit in our heads. We study nothing but the Cold War, right? Nothing but the Cold War. Again, why is this one of the most important things? Because it was such a profound threat to Western, the United States in the Western Hemisphere. So if we're going to depart from the point that the United States has security concerns, and certainly that's a legitimate one. You got nuclear missiles 90 miles off the coast of Florida. I get it. And I don't have to like U.S. foreign policy to get that. But I get it. So if we depart from the point that is a security threat to the Americans, how can you not understand then that NATO expansion to Ukraine and Georgia is also a security threat to the Russians? You already got them surrounded. Do I need to show you a map? I've shown you this map a million times. Perhaps this one will further enlighten you. I think this is a rather profound a rather profound map if you look at it from the top. All of these are NATO bases. Do you get the idea? And I think there comes a point where, you know, you poke the Russian bear so much. There's only so much the Russian bear is going to take before he gets angry. Again, you don't have to like the Russians. You don't have to, try and justify anything they're doing. Nothing of that. But you have to understand geopolitics. Otherwise, don't talk about this. You know, if you don't want to talk seriously about politics, don't do politics. Go work in something else. No one is forcing you to do this. It's a nasty business indeed, but you have to understand there's a balance of power. Russia is certainly not the same as the Soviet Union. I don't think it's of the same caliber. You have to consider China as well. Again, we're not in the Cold War anymore. We're in a new phase, which is very similar. There's many similarities, but nevertheless, even though Russia is not as powerful, it's still powerful. It is still a hegemon in the region. It's the largest country on earth. It has more nuclear missiles than anyone. You cannot just act like this doesn't exist. And the people that are begging for nuclear war by demanding a no-fly zone, like this absolute charlatan Zelensky, what is he nuts? Has he gone absolutely nuts? I mean, even Bashar al-Assad, the Syrian president, who has Israeli planes bombing Syria. Damascus, where I was born, is bombed almost every week by the Israelis. They've been occupying our Golan Heights since 1967. We got the United States in the northeast, in Hasaka and Deir ez-Zor, stealing our oil, plundering our oil. They were pounding Syria and Iraq with airstrikes to defeat ISIS. They just carpet bombed everything. The United States and the UK and NATO created ISIS in the first place. So don't come around trying to justify the occupation by saying, oh, we're here to solve the problem. You created the problem. We created the problem, the British, the Americans. And so we have Israelis bombing Syria, the Americans bombing Syria. We have Turkey occupying Syria. Do you think the Syrian government has ever called for a no-fly zone? 3 occupiers. And the Syrians are smart enough to know that that's World War III. And they have the Russians with them. The Russians could do that easily. They could easily enforce a no-fly zone. They have the S-400s, the S-300s. They have the best. The Russians have the best surface-to-air missile technology in the world. They could easily do that. But you know what would also happen easily? World War III. So this idea that Zelensky is insisting on a no-fly zone, he's absolutely nuts. I don't understand what he's saying. And it's not just him. The irony here is that you have a lot of people, a lot of reporters who are egging on this pro-war, jingoism, this gung-ho madness. It's incredible. Like the fact that the fucking Pentagon, which is, one of the biggest sources of evil on the planet, the Pentagon is more rational than these so-called reporters is astonishing. Like the voice of reason in this conversation is Biden. I can't believe I'm saying this. I feel dirty saying that. Like, how is it that Biden has more common sense than these people? Biden is saying we won't put a no-fly zone because it will lead to World War III, and people just don't want to get that. How on earth are we in this pickle? I'm ashamed to say that I agree with Biden on that, or the Pentagon. What is going on? Like, look what kind of position they back us into. What is madness? Absolute madness. People really need to wake up. They need to understand that there's a balance of power that has to be respected. This is a red line, and my heart really aches for Ukraine because I saw what happened to Syria. People displaced, people killed, the refugees. I'm so heartbroken for Ukraine, and I hate war, and I think the anti-war position didn't start on February 24th. It started long before that by opposing NATO expansion, because the United States, NATO don't give a shit about Ukraine. Look at how their policy is being conducted. They're not even ready to fight with Ukraine. I'm not even talking about no-fly zone. Just sending one soldier, they won't do it. One plane, they won't do it. They're just sending weapons and like, here, take this, go deal with that yourself. Good luck. NATO is ready to fight Russia down to the last Ukrainian. Look how they treat them. Even Zelensky the other day was saying something along those lines, like, it's obviously clear now that you don't that Ukraine won't be a NATO member and so on. They used Ukraine to antagonize the Russians. They used Ukraine. They used the people of Ukraine. They exploited the Ukrainians just to annoy the Russians, and they don't even care about Ukraine. look, man, if the United States and NATO cared about Ukraine, they would actually be fighting there, right? They would have troops there. They don't even care enough to send the troops. And it's not because of World War III, because you can look at Syria. Syria has both the Americans on one side and the Russians on one side. They're on opposing sides. It's not necessarily World War III. No-fly zone, that's another issue. But do you get the idea here? It's you have a situation where for years and years and years, they've been trying to pull Ukraine away from the Russians, knowing full well that, these two countries, they have strong ties. You got Russian speakers in Ukraine. They have a common border, a common culture, a history together. They're very close. You cannot deny that. And they've been trying to pull away Ukraine, and not just pull it away, make it neutral. No. We want Ukraine to be NATO, to have NATO bases. And this is just too far. And it's heartbreaking. I am very angry that NATO used the Ukrainians like this. I think it's disgusting. And this is, again, Zelensky and the Ukrainians have been added to a long list of people and countries that have been used by NATO. The Kurds are another one, right? Look in Syria, how in 2019, Trump supposedly pulled out of Syria. He didn't pull out. He just moved the troops from the north to the northeast to steal the oil into Hasaka and Deir ez-Zor. But he left the north of Syria. And what is the result of that? That Turkey would move in and kill the Kurds, because Turkey has a grudge and an axe to grind with the Kurds. They think that the YPG is an affiliate of the PKK, and so they consider it a terrorist group and so on. And they knew that this is what's happening. The irony here is that people in the U.S., including AOC, who is supposedly a progressive, they were against that. They were saying that the U.S. should stay in Syria, occupying my country, like as if AOC is some fucking Syrian official. Mind your damn business. I don't care what reason you find. The Kurds actually went and made a deal with the Syrian government to protect them from Turkey. So we don't need you and your foreign troops who have no right being in Syria. But my point here is the Kurds, the United States used them, right? They gave them weapons. They fought alongside them in certain cases, and then and give air support and all these things. And then when they didn't suit them anymore, they just dropped them like a hot potato and left them to Turkey. And of course, don't forget, the U.S. is still working with the Kurds in Syria, but in another place now. They're in the northeast in Hasaka Deir ez-Zor at the oil fields. They're plundering the Syrian oil with the Kurdish-led SDF, which is called SDF is Syrian Democratic Forces. It's not the Syrian army. You might think that it sounds like the Syrian army. It's not. The official army in Syria, the real army, is the Syrian Arab Army, not Syrian Democratic Forces or whatever else it is. These are militias. But my point is that the Kurds are, again, in a long list of people that have been stabbed in the back by the U.S. Even Saddam Hussein. When Saddam was attacking Iran, again, there's lots of debates about this. Some people say that he was working for the CIA. I have no clue if that's true. I don't think that's true. But some people say that he was doing the bidding of the Americans. I think you could say that, but I'm not sure. I would prefer to say that their interests aligned. Let's put it that way, which is often the case. Regardless, we cannot deny the fact that the U.S. armed Saddam Hussein. The West gave him weapons to use against Iran. That happened. Donald Rumsfeld there's a video of him meeting with Saddam and they're shaking hands. He went there on an official visit. Never forgot that video, right? What happened 15 years later, 10 years later? They killed Saddam. They destroyed his country. They destroyed Iraq. And then they captured him and they hanged him. Again, you don't have to like Saddam. You don't have to care about Iraq. I hope you do care about Iraq, because Iraq is a victim. But it's just it just shows you again how, you can't really be a friend of the U.S. They're going to stab you in the back. I believe there's a quote by Kissinger. And he says, to be an enemy of America can be dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. Again, I don't know if that quote is correctly attributed to Kissinger, but it's certainly a good quote. It's very true. And I'm very sad for the Ukrainians, and I think this whole situation could have been and should have been avoided. It's really heartbreaking. I know what happened to Syria, and And they don't deserve this, man. These are civilians. They've done nothing wrong, and they're being used like pawns. And this is evil. This is evil. It's also they can put some missiles closer to Russia. Fuck that. Like, why this senseless provocations? Why? 2 million refugees you already have. 2 million. So, again, I just wanted to talk a little bit about how, this is changing the makeup of Europe in terms of Germany now supplying weapons to Ukraine, and a lot of things are changing. There's global realignment, things happening that you wouldn't have thought. The U.S. encouraging Germany to basically rearm. Wow, that's incredible. That's honestly, it's shocking. I don't think it's a good idea. When I was on with George Galloway, you know what he was saying? He was saying that Germany should have been carved up into 4 pieces and left that way. At the end of World War II, the Allied powers, they carved up Germany into 4 pieces, right? And then the same with Berlin. So you had the Soviets, the British, the Americans, and the French. Again, I'm mixed feelings about that. I really understand Germany should definitely be disarmed and neutral, just like Austria is. I don't know about carving it up, though. I feel like, again, that's a bit too colonial for me. Again, I don't like when Britain carved up the Middle East. So I don't think it's Britain's place to carve up Germany either. Even if the intention is to avoid future wars, it's a bit too colonial for me. But I understand Georgia's sentiment. I get it. In any case, I just want to show you this little headline over here. This is from France 24, and they say that Germany is to buy dozens of U.S. fighter jets in a spending spree. So they say that Germany plans to buy up to 35 US-made F-35 fighter jets and 15 Euro fighter jets, a parliamentary source said Monday, as part of a major push to modernize the armed forces in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So the F-35 jets made by Lockheed Martin would replace Germany's decades-old Tornado fleet. Tornadoes are the only Luftwaffe planes capable of carrying US nuclear bombs stationed in Germany that are a key part of NATO deterrence. Lockheed's F-35 stealth jets are considered the most modern combat aircraft in the world, and their unique shape and coating makes them harder to detect by enemy radar. The additional Eurofighter jets Germany plans to purchase, made by a consortium that includes Airbus, would reportedly be used for other operations, including escort missions and electronic warfare like jamming enemy air defense systems. In a landmark speech late last month, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz pledged to invest an extra 100 billion euros in the nation's chronically underfunded Bundeswehr armed forces. So, again, this speaks to my earlier point that there's years of criticism that, Germany wasn't doing its part with NATO and so on. And this new draft budget, if approved, it would see Berlin spending more than 50 billion euros a year on defense. Now, I have some points. I mean, the F-35, yes, it's obviously the most modern jet. The British bought a few of them, not long ago. There's also a lot of criticism about the F-35. A lot of people say that it's a disaster. It's a complete failure. There's so much money being spent on it, and it doesn't live up to its promises. You have variations of it. You have F-35A, B, C. One of those is, of course, suited for aircraft carriers so they can land on ships, and so on. But I think some people, especially people who are military geeks, would cringe at Germany buying F-35s. The Eurofighter, of course, is a joint project. It's built by the UK, I think Italy. I'm forgetting the other two. Germany and Switzerland? Is that correct? Let me just double check. Again, I told you guys I'm a bit of a military geek. And I've actually sat in a Eurofighter Typhoon once it was on display. Obviously, I didn't fly it. But yeah, the reason it's called Typhoon is because it's, the British always name their planes like the Spitfire, Tornado, Hurricane, Typhoon. It's obviously a British naming. Yeah, so, sorry, Spanish, not Swiss. I was thinking of the words S and I mixed it up. Obviously not the Swiss. It's the Spanish, the Germans, the Italians, and the British. Yeah. So it's a joint project. Again, for those of you not familiar, this is the Eurofighter Typhoon, and that's what Germany's planning to buy. So, yeah, again, I can see you guys in the comments are making fun of the F-35. Yeah, it receives quite a bit of hate. But in any case, the point here is, regardless whether Germany is buying, Heinkel 111s from World War II or it's buying F-35s is irrelevant. It's the point that Germany is investing a lot into its military now. It's rearming, and that's never a good sign for Europe. I can tell you that. That's never a good sign for Europe. And I think it's incredible that in the span of 2 weeks, Germany went from, yeah, let's have a gas pipeline with Russia called Nord Stream 2 and just a 1.5% GDP military budget, and, a disarmed Bundeswehr to screw Nord Stream. Let's go buy all these jets from the Americans, and we're going to spend 100 billion euros on the military. My goodness, this is a catastrophe. It's really bad. Regardless whether what caused it, Ukraine or something else, this is not good. This shouldn't come as a surprise to you. What effect do you think this has? That Germany is suddenly spending all of this money on, acquiring jets. What effect do you think this has on the portfolios and dividends of certain shareholders that the West is sending so many weapons to Ukraine? When the US sends billions of dollars to Ukraine, right? Look at this, for example. Biden, just the other day, he announced a $1 billion in weapons aid to Ukraine. Let's take a look. There we go. Let me play it from the beginning.
800 anti-aircraft systems to make sure the Ukrainian military can continue to stop the planes and helicopters that have been attacking their people and to defend their Ukrainian airspace. And at the request of President Zelensky, we have identified and are helping Ukraine acquire additional longer-range anti-aircraft systems and the munitions for those systems. That brings the total of new U.S. security assistance to Ukraine to $1 billion just this week. These are direct transfers of equipment from our Department of Defense to the Ukrainian military to help them as they fight against this invasion. And I thank the Congress for appropriating these funds. This new package on its own is going to provide unprecedented assistance to Ukraine.
Right. So you heard the man. These weapons are not free. Someone's got to pay for them, right? And what effect do you think that has? Oh, look at this. Lockheed Martin. Oh, look at their gain. 25% shares are up. 25%. Northrop Grumman 16%. General Dynamics 14%. Wow, wow, wow! What a surprise! What a surprise! Who could have seen that coming? War is good for business, baby. That's how it goes. That's why on that shareholder call a few weeks ago, the CEO of Raytheon, he was openly saying that situation in Yemen, Ukraine, we could see some really good profits from that. They're shameless. They love war. War is good for business. And someone is paying for these weapons, even though Ukraine gets them for free. The US, UK, and so on, they're paying the arms dealers, the weapons manufacturers. BAE Systems is a British one. Lockheed Martin is American. Someone's getting paid. And this is good for their business. They have an interest in prolonging the war. And which brings us to the question, why would you do that? If you care about Ukraine, you would strive for a diplomatic solution. Now, of course, some people would say, yeah, but they need to defend themselves. I get that. But, Ukraine having more NATO weapons than some NATO members, some people, like countries that are actual NATO members. Very interesting, right? Especially when they go into the hands of neo-Nazis. Very interesting as well. Now, if I were trying to strive for peace, I wouldn't be sending weapons to Ukraine. I would be telling Ukraine, sorry, no NATO membership, and trying to find a solution with the Russians to get them out and stop this immediately. Immediate ceasefire and forswearing NATO membership. That's it. That's the diplomatic solution. It's always been clear. Some people just don't like it, but that's the solution. Again, it's nothing to do with Russia. You don't have to be Russian to understand this. You don't have to like Russia to understand this. This is just, when the Cuban Missile Crisis happened, there wasn't a question of those nuclear missiles staying in Turkey, aimed at Russia, or Soviet missiles in Cuba staying in Cuba and being aimed at the US. That's not a solution. Those weapons need to go out, not in. They need to go out. That's the diplomatic solution. They keep adding fuel to the fire. That's what this is. And they're making good money from it. Never forget that. It's not the only, motivation. It's not the only thing driving them to keep pouring weapons into Ukraine. I think one part of it is to try and make the Russians fall into some sort of quagmire. Again, the Russians say they're not going to occupy Ukraine. We'll see. We'll see about that because this has already been a month now. Is this, Georgia in 2008 was about 2 weeks. So if the goal is really just, let's demilitarize and send a message to the Americans in the West, I don't know. Now, of course, on the flip side, some people say, well, that's because the Russians are being bogged down. They're being screwed. I heard figures like 7,000 dead Russians. Now, again, who knows? That could be true, but I think both sides are exaggerating or understating casualties, right? So we'll have to wait till we find the real ones. But just to give you context, do you know how long it took for 7,000 Americans to be killed in Iraq and Afghanistan? That's until, I think it was 2019. I posted it on Twitter. Give me a moment. Something obscene. It's something absolutely obscene. So, here, let me pull this up for you. Yeah, so it was correct, 2019. So it took from 2003 to 2019. Again, if we're going to talk about Afghanistan, you should say 2001. So from 2001 to 2019 for the Americans to lose 7,000 troops in Iraq and Afghanistan combined. And you're telling me the Russians lost that same amount in 3 weeks? I'm confused, man. I could be wrong. I could very well be wrong, but it just seems a bit weird to me. I don't know what to make of that. This is like, we destroyed 200 Russian tanks in the first week. What is this, the fucking Battle of Kursk? Who are the Russians fighting? The Waffen SS? Like, what is this madness? These are like World War II figures. I don't know, man. It seems a bit doubtful to me. I don't think the Russians are bogged down. I think that they are, again, I'm not condoning war. I'm just showing you two things, Iraq and Ukraine. The way the Russians are entering Ukraine and doing their military strategy is very different from what the Americans did in Iraq. We were just talking about Iraq. I mean, just look at shock and awe. They completely leveled Baghdad. They were killing 315 civilians a day for an entire month. And then, of course, many more to follow, 1 million in total. But just in the initial onslaught, which took a month, they killed, tens of thousands. I mean, it's 315 a day, right? So my point is they dropped tens of thousands of bombs. It's absolutely obscene. And the Russians are not even in Kiev, in the capital. They're not even in Kharkiv. So these are the two biggest cities, right? And again, obviously there are civilians dying. We're not going to change that or minimize that at all. But my point is they wage war differently. And when they say the Russians are bogged down, I'm not sure if that's true. I think they're doing it differently, more slowly. I think that's their military strategy. I could be wrong, but if we look at the current Ukraine map, and I'm going to pick any first one. Here's one from the New York Times, okay? Actually, this one is not very well color-coded. Let's go BBC, just to give you a mainstream one, right? A mainstream map. This is from the BBC, and again, this was published 20 hours ago. So on, we're talking March 21st. So they say the Russians have made few advances in recent days. Yes, but they have the two biggest cities surrounded. They have a push from the north and a push from the south, and this looks like a pincer movement that could be closed at any moment. If I were looking at this from, regardless, Russia, Ukraine, you could replace the names with anything you like. To me, that looks quite successful in terms of military strategy, in terms of advances. As Scott Ritter says, these are big arrow wins, right? So the big arrows, meaning the big advances, those are the things that win wars. And a pincer movement is like, on certain, like a lobster, for example, or whatever. They have what look like pincers. That's why we call this it's called a cauldron as well, or a pincer. And it's a military move that is exactly what this looks like. It's when you encircle a target and then basically cut it off in the middle. So the Russians could, if the northern troops met with the southern ones in the middle, they would effectively have cut off Ukraine cut Ukraine in two pieces, with the two largest cities and the capital in behind their lines. I mean, that is far from unsuccessful. So in any case, I don't know what's going to happen. The Russians, again, they claim it's not an occupation. They've already been there a month. So, I mean, what's going on? I don't know how this is going to play out, but it's very tragic what's happening to civilians. The civilians are always the ones who are paying the price for the war in every single war. Every single war. And that's very heartbreaking. That guy I showed you earlier, the Holocaust survivor. That guy was in 4 concentration camps under the Nazis. He survived all of that terror just to be killed today. I mean, that is, how can you not be, he's 96 years old. How can you not be sad about that? And that's just one example, There many others killed, 2 million refugees. It really makes me sad to see civilians paying the price for these NATO games. I'm sick of it. In Libya, in Syria, in Iraq, Afghanistan, in Ukraine. It's awful. It's really awful. Now, I heard in the mainstream news they're saying the Russians killed that guy, the Holocaust survivor. I don't know if that's true. I just don't know, because I'm being a bit cautioned here in who killed him, and who to blame, because the ghost of Kiev and Snake Island, a lot of these stories turn out to be false. So that's why I'm a bit reserved in saying I don't think it matters in the end. He is a casualty of the war, right? He's a civilian, and that doesn't change it doesn't make it any less tragic, So that's very sad to hear, honestly. And Syria, half the population in Syria got displaced. That's incredible. What was the population again? 21, 23 million, something like that. Half the population was displaced because of the war, and that is awful. You got people, for example, who couldn't go to school. Like they've missed out on years of education, or they've grown up in a situation like that. It's really heartbreaking. There was another interesting thing I wanted to show you from Ukraine, which I don't even know what to make of this. It's so shocking. It's so shocking. Again, I think it speaks for itself. So let's take a look at this. So this was from CNN, okay? So CNN invited someone from the Ukrainian military on, a Nazi. And they interviewed this guy without really disclosing that. Let's take a look.
Now, CNN has spoken with a commander, a Ukrainian military commander, who's been defending the city from the siege. Take a listen to what he sent us a day ago.
People are cooking food in the streets, risking their lives under the continued shellings and bombing, and the temperature is -5 degrees Celsius in the street. Killing the civilian, the amount of victims grows every day. Now it is more than 3,000, but nobody knows the exact amount because people are buried together in the same tomb with no names. Many bodies are just outside the streets without being buried. Some of people are under the ruined buildings buried alive. Ukrainian army is trying to help civilians with food and water, but it's not enough. There is no safety places for people in Mariupol. The missiles of the enemy are attacking the houses and people are dying in their beds.
Now, I don't know if you noticed, but down here, what does it say? It says Major Denis Prokopenko, Ukrainian National Guard, Azov Regiment. Aha! Aha! Our good old Azov Regiment. Very interesting. Very interesting. So, again, do I need to explain to you guys who or what the Azov Battalion is? Very simply, it's a neo-Nazi militia. And it's not just a militia, really. It's incorporated into the Ukrainian National Guard. They wear this symbol, you know, their insignia. There is the Wolfsangel, which is this over here. This is the symbol I'm talking about, and this was used by the Waffen SS during World War II, so Nazi regiments, and that's their logo, Azov. And of course, it's not just, you know, one logo based on which you can tell they're Nazis. They're just they are a far right nationalist group, and they celebrate people like Stefan Bandera. Again, I've said this many times, but we'll go through it again. Bandera is a Ukrainian who, during World War II, collaborated with the Nazis, and he helped the Nazis to kill Poles and Jews. So he was involved in the Holocaust. He was a perpetrator of the Holocaust in Ukraine. He's an anti-Semite, far-right nationalist, racist, you know, a perpetrator of genocide. And they celebrate this guy, Azov Battalion. They actually look up to this guy as a hero. Again, one of many, many things to give you some context. And over here, let's take a look at this tweet. So, Kuzmenko writes on Twitter that the Azov regiment never depoliticized. The current commander, again, you recognize him? It's the guy we just saw in an interview. Prokopenko has been with Azov since 2014. Came per Redis himself from the milieu of Dynamo Kiev soccer hooligans. So again, these are football hooligans, right? And these photos are from a 2014 rally. The cover is of Azov's own sign, the Black Sun. So you can see this is the logo up here, another Nazi symbol. So in German, it's called the Schwarze Sonne, which means black sun, and it's also called the Sonnenrad, which is a sun wheel. Again, very explicitly Nazi symbol, and they just have this all over the place. Here's the guy, Prokopenko, on the left, encircled in green, and then you can see the banners, the flags behind them sporting the neo-Nazi symbol, the Nazi symbol, very frankly, because again, the SS, the Waffen-SS used it. And it's quite shameless, isn't it? It's quite shameless. They just do it out in the open. I wanted to show you something else. Take a look at the transcript from CNN about this video that we just watched. And Brad on Twitter writes that this is mind-blowing propaganda. CNN quoted the mayor of the Ukrainian city of Mariupol to compare Russia to Nazi Germany. Then 2 paragraphs later, CNN quoted an actual neo-Nazi from the fascist Azov regiment without mentioning its Nazi ideology. So CNN writes, quote, "What the occupiers are doing today is familiar to the older generation who saw the horrific events of World War II when the Nazis forcibly captured people." This is according to the Mariupol mayor, Vadim Boychenko. He goes on to say that it is hard to imagine that in the 21st century, people can be forcibly taken to another country. So this comes from the story that the Russians are allegedly rounding up Ukrainians and forcing them, forcibly removing them to Russia. That's what he's alluding to. Then underneath, they say with Russia's assault in its 4th week, Major Denis Prokopenko, again, that's the guy we just watched right here. Major Denis Prokopenko from the National Guard Azov Regiment told CNN that air and land attacks on the city were now almost relentless. Again, I'm not even discussing what the guy is saying because he was describing horrible things, the civilian casualties. I'm not even touching on that. I'm just trying to show you how the mainstream media whitewash the identities of the people that they're supporting. And I've seen this when they did it in Syria, right? But just going back to this, do you see how this guy, Prokopenko, they say that he's just from the National Guard Azov Regiment. They don't tell you what political leaning it has. They just says it's the National Guard and it's called the Azov Regiment. There's nothing about, oh, it's far right or it's neo-Nazi, nothing. And actually the trend right now, which I've been seeing all over the place, and there are literally too many examples to show you, but right now in the press, in the BBC, in the Guardian, the New York Times, CNN, instead of saying Azov are neo-Nazis like they used to do, up until a few weeks ago when they used to talk about it, now they say they're far right. So they try to, weaken the blow. They try to lessen the blow and, mold the truth in a different way. Yes, they are far right, but they're not just far right. They're neo-Nazis. Why don't you tell us that? They don't want you to know that because that's who the West is supporting, NATO supporting, and, the mainstream media are cheering on. So it's incredible, isn't it? It's absolutely incredible. And this is, I don't even know. I lost count. I showed you 2 different mayors. One of them was praising the Azov battalion. I think it's the deputy mayor of Mariupol. And then we had another mayor who had the portrait of Stepan Bandera, a Nazi collaborator, a Holocaust perpetrator behind him with PBS. And now this guy on CNN, a major in this neo-Nazi regiment, that they're just casually interviewing without ever mentioning that he's a neo-Nazi. Wow. This is exactly what they did in Syria, right? So even to this day, you have people who believe this myth that it's the Syrian government, and the Syrian government is crushing and killing and using chemical weapons and butchering ordinary protesters and moderate rebels, just freedom fighters as they call them. What they don't tell you is that you have many groups. Jabhat al-Nusra, which is now Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. You have Faylaq al-Rahman, Jaysh al-Islam, Ahrar al-Sham. So many groups, and not to mention ISIS, that are funded by Turkey, by Qatar, by Saudi Arabia. These are all NATO members or NATO allies, by the United States. The United States, through the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, after they killed Gaddafi and they destroyed Libya, they took all of his weapons in storage and started shipping them over to Syria. And who do you think they gave those weapons to? Al-Qaeda and its affiliates. And so, even to this day, they don't want you to say that it's Al-Qaeda. they get angry because they've rebranded these guys as moderate rebels. Like, yeah, they have some extremist tendencies, but they're okay. They're all right. Oh, yeah. Really great. You know, putting women in cages, beheading people, killing minorities, killing Muslims. Yeah, well done. Well done. Really moderate, you know. I'm sorry, but under Bashar al-Assad, we don't have public beheadings in Palmyra and in the street. We don't have women in fucking cages. Yeah? We don't destroy churches and kill other Muslims. I mean, like, what kind of a choice is that? Anyone with half a brain could see that there is, you know, you have order and security and complete utter chaos. And they want to come here and lecture Syrians like me and tell us that the chaos is good, that these fucking Al-Qaeda rats, these extremist bastards who kill other Muslims, who kill Christians, who want to turn Syria into a caliphate, who dirty the name of Islam, who dirty the name of Syrians, who dirty the name of Arabs. They are peaceful and they are moderate rebels. No, they're not. They're Al-Qaeda, they're extremists, they are using religion as a cover, and they are funded by NATO, and they have destroyed the country. And now they're doing the same thing with Ukraine. They are bolstering, supporting, funding, sending weapons, arming Nazis in Ukraine, and then trying to tell you that they're just far right. No, they're not just fucking far right. They're Nazis. And they're trying to hide this from you because it's an inconvenient truth now. And again, this is the same thing with Iraq. It's the same thing with Syria, the same thing with Libya. You can't tell anyone, you can't say this because this is the mass hysteria phase. You're a Saddam apologist. You're an Assad apologist. You're a Gaddafi apologist. You're a terrorist sympathizer. You're a Putin puppet. You're a Putin apologist. You're a mouthpiece for the Kremlin. You're justifying the Kremlin's crimes. And then later, when it's too late, when they've gotten away with it, then it's okay to say the truth. And even then, they're still going to attack you for it. But now it's really at a climax. Unbelievable. It's the same playbook. They created Al-Qaeda in Pakistan and Afghanistan through the Mujahideen. They backed them in Syria. They backed the Contras in Nicaragua, the death squads in Latin and Central America, and now they're backing Nazis in Ukraine. This is what the West does, and people just don't want to hear it because they've been brainwashed into thinking their governments are angels and they would never get in bed with Al-Qaeda. They would never get in bed with Nazis. Hey, wake up. Wake up. This is the reality. This is what the CIA does, what MI6 does. This is who they are. You know, before you know it, you're going to have them backing Corn Pop. Who knows? My goodness. Claudia has been very kind to send me an updated graphic. We have... What? Actually, I don't know. I got logged out. I was just trying to check how many Patreons we have. I think it's now 695. We're just 5 subscribers away. Come on, guys. We can do this. We can do this. We just need 5 more of you to please support my work. Our goal is to hit 700, and we're at 695. Just 5 people. Again, I'm going to pull this up on the screen. You can donate any amount you like. These are just examples. I hate plugging the show. It's really boring for me, honestly. I'd rather just talk about the politics. That's what I'm here for. But I have to do it. I got to pay the bills. And I want to make sure that I can keep doing this work because right now, you know, independent media is under threat. And in any case, I don't want to go off on a tangent. This is a Patreon. You can donate $1 a month or $2 a month, any amount you like. These are just examples in any currency, and I would greatly appreciate it. And of course, there's also PayPal. I didn't even mention that today. I completely forgot. If you want to donate on PayPal, there's a QR code that you can scan with your phone. You just open the camera app. There's a Venmo. There's CashApp. You can send me questions and comments if you want as well. I mean, you can do that anyway for free in the chat, but I'm just saying that some people do that. So I'll gladly answer them. And we actually got a donation on PayPal. This is from Chowki. Says, I appreciate all of your work, enthusiasm, and your passion for speaking the truth. Speaking the truth and defending just causes speaks volume of your character, your honesty, and integrity. Again, you're making me blush by reading this, but I'm much obliged. I really appreciate these kind words, and I'm very happy. Thank you so much. You're very kind. I'm just seeing if there's anything else. I don't want to miss them. Michael says, decided to resubscribe on Patreon. Great work. Well, I'm glad I could convince you to do so. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. We just have VJ who subscribed on Patreon a minute, just 30 seconds ago. Thank you very much. We also have Warsame, Sophia, Chan Yit, Hasna, Rick, Nestor. Thank you guys very much for subscribing to my Patreon. I appreciate it immensely. I think we're just 4 people away. Let me play a crab dance for you guys. And just before I do, John on Cash App says, you are a king, bro. Pop the fuck off. I will. Thank you, John. You're very kind. Always gassing me up like that. Thank you very much. Here's a crab dance for you guys. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
Always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Let's go. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. You rock. We are at 697, just 3 people away. I'm so grateful. I mean, like I said, we doubled the number of subscribers in a month. Absolutely unbelievable. And again, there's a lot of you watching right now. If you're new to the channel, tell me in the comments right now, are you new to the channel and how did you stumble on it? I'm very interested to know. And of course, it goes without saying, if you want independent journalism, you want independent news on Syria, on Iran, on the Iran nuclear deal, the Assange case, US politics, international relations, this is the spot. Don't take my word for it. Just ask people in the comments. And that's the plug. So again, I really appreciate you subscribing. Thank you very much. Even just liking the video is very kind. We have a donation here from Adams. Adams says, thank you for your tireless work, Richard. Thank you. And we have been streaming a lot lately. I was thinking, like, man, I might have been streaming too much. I've been going almost every day. You guys are gonna get sick of me. In any case, I was at the dentist. I couldn't speak for a few days, and it still hurts a lot. So I had to jump back into the action. Thank you, Layla, for the donation on Venmo. Layla sent me a bunch of crabs for the crab dance. Thank you very much. And John says, pop off, aka preach or say what needs to be said. I will. I don't shy away from doing this thing. Let me see if there's something else I wanted to cover with you guys. I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting something. There's something in the back of my mind. I'm like, hold on a second. that speech that I just showed, not speech, the interview that I showed you with the Russian ambassador, the Chinese ambassador to the U.S. speaking about Russia at CBS, like the way that she spoke to him. I mean, that was really insulting, honestly. It's really insulting. Again, they're not even consistent. It's like they don't even speak the same way to their own politicians, you know? And it kind of begs the question, well, if you say that the West is a free press, why don't you, demonstrate that in your actions? I mean, why don't you challenge your own politicians in the West to the same degree that you do foreign dignitaries, right? I think it's a valid question. Thank you, Stanley, for the lovely sticker. You are amazing yourself. I appreciate that very much. Again, I'm gonna see if you guys have. I like flicking through the comments also. Today, Savory. Thank you for the sticker. I appreciate that very much. David says Azov are tying people to poles. Now, this is very important. I saw those videos, and I'm shocked and I'm disgusted. And I have a couple of things that I want to say. I actually wanted to talk about that, but I was afraid that YouTube would censor the video. You know, what they've been doing lately is they basically put a flag on the video and they say you have to sign in to watch it. So that already limits how many people watch the videos. So that's one thing. The other thing that they can do is they can partially demonetize it. Again, it's not about the money. The issue is that when it's partially demonetized, they also don't show it to people. It doesn't get recommended. You don't get notifications as much. So the views go down and people end up not seeing it. And the third thing, which is also very important, is I wanted to have all of this verified. Now, obviously, I don't think the footage is necessarily fake, but remember Syria? They staged chemical gas attacks. They did stuff that you know, is like way more audacious lies. So you understand my reluctance to first. I mean, just as a journalist, obviously you have to verify the stuff first. But I really wanted to be extra careful with this. Have you guys seen these videos? Do you know what I'm talking about? What David just raised this point about Azov tying people to poles, like, you know, lampposts and poles in the street, and you know, it's really shocking. It's really disgusting. I'm again, you know what that reminded me of? It reminded me of those extremists in Syria, these foreign-backed terrorists, NATO-backed terrorists, who were putting. I think it was Shia women, or let me double check. I showed it to you last time. Hadi had posted it. Let me just check, please. They were putting these women in cages, like literally, and parading them around. I mean, this makes me so fucking angry. And again, I'm not even Muslim. It's just. It has nothing to do with that. In Syria, we don't care about what your religion is. This is what's so ironic to me, because in the West, they say the West has diversity and tolerance. No, man, it's nothing compared to what you have in Syria. And I'm vouching for that. And I'm not the only. I'm saying that as a minority. Remember that Christians in Syria are a minority. So it doesn't suit me in any way to say this. I'm saying it because it's true. Christians always treated well in Syria. Always. Actually, another very interesting thing, you know, Aramaic, which is what Jesus spoke, the language at the time. And there's a town in Syria, Ma'alula, where they still speak it, this Christian town. If I'm not mistaken, Bashar al-Assad, he started a center for Aramaic studies. This is important because Aramaic is a dead language. And there are very, very few places on earth where they speak this. Syria is one of them in this town. Again, it's you know, people say Latin is a dead language. It is, but this is even more rare than that. I mean, I guess you could say it's the same. I don't know anywhere where they speak Latin except the Vatican. So you could say it's on par, but it's certainly important. And why do I say this? I say this because this shows you, again, Syria is secular. Even though it's majority Muslim, it's secular. There's a respect for everyone. And so when I see things like this, I would be offended anywhere, but especially in Syria. It really hurts me because we have a very delicate and precious social fabric. I really mean that. You know, there's like a real like brotherly, fraternal love for everyone. You know, on Ramadan, you know, like my Muslim friends, they will invite you to come eat with them, right? That's happened to me. So I'm Christian. They invite me anyway to break bread with them on Ramadan. One time I walked into a cafe at sundown by accident, and during Ramadan, I don't know anyone who works there. They were just about to eat, and they're like, "Come eat with us." This is what Syria is. This is what I know. This is what I experienced. This is how I know Syria. And vice versa. You know, you could have your Muslim friends over for Christmas. Like in Syria, even though it's a Muslim majority country, during Easter, you have Easter parades in the street. The scouts, the Armenian scouts, will do that through the city. If you go to Asar or Ghassani, which is in the near the Qusur area in Damascus, you know, you got tons of apartments with Christmas lights outside. The streets, the shopping streets, are filled with Christmas lights, decorations. Again, like this is what I love, and when I see that this social, you know, patchwork of ethnicities, religions being shredded by this foreign aggression, it really hurts me so much. It really hurts. And sorry, I know I went off on a bit of a tangent, but I wanted to say that some of the videos I've been seeing from Ukraine, they reminded me a little bit of that thing in the cages, and it's just horrible. So again, I wanted to verify those videos, double check them, because a lot of the things you guys know, a lot of the things we've been seeing in the last weeks, or the first weeks, I should say, of Ukraine, turn out to be false. So we have to be vigilant. Once I can double check and make sure they're correct, then we might look into them. I just remembered what I wanted to show you. I'm glad I thought of that. So let's move on to this segment. I'm sorry, just excuse me, give me a moment. I just need to get a tissue. Sorry. Okay. So I was trying to find the thread for you, which we looked at the other day when I was saying what it reminded me of, but something I wanted to show you guys from Ukraine. And again, I think some of you might have seen this video, so who knows? We'll take a look anyway, because it's quite interesting. Okay. So that's one. And then just a second. By the way, quick update, the number of refugees so far is not 2 million, it's 3.5 million. My goodness. My goodness. You have 2.1 million Ukrainian refugees in Poland alone. This reminds me of you know, with Iraq, you had roughly around the same figure of Iraqi refugees coming to Syria. You know, it's terrible. It's terrible. I saw this a Polish this Polish official who was saying something about Muslim refugees, and maybe we'll take a look at it in a second. But the first thing I wanted to show you is something else from Ukraine. Okay. So there's this video that's been circulating online about some American who allegedly went to Ukraine, and it turns out that they don't stand a chance in hell against the Russians, these volunteers, because as you know, Zelensky was proudly proclaiming that Ukraine has amassed about 16,000 foreign volunteers to come fight in Ukraine. And this video made the rounds. Let me play it to you, and then we'll discuss. This was posted again by Alex Rubenstein. He says, American volunteer in Ukraine describes how foreigners who flocked over to the country to fight Russia are being used as cannon fodder and are threatened by Ukrainian forces with murder if they refuse to deploy on suicide missions. Let's take a look.
So for any of you who are wondering what is going on, all right, We were part of the Georgian National Legion, the 102nd Ukrainian Territorial Defense. Okay? Our base got fucked up. The base right next to us got fucked up. Americans, British, tons of British dead. Alright? They're not saying nothing. They're counting our dead as their dead. They're trying to send us to Kiev with no fucking weapons, no kit, no fucking plates. The people who are lucky enough to get weapons are only getting magazines with like 10 fucking rounds, okay? When they wanted to send us to Kiev, we said no. Our whole group, a bunch of Americans, Canadians, British. So they told us we had to get the fuck out or they were going to shoot us in the back, alright? So me, this British guy, and another American, we fucking hid in the back of an ambulance to get out. We got to the border, and it was a whole nother mess. When you get to the border, anyone who has kit, anyone who has any military shit, they're fucking pulling you out of the line and they're sending you back to the front. We got dropped off about 5 clicks from the fucking, from the border, and we walked. And we get to the border, and this humanitarian group with a bunch of ex-SF veterans from England pull us to the side and say, you need to get, like, pulled us out and fucking, like, hit us. And they were like, you need to dump all your kit. They're pulling people out, cutting up passports, sending them back. So we dumped our shit. We got, like, in all of our fucking, we got in, like, Red Cross vests, and they had, like, fucking humanitarian passes to get us through the Ukrainian border. People need to stop coming here. It's a trap, and they're not letting you fucking leave. The best way to leave is like in a Vic or a car or something. People who get on by vehicle have a better chance of hiding their fucking kit in the back, doing whatever the fuck they can, but do not try to leave Ukraine on foot if you're a volunteer. It's a mess, and it's a trap, and I have multiple people who can confirm this story for me. I'm getting...
Wow. Well, that sure doesn't sound like the cakewalk they made it out to be. I'm sorry, man. Like, you went to a war zone. What did you expect? This is not Call of Duty. My goodness. I take no pleasure in laughing in Schadenfreude. It's nothing to do with that. I'm just stunned. Like, what do you think they were going to do? Of course it's a setup. Of course it's a setup. Of course you're cannon fodder. They wouldn't be asking you to come in the first place if they didn't need cannon fodder. My goodness. That is terrible. And the thing is, there are a lot of people saying this video is not true. So take it with a pinch of salt. If it's not true, this guy must be a very good actor. If it's not true, I want to show you something over here, just to give you both sides of the story, right? So we can be objective. So this is posted on Twitter from Cassie Dillon, and she says that the video statement just provided to me by an American working with the Georgian Legion in Ukraine. So that's the Legion that this guy was mentioning. He says the recent viral video about the American volunteers getting their passports cut up, they mean this video, right, is false. They say it's false, and that they were kicked out for failing the vetting process. 2 parts. So let's take a look at this video, right, shall we?
Hello, Harrison Josephowitz here, Georgian Legion here. What we can say is whatever may or may not be circling right now from Henry Locke, it is completely false. No threat ever was made by the Georgian Legions as us, as a humanitarian organization working directly with the Georgian Legion, was ever threatened. No Georgian Legion ever threatened us with a rifle or anything of that nature. The leader of the Georgian Legion, Mamuka, I had a conversation with him. I expressed my concerns for my humanitarian organization, that the military base that we were using, that they offered to us, was not the best place to have a humanitarian non-combat element. Now, yes, there is a part of my organization that we can get into contact with direct action groups if that's what they want to do. So with that being said, we came to the agreement that it was best for both of us for us to move off the Georgian Legion military base. With that being said, We still have a very, very professional relationship with the Georgian Legion. We have plenty of shipments of everything that they've ever needed coming in. I can't give specifics for OPSEC, but yes, we do have, we're still giving them loads and loads of gear, armor, medical supplies, everything. The only slightly bit of truth to it was a Georgian Legion contract of 3 months, and that was it. It's no big deal, but you know, at the end of the day, it really makes things look bad here, because we have a vetting process, and himself, Henry Locke, and another individual, they did not pass our vetting process, and this is in direct retaliation to them being rejected through our vetting process. And that is exactly why we have a vetting process, to stop this or those kind of mindset people from getting here, from helping us out.
Yeah, all right, man. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I don't believe a word you just said. I don't believe a word that this second guy just said. I think, again, my hunch. This is just my hunch. The first guy was telling the truth. And if that guy turns out to be a liar, what a good actor. Give him an Oscar. I'm going to tell you something very simply. What the first guy was describing is exactly what you would get when you go and you jump into a situation like that.
Hello, Harrison Josepha.
That is war. When you are going to join as a foreign mercenary, you're going to get treated like shit. You think that they're going to kit you out the same way they kit the National Guard in Ukraine? You are high. You are high. You're not the priority. You're cannon fodder. That's exactly why they're sending you on the suicide mission, because they need you to go do it for them. Of course, they're not going to give you any kit. You're just going to end up getting killed. You don't know the terrain. You don't speak the language. You have no fucking clue what you're doing. You're going to get killed, and they're going to waste all that gear on you. I mean, look how this guy got spooked. He's not fit to fight a war. Again, that's not a good thing. You know, no one should be, forced to fight a war or be in such a place anyway. But my point is that it's a very, very tough and awful job. And especially just look at the La Légion Étrangère, the French Foreign Legion. That's notorious for treating the people who join like shit. Notorious. Now, I want to show you something else over here, because this seems to further corroborate the story that the first guy was telling the truth. So this is from the Columbus Dispatch. Shall we take a look? Now, the headline reads, Central Ohio man among Americans volunteering to join Ukraine's International Legion. I love the editor's note. Take a look. And say, this story has been revised to reflect that Henry Hooft previously used the name Henry Locke and has been associated with the far-right group known as the Boogaloo Boys in the past. Not exactly familiar with what that is, but I'm not surprised that someone who's in the far right is going off to join, to fight Russians along with groups like the Azov Battalion. Big surprise, right? Wow. So when Henry Hooft found out on February 26th that the Ukrainian government had formed a volunteer military unit for foreign fighters to join the war against Russia, the former infantryman in the U.S. Army applied right away. Hooft, a 28-year-old Frazeysburg resident, is among the 16,000 foreigners who, according to Ukrainian President Zelensky, have signed up for the newly established International Legion of Territorial Defense of Ukraine. Despite safety risks and legal uncertainties, more than 3,000 U.S. citizens have reportedly applied, with hundreds already arriving in Ukraine. Submitting a passport copy and proof of military experience is all it takes for American citizens to join the newly established regiment. Hooft turned in his materials at the Embassy of Ukraine in Washington, D.C., and booked a flight to Poland the same day. Hooft, who said he is half Ukrainian on his father's side, has identified himself as a member of the Boogaloo Boys, which has been characterized as a far-right extremist group. Operating under the alias Henry Locke, the man was among a team of Ohio Boogaloo members who were at a Black Lives Matter protest carrying AK-47s, AR-15s, and extra magazines last year. Again, I'm struggling to understand why you would show up to a protest against racism with a machine gun. I'm sorry, maybe it's because I'm a European, I don't get it. That's just, I don't know what why you would do that. He said that he distanced himself from the far-right group after it got all crazy. However, among the 7 people with whom he's traveling to Ukraine is Mike Dunn, the former leader of the Last Sons of Liberty, a faction of the Boogaloo Boys. Dunn could not be reached for comment. The group believes it is doing the right thing to take part in the war in Ukraine, even as the US government is discouraging Americans from going over. Oh, well, I can tell you one thing. The British government is encouraging people to go over. I played you the clip of Liz Truss, who's the British Foreign Secretary, and she sat there very smugly in the BBC studios, I believe it was, and she very clearly said that the UK government, the British government, encourages people to go fight in Ukraine. Yeah. American volunteers like Hooft are entering a war zone amid dubious legal grounds and discouragement from their own government. While several European nations have encouraged volunteers to sign up for the Legion, the US government has been reluctant to give its approval. Ukrainians have shown their courage, and they are calling on every resource and lever they have to defend themselves. We applaud their bravery, a spokesperson for the U.S. Department of State said in an email. However, our travel advisory remains. U.S. citizens should not travel to Ukraine, and those in Ukraine should depart immediately if it is safe to do so using commercial or other privately available options for ground transportation. Making the matter even worse, even more complicated, are the legal ambiguities that come with working for a foreign armed force. So it is not a crime under US law for an individual to go abroad for the purpose of enlisting in a foreign army. At the same time, a violation of the law may occur if someone has been recruited or hired in the US, according to the State Department website. On March 2nd, Hooft got a call from an FBI agent advising him against traveling to Ukraine. Quote, he told me that I in no way have the support of the US government when I'm over there, and if I get in any trouble, I need to just call the embassy. I get it. They don't want to be implicated if Russia harms any of us. They don't want to escalate the conflict by saying that they're sending American soldiers over. Meanwhile, Russian officials have said that all foreign mercenaries will not be afforded the rights given to lawful combatants according to international humanitarian law, and would face criminal charges or worse if captured in Ukraine. Two things. Boris Johnson, the British Prime Minister, has clearly said that if British soldiers go to fight in Ukraine, they will be court-martialed, which is, very obvious. It's like you're defecting. You're going, AWOL. You're betraying your service to your country. So, I mean, yeah, of course. So even though the British are encouraging people to go there, if you're a soldier, you can't do that. You'll be court-martialed. I don't know. I'm assuming if you're in active duty or in any way in National Guard, that you would also be court-martialed. I can't imagine that any country would allow that. But in this capacity, the guy is former military. That's what they're saying. So perhaps again, that's a different case. But when they say here that that Russia says that foreign mercenaries will not be afforded the rights under international, yeah, I mean, obviously, you are not a civilian. You're not an armed. You're not enemy soldier, uniformed soldier. You're a mercenary. I really don't think the Geneva Convention is going to help you, Betty. I still don't think it's okay to abuse prisoners of war. I don't. Even if they're mercenaries, I don't think you should execute them or torture them, obviously, or mistreat them. But I'm saying under international law, I'm pretty sure the Geneva Convention does not make exceptions for mercenaries. Correct me if I'm wrong. At best, they can expect to be prosecuted as criminals, the Russian Defense Ministry spokesman Igor Konashenkov told Russia's state-owned news agency. We are urging all foreign citizens who may have plans to go and fight for Kiev's nationalist regime to think a dozen times before getting on the way. So, that's basically all we have in this article, which, again, it further corroborates his story. I think that this is terrible, because the NATO is basically fighting Russia down to the last Ukrainian, and it really shows you again that they've always been using the Ukrainians as pawns. They don't care about them. They don't care about them one bit. They're just, throwing some weapons in their face, say go fight, and here have some foreign mercenaries, whatever. Dude, this guy, I'm telling you, that is what happens when you come as a mercenary. That is what is going to happen. You are going to get treated like shit. You are not going to be kitted out or treated as an equal to the people in the National Guard, even though they're neo-Nazis. You know, you're going to be sent on these suicide missions because that's what you're there for. And these guys who thought that it's going to be some walk in the park, it's some Call of Duty game. I mean, you know, you're in for a surprise. You're in for a big surprise. And I'm not laughing at anyone. I don't think this is funny. I think it's actually quite tragic. But the fact that they're coming out to discredit this, because a lot of people want to discredit this video over here. And again, please show me, you know, a substantive evidence that it's wrong. I'm you know, this in the article, I think the guy's telling the truth. The other video where this one where they're basically saying that he's a liar, I don't know. I think that's the kind of thing you would do when you want mercenaries to keep coming to Ukraine and you're trying to do damage control because one of these guys blew the whistle or blew the, let's say, the lid off, you know, and is telling people what the reality is. Because they make it seem like the Russians are stupid, like, oh, the Russians are bogged down, they can't advance, you know, come as a foreign mercenary, you're doing the world a service, you're saving democracy, all this propaganda bullshit, and then when you get there, this is what happens. War is awful. War is terrible. And, you know, the people who've been strutting around with their machine guns, intimidating, you know, anti-racist protesters, who've been intimidating Iraqis, intimidating Afghans, shooting at them, you know, slaughtering them, you're in for a big fucking surprise with the Russians. This is a conventional army. It's not guerrilla warfare. And already the US and UK got their fucking asses, you know, they wiped the floor with them, the Taliban. They got their asses handed to them in Iraq, in Afghanistan. They could not win. That's not their terrain. And you think that the Russians, which have more nukes than anyone, have the best surface-to-air missiles, you know, best rockets, one of the best armies in the world. Do you think that, I mean, like, you're nuts? Even if they did kit you out properly, like, let's imagine that they're treating these mercenaries in the Georgian Legion with a shred of decency, you'd still be cannon fodder. You're minced meat. What do you think? What did you expect? This is what arrogance does. This is the arrogance. You know, they think that it's a walk in the park. Unbelievable. And you know what's interesting is they've been claiming, take a look at this, speaking of foreign fighters, they've been claiming that Hezbollah is actually sending people to Ukraine, right? So look at this, for example. The Ukrainian army announced that Hezbollah fighters have arrived to help the Russian occupation, right? So according to the Washington Post, the Ukrainian foreign minister at a news conference said that nearly 20,000 volunteers from 52 different countries have joined Ukraine's defense forces, right? So that's what we were looking at before, that Zelensky at first said that it was 16,000. Now it's grown to 20,000. And you've seen all of these articles everywhere saying that Hezbollah is going and joining the Russian side, right? So Kiev had earlier claimed Moscow recruited about 1,000 fighters from Syria and Hezbollah to fight Ukraine. And this is obviously categorically false. It's completely wrong. First of all, they said that Russia was recruiting Syrian mercenaries, or, you know, mercenaries from the Middle East. Russia doesn't party with mercenaries. Russia doesn't use proxies and mercenaries the way the West does with Al-Qaeda and neo-Nazis and Contras. Russia, it did not encourage any volunteers. It said that if people want to volunteer, they can come and help, but they're not going to be paid. So they're, by definition, they're not mercenaries. That's number one, the first difference. Russia's not paying anyone to come fight for them. The second thing, afterwards they claimed that Hezbollah is going there too. That's also false. Here's from Reuters. Lebanon's Hezbollah chief, so that's Hassan Nasrallah, Sayed Hassan Nasrallah, denies sending fighters to support Russia in Ukraine. Nasrallah on Friday denied reports about sending fighters and experts to fight alongside Russia and Ukraine. This was reported by Al Mayadeen. Quote, no one from Hezbollah, neither a fighter nor an expert, went to this arena or any of the arenas of this war. And again, I find it absolutely ridiculous that they think Hezbollah there. I don't know. It's like any kind of connection they can, exploit to try and attack the axis of resistance, they do it. Why are they saying these things? Because in Syria, Hezbollah came to help Syria, Iran came to help Syria, and Russia came to help Syria. So given that precedent, they're saying, well, look, you're going to have Syrians in Ukraine helping the Russians, you're going to have Hezbollah in Ukraine helping the Russians, and I bet you next they're going to say the Iranians are going to help the Russians. You want to bet? You'll hear them say that. And I think it's another stupid attempt to try and paint, because, in Europe and the West, Hezbollah is viewed as a terrorist group. Even though we all know it's a group that was created to resist the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. It's a resistance group. It's, under international law, when someone invades your country, like Israel did and occupied South Lebanon for decades, you have the right to take up arms. Everywhere. In Lebanon, in Ukraine, that's your right under international law. But they paint Hezbollah as a terrorist organization. And so the idea here is to say, look, Putin is allying himself with Assad, and now Hezbollah's coming in, and they're trying to make it look like some alliance. Again, like axis of evil. It's the same thing. It's just propaganda. It's rubbish. I can tell you one thing. If Hezbollah was sending people to Ukraine, they would say it proudly. They don't operate the way the CIA operates. The CIA does shit covertly. And again, to compare them to the CIA is an insult, really. But my point is, Russia, Iran, Syria, Hezbollah, they don't do things in secret. When they do something, they say it. They're not scared of it or people finding out. And I told you, if it's true that the Russians are using, or they have volunteers coming from the Middle East, they will say it. And I was right. Because the idea that we're mercenaries is wrong. That's a lie, and it's still a lie. The volunteers is correct. And Russia announced that. Putin, I played you the speech, the video where he was speaking to his defense secretary, right? So they say these things when they do them. They don't do them in secret. If it's true, Nasrallah or Hezbollah will announce that. So again, speaking of foreign fighters, I thought it's important to put that into context. And I wanted to show you something else over here. This is from the Telegraph, okay? And the headline reads, "They wanted us for cannon fodder, say British medical volunteers tricked into fighting for Ukraine." So the military base that Carl Walsh and Ollie Funnell were destined for was later bombed by Russia, killing 35 people. British medical volunteers have claimed the Ukrainian army duped them into crossing the border before trying to conscript them as cannon fodder for the Battle of Kiev. Walsh and Funnell left the UK with the hope of putting their expertise to use treating casualties in the war zone, but were instead told they would be deployed to defend Ukraine's besieged capital. Walsh, who's 50, is a former combat medical technician from the Rhondda Valley in Wales, and met Mr. Funnell, a paramedic turned teacher from Eastbourne, East Sussex, heading in the same direction at Krakow Airport on March 11th. Speaking on Wednesday on the Polish side of the border with Ukraine, the new friends told the Telegraph they could hardly believe their ordeal had only lasted 5 days. Both men contacted the Ukrainian embassy in the UK to offer their help after seeing the appeal by Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, for volunteers to join his country's resistance against the Russian invaders, dubbed the International Legion. Throughout all their subsequent discussions with Ukrainian officials, the men claimed assurances were given that there would be no expectation for them to fight, only to act as medics. This all changed when they crossed the border on Saturday and found themselves being shuttled to the International Center for Peacekeeping and Security, a military base used by Western volunteers near the city of Lviv. Walsh, who served on military tours in Bosnia, Kosovo, and Iraq during a 17-year career, said to join the International Legion, the Ukrainians wanted to take our passports off, sign a year contract, give us training for 2 days, or 48 hours, and then within another 48 hours, we would be fighting in Kiev. By this point, Walsh and Funnell were traveling with a bigger group of volunteers, including several ex-military officers and a significant number of men with no combat experience. It's a death wish. Mr. Walsh, who left his job as a taxi driver to travel to Ukraine, continued, Quote, these boys, some of them have no military experience. They were being told they would have 48 hours of training and then they're straight on the front line. It's a death wish. It wasn't on any of the emails we received that we would have to sign up for a year and they would take your passport off you. These people have gone out and been killed will still have family thinking they're safe over here because we didn't fill out any next of kin forms. They didn't even have weapons in camp to train with. Mr. Funnell was one of the men without a military background, having worked as a paramedic until 2014 when he became a teacher in Eastbourne. He had left with the blessing of his employers at the Ratton School and even set up a fundraising page to help pay for what he assumed would be a humanitarian trip. The teacher said Kiev is surrounded at the moment. They were sending us there as cannon fodder. Fortunately for the two British volunteers, one of their companions, who was formerly a senior officer in the French Foreign Legion, intervened and told the group, 95% of you will be killed within days of arriving in Kiev. We're getting back on the bus. Just hours after the men had made it back across the Polish border, the base where they were supposed to have been undergoing training was hit by 30 cruise missiles fired by Russia, killing 35 people. You want to join as a mercenary? That's what Russia's going to do. The Russians are not stupid. They know exactly who is in that base. They know that foreign mercenaries are there, and that's Russia's way of saying fuck off. This is very dangerous. Quellen Roberts, who's a former army captain, whose firm is providing humanitarian aid and logistics support on the Polish-Ukrainian border, said he had been deeply troubled by the number of British volunteers heading into Ukraine. He told The Telegraph, I would urge British veterans and non-veterans, if they're thinking of going over to Ukraine, to firstly really consider it, because you will compromise yourselves, the Ukrainians, and the British government. If you get captured by the Russians, that is a significant propaganda victory for the Kremlin. I mean, it's not really a propaganda victory. You're actually there. They didn't like make a cardboard cutout of you to parade you. You're giving it to them. If you do go, please make sure you turn off all your electronic devices before crossing the border. He said, don't do it. You will just end up being conscripted. They will put you on the front line knowing you don't have any military experience. It is a suicide mission. That's exactly what I was saying. When you come there, they know you're a greenhorn. They're gonna use you as the cannon fodder because you're not valuable. You don't have any experience. You're at best you're gonna get the others killed because you don't know what you're doing. So they're gonna send you first. That's the reality. That's a reality. And you know why he's saying this with the phone numbers? Why you should turn your phone off? Let me show you this. Let me show you something else from the Telegraph. Are you ready for this? British volunteer fighters may have triggered deadly strike on Ukrainian base after their phones were detected. So the Telegraph has learned that 12 to 14 numbers starting with the +44 international code, so that's the UK, were visible to surveillance equipment before the missile strike. British volunteer fighters are feared to have triggered a deadly airstrike on a Ukrainian military base after their phones were detected in the area. My goodness. Again, they think the Russians are idiots. The Russians know exactly what's going on. They can see that there's a bunch of foreign phone numbers being there. They know they're mercenaries. You know, what else could it be? You got a bunch of British people who just, appeared out of thin air in a Ukrainian military base. They know it's a foreign mercenary base, and that's what they've done. They've hit it with missiles and killed everyone. This is a very dangerous game. And that goes for all foreigners. They can see all these numbers. My goodness. That's it. You want to go fight in Ukraine against the Russians? Go and be cannon fodder. That's what's awaiting you. That's the reality. This is a conventional army. Very advanced cyber capabilities, surveillance capabilities, missile technology. One of the best air forces. They have state-of-the-art fighter jets. You don't want to mess with them, man. I'm telling you that I think it's extremely reckless that the British government is encouraging people to go there so they can just die and be used and abused. Even the medics. You see how they're using the medics? I mean, that's just stupid. Honestly, if you're a Ukrainian in this camp where the mercenaries are coming, why the fuck would you put the medics in the front line like cannon fodder? You need medics. They actually have experience on top of it. They're not just like pretending to be medic. That is so stupid. Who did that? What an absolute moron. Medics are valuable. You need them. And obviously you have medics on the front line, but to send them off like put them in the same group as the cannon fodder, I mean, you're an idiot. Why would you do that? My goodness. That's just stupid. But what's really stupid is going off as a foreign fighter. You know, when you have people from Syria going there, the people from Syria and other places in the Middle East who are volunteering, first of all, Russia, they're not being paid. They have military experience. They've been fighting Al-Qaeda. They've been fighting, you know, all the other occupiers. And most importantly, they're going because they feel that they owe the Russians a debt of gratitude for saving Syria. That's completely different. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to like it. I'm just telling you the rationale behind what's happening. These guys, they have no clue what's going on. And the difference is that if you're with the Russians are vastly superior in military capabilities to the other side. So already that gives you an advantage. But especially if you have combat experience, you've actually worked with the Russians before. That, again, this changes the whole balance. Again, I think this guy was telling the truth. Absolutely. And he's not the only one, because you have people from, you know, the British medics that we're just looking at. This is what's happening for sure. And this video over here, this pathetic attempt to do damage control. I mean, you just basically just confirmed that everything they're saying is true, because that was really unconvincing little rant you did there. My goodness. Oh la la. You guys, thank you very much for everybody who signed up on Patreon. We got Dimitri, Abdel Karim, and Eric. Thank you guys very, very much. How many patrons are we now? Something incredible. I think we are at hold on, let me check again. I lost the page. I think we might be at the goal. Are you guys ready? Let's find out. Whoa, we hit the goal. Yes! We got 701 patrons. I love you guys. Thank you so much for supporting my work. I can't believe this, because I promised you guys when we hit 1,000, we're going to make a piñata out of your favorite politician. We'll have a poll. So we're very close to doing that, inshallah. Anyway, thank you guys so much. This is great. I can't believe we smashed that goal. We smashed one goal after the other. You guys are incredible. Thank you very much. Here's a crab dance to celebrate. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
Always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
We did it! Let's go! Thank you guys so much. That's amazing. You know what this means? New crab dance. Every time we hit the goal, we add something to the crab dance. Tell me in the comments, what would you like to see me add to the crab dance? Because one of the cringy moments that I can think of was Nancy Pelosi. She was reading some poem by Bono. Like, it just, I think that's so bad, I don't even want to see it in the crab dance. Forget it. Anything that you think I should add, let me know in the comments. I'm reading them right now. And I have Gum says, Richard, be careful. European government starting to arrest YouTubers who don't agree with Western propaganda. I know what you're talking about. Let me pull it up. This is actually true from what I could see. Let me pull up the story. I mean, this is fucking unbelievable, honestly. I'm stunned by the story. I feel like it shouldn't be true because it's so outrageous. But then I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be surprised because, I mean, I don't even know what to say. This is really bad. Let's take a look. Again, this story is absolutely incredible. I'm quite stunned. Let me walk you through it. So, this is from West Observer. They say the author of a Russian language YouTube channel on military topics has been arrested in Latvia. So, the author of the Russian language YouTube channel called History of Weapons, Fedorov, was arrested in Riga. Kirill Fedorov was arrested in Riga, and this was announced on March 21st by the Ridovka Telegram channel. It is noted that this YouTube channel became one of the main patriotic platforms where analysis of the course of the special operation in Ukraine were published. The Observer, so Fedorov did not hide his pro-Russian views. Fedorov began to receive regular threats and demands to change the direction of the commercials to anti-Russian. And the blogger decided to emigrate to Russia, but just before leaving on March 17th, he was detained by the Latvian state security authorities without reason. After 48 hours prescribed by law, he was not released. So I think that means that, usually they have to charge you within that period or release you, and he hasn't been released. So they say that the detention occurred at the request of the Latvian authorities, and he's charged with cooperation with Russia. And he's a citizen of Latvia, and it's said that he will be charged with treason. His relatives also live in Riga, and they're also under pressure. And they say that there was the abduction in Kiev of a well-known political scientist and publicist, Dmitry Dangirov. The expert deliberately did not want to leave the Ukrainian capital. After his arrest, the pro-government publications began to appear on his social media page. Again, there are not many articles about this. So I'm trying to read what we do have over here. And again, this is the same thing. Fedorov is a Latvian citizen, and according to reports, he's facing a treason charge. Here's a post on Twitter, and sorry, let me just expand this for you. Sorry for the misclick. So they say, this is according to a user on Twitter, they say the author of one of the main Russian language YouTube channels on military topics has been arrested in Riga. European authorities want to accuse him of treason because of the pro-Russian orientation of his videos. I'm kind of confused. This sounds too ridiculous to be true. But then again, I'm looking at the current climate and I'm thinking maybe it is true. I don't know. I mean, look how they're basically, censoring people left and right. This is how liberals do, man. The EU, the West, they crush anyone who disagrees with them. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Again, like I said, part of my brain wants to believe that this can't be true because it sounds so outlandish. And then at the same time, should I be shocked? Should I really be shocked? Basically, you know what crime he's committed? It's he too much wrongthink. I've never. I need to look into this more. That's why I wasn't sure if I should talk about it yet, because I was trying to find out more information. There's not much information about this, so it's hard to confirm if it's true. Man, I don't know what to say. Really, I don't know what to say. I feel like I shouldn't be surprised anymore. Basically, what this is they're trying to make an example out of him. Do you understand? Because on the one hand, let's look at what's happened so far. So they've banned RT, on YouTube, Twitter, everything in the EU, and then they've been censoring people on social media. And so this is another form of censorship. Instead of going after his platform directly, they go after him. right? This is how you censor journalists or, people, bloggers, whatever you want to call them, people with involved in media, with platforms. That's how you do it. Again, I mean, treason. Wow. Treason. Is Latvia at war with Russia? What's going on? Treason. It's incredible. That's incredible. I hope that it's not true. I really hope this is not true, because this is the type of thing that they accuse Russia of doing, right? They always tell you that Russia does this to dissidents. Russia arrested Navalny, and Russia arrested this guy, and they're arresting everyone who's speaking out. That's what happens. They always accuse Syria of doing that, Iran, North Korea, Russia, and everything. And then when they do it in the West, it's like buried under the radar. It's very interesting. Again, I need to look into this more, so don't quote me on any of this. I really hope it's not true. Give me some time to look into it, and I'll get back to you guys, okay? So something else I wanted to show you. And again, just before we were talking about these stories, these videos rather, from Ukraine, where you see people being tied up. Man, I don't even know what to say. I'm shocked. It's so disgusting. It's really so disgusting. Here's something else to show you. Just give me a moment to pull this up. La 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 la. Il y a quelqu'un ici qui écoute du rap français? J'ai cette j'ai le son de Damso en boucle dans la tête. Attends. I'm just preparing something for you. Hold on. Okay, let's go. So this is a new development, which I'm sure you guys have already seen, but nevertheless, that's weird. It won't load for some reason. I don't know what's going on. This website is broken. What the heck? Okay, I'll just give you the text. It doesn't matter. So, I think this should be okay like that. So, the United Kingdom has banned RT. Ofcom is the British telecommunications regulator. So it's for my American viewers, it's the equivalent of the FCC in the United States, right? So this is the official statement from Ofcom. A few days ago, they first said, Ofcom launches 15 investigations into RT. So Ofcom has opened 15 new investigations into the due impartiality of news programs on the RT news channel. We've observed a significant increase in the number of programs on RT that warrant investigation under our broadcasting code. When dealing with major matters such as the crisis in Ukraine, all Ofcom licensees must comply with the special impartiality requirements in our code. These rules require broadcasters to take additional steps to preserve due impartiality, namely by including and giving due weight to a wide range of significant views. So, Ofcom finished its investigations, and what did it find? Let's ban RT. So, this is the announcement. They say that Ofcom revokes RT's broadcast license. Ofcom has today revoked RT's license to broadcast in the United Kingdom with immediate effect, and we've done so on the basis that we do not consider RT's licensee, TV Novosti, fit and proper to hold a UK broadcast license. Today's decision comes amid 29 ongoing investigations by Ofcom into the due impartiality of RT's news and current affairs coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We consider the volume and potentially serious nature of the issues raised within such a short period to be of great concern, especially given RT's compliance history, which has seen the channel fined £200,000 for previous due impartiality breaches. In this context, we launched a separate investigation to determine whether TV Novosti is fit and proper to retain its license to broadcast. The investigation took a number of factors into account, including RT's relationship with Russia. It has recognized that RT is funded by the Russian state, which has recently invaded a neighboring sovereign country. We also note new laws in Russia which effectively criminalize any independent journalism that departs from the Russian state's own news narrative, in particular in relation to the invasion of Ukraine. We consider that given these constraints, it appears impossible for RT to comply with the due impartiality rules of our broadcasting code in these circumstances. I mean, honestly, what am I supposed to tell you, man? This is funny because they say that RT cannot be impartial because it's funded by Russia. Okay, so how can the BBC be impartial when it's funded by the British taxpayer and the government? Right? They come here and they make these differences. They say, yeah, but the BBC is different. They have an independent editorial board. Hey, man, I don't give a shit what excuse you give me. You only need to turn on the BBC for 5 minutes to see that it's state media. Come here and lie to me. The RT couldn't be anywhere near as effective as the BBC. The BBC is so good at being state media and state propaganda that most people don't even realize it. That's what's actually dangerous about it. So, of course, Ofcom is a tool of the British establishment, the political elites, and the Western elites. So, of course, it makes sense they're going to ban RT. They were waiting for this. They were just dying for an excuse to take RT off the air. And another thing that I should point out to you is that even if you are in the UK, before Ofcom revoked RT's license, you can watch RT anyway. You know why? Because the satellite company that broadcasts RT, over the satellite into the UK is based in Luxembourg. And so when the EU, the European Union, banned RT a few weeks ago, on March 2nd, Luxembourg complied with that demand, and they just took RT off the air. So, again, if you're in the UK, you can watch it. And again, just to give you an idea, when you go and try to look at RT's tweets, this is what you get. This is the message that you get. It says account withheld. And so what YouTube did a few days ago, YouTube had banned RT inside of Europe to comply with the EU regulations. But then YouTube went ahead and banned RT everywhere. They banned RT Arabic. They banned RT Espanol, even though that's the number one news channel in Latin America. They banned everything worldwide, even though they didn't have to. They just did it because they wanted to. Which, again, it shows you how big tech is a tool of Western imperialism, right? The NSA files revealed that anyway, how they were all cooperating with the NSA, but this is, again, another manifestation of that. And so the idea that RT has to be banned because it's state media, but the BBC can stay, and that the BBC is not state media and the BBC is impartial is a fucking joke. You are off your rocker. You're insane. I'm not even going to entertain your delusions. The thing is that at least RT is overt and very clear about its bias. It's not trying to hide anything. You don't have to like it, but it doesn't lie. It's exactly what it says on the tin. The BBC lies. ITV, Sky News, Channel 4, CNN, Fox, ABC, CBS, PBS, NPR. All of this is fucking state media. It's corporate media. The same corporations that own the senators, that own the parliament, own these media outlets. You're getting state propaganda on an unprecedented level. I mean, RT couldn't dream to have that kind of effect. Could you imagine if RT was actually as potent as the BBC? Everyone in the West would be supporting what Russia's doing. Again, that's the irony. Like, it shows you how they're actually just ganging up against RT. RT was saying things like, again, I'm talking about Ukraine, right? I was talking about this with Merendi. I think it was during the live stream when he was in the studio a few weeks ago. It's on the channel. You know, RT at least were treading carefully. Like, they weren't saying XYZ happened. They were saying the Kremlin claims that XYZ happened. So being quite impartial. You know, whereas in Western media, they come to you and they say, this is what happened. U.S. officials said so, and that's it. I have this readout. That's what the readout says. It was given to me by the Pentagon. Of course it's true. You know, the State Department spokesperson says something. It's a fact. The government said so. It's a fact. Don't question it. Be quiet. We already looked at this together, you know, with Ned Price and then on Fox News. It's state media. Look, man, I'm old enough to remember the Iraq War. I'm not listening to anyone. No one is going to come here and, like, you're not going to sit there and fucking lecture me and tell me my business and tell me that what I saw on TV, on Sky News and the BBC and CNN when they were invading Iraq is not state media. Go and fuck yourself. Go play that trick on someone who's a dunce. That clown shit is not going to work with me. And you're not going to come here and tell me that RT is worse than the BBC. RT, that's actually an insult to compare RT to the BBC. You know, RT did not support the war in Iraq. RT does not come in and try to justify drone striking civilians in Afghanistan. RT actually lets people cover the Assange case. You think the BBC would invite me on to talk about Assange? I am, objectively speaking, I'm an expert in this field because I'm one of 15 people, 10 people that have actually covered this case. So do you think they invited any of us? Like, I'm not, forget me. Like, do you think they invited any of us to talk about this? No way. We can't talk about that. That's a journalist being attacked in Britain, in my country, and the supposedly impartial broadcaster won't have any of us on to talk about it. Incredible, right? Wow. You call that being impartial? Because all I hear is CIA talking points about Assange. I don't ever hear the other side. That's just one topic. That's you know, you want to talk about Iraq? You want to talk about Afghanistan? You want to talk about everything else? Forget the wars. Like, just leave the wars aside for a second, which already like is an atrocity in and of itself. Just look at how they cover things in the UK. I didn't see the BBC criticizing the police crime sentencing and courts bill, or the overseas operations bill, or the new nationality and borders bill, or the spy cops bill. None of this. They don't criticize the government. It's a joke. It's a complete joke. And the same can be said of the others. And so the idea that Ofcom is a regulator is horseshit. They are a tool of the establishment, the British political establishment and the Western establishment. They're silencing dissent because this is how neoliberals function. They can't have you absorbing two different viewpoints and making up your own mind. The fucking irony is that if RT is really, as they say, it's literally unable to be impartial because of this law that was passed in Russia, well then that makes an even bigger case for it to be on the air so people in Britain can listen to RT, which is the Kremlin viewpoint, according to you, and then listen to the other viewpoint, the Western viewpoint, and make up their minds. But you hear Ofcom is choosing what you're allowed to consume. They're censoring. It's censorship. If Russia did this, they would have no problem calling it censorship. If Syria did this, they would call it censorship. So why are we mincing words here? And the thing is, Ofcom also banned Press TV a few years ago, right? They took Press TV off the air. Again, that's another targeted move. You know that they're dying for an excuse to do this stuff. They say they respect freedom of speech. I'm telling you, man, I'm a British journalist. I've been covering the Assange case. I'm one of the only people covering them. There is no fucking freedom of press in the UK. That's me telling you that. Remember that. There is no freedom of press in the West. When you actually do your job, they lock you in fucking prison in Belmarsh. I've stood outside that jail. It's a hellhole. I don't even want to know what it looks like inside. When you do your job, they take you off the air. That's the freedom of the press in the West. So don't come here and lecture me about my business. I know exactly what's going on. I even have to watch out. I have to fucking stress about what words I use and what stories I talk about because of the censorship, because I'm afraid they're going to do something to my YouTube channel, God forbid, or something else. The fact I have to do that shows you that the censorship stuff has gone wild. They are exploiting the war in Ukraine to silence any dissent, because that is how neoliberals and neoconservatives function. They are authoritarians. Everything they accuse the official enemies of, Syria, North Korea, they do themselves. They are the real authoritarians. They are the real fascists who insist on having a totalitarian state. There is only one narrative. You are only allowed to consume this media. Anyone who says otherwise from the official narrative is an enemy collaborator. This is how it goes during the Iraq War, Afghanistan, Ukraine. It's always like this, even during primaries, right? If you say something against the DNC, they say, hey, look at Bernie Sanders, how they did him. Oh, you're working for Russia? You can't do anything, man. This is who liberals are. They love censorship, and that's how they deal with their enemies, because they can't tolerate people who disagree with them. And you're seeing this neoliberalism in the EU and in the UK. Freedom of press. What a joke. What an absolute joke. You know, they're basically telling you that you're too stupid to decide for yourself. That's what they're saying. That's basically what they're saying. Like, you know, Big Brother will decide for you what you can watch. Thank you guys very much. We got someone who signed up on Patreon, Jurate. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Again, thank you guys very much. You're very kind, and I'll play a crab dance for you. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is technical marvel.
والله انت كلاب بصراحه يعني ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
All right. Let's go. Thank you guys so much. Again, this is very important. We were just talking about censorship, and my solution is to have a backup. So again, if you're not subscribed on YouTube, please subscribe. But I really, really strongly implore you to please subscribe on one other platform. So we have a backup. An alternative to YouTube is Rockfin. Again, all of this is free. Everything I'm showing you is free. It's rokfin.com/RichardMedhurst. Look, we have 18,000 subscribers there. I'm live streaming right now on Rockfin, and every video I upload is on Rockfin, and it's totally free. The only thing is you have to make an email account. That's it. There's also a Telegram channel. It's t.me/Medhurst. Again, all of these links are below in the chat and the description, so don't worry. You don't have to memorize them. Look, we got 4,300 subscribers on Telegram. Amazing. So let's keep going, guys. There's also a Rumble. You guys asked me to make a Rumble. We're just almost about to hit 1,000 subscribers. Not bad. So that's rumble.com/RichardMedhurst. And there's also an Odyssey. You guys told me to make an Odyssey. I've done that too. Odyssey.com/RichardMedhurst. And of course, this is the newsletter, richardmedhurst.substack.com. I think this is very useful because if you're on Telegram or Substack, you'll get an email whenever I go live. So you'll never miss a live stream. I think it's very important. Tell me right now in the comments, how did you guys find the live stream? I'm curious. Did you see it in YouTube, in the YouTube app? Or did you get an email from Patreon or Substack or Telegram? Like what notified you about the stream? Because I want to know it's working. And again, I beg you guys, please go on another platform so we have a backup. This is so crucial, especially right now. Again, if you want to support my work, I'm very grateful. We smashed the goal on Patreon. That's amazing. I'm just going to plug it anyway. You can donate $2 a month or $1 a month or €1. It makes absolutely no difference. You can put in whatever amount you like and stop whenever you like. I don't do paywalls. you don't unlock anything on Patreon. It's just if you want to donate and support my work. If you would, I'd be very grateful. So the link is patreon.com/RichardMedhurst. I'll put it below. And there's also PayPal and CashApp and Venmo. I'll put up the QR codes on the screen. Again, thank you so much, everybody. You've been very generous and very kind, and I'm humbled. And I'm glad so many of you tuned in. I'm glad you found the stream. You guys in the comments are telling me that you got it through Telegram and YouTube. Mike says the YouTube algorithm. That's great. Lots of you are saying YouTube and Telegram. That's very good. I'm glad you got the notification. So in any case, oh, by the way, this is so crazy. I actually, I designed all of this merch with Mona, and I haven't plugged the merch for months. Like, I've completely forgot. It's really good. I'm not kidding. Like, it just completely slipped my mind. So it's store.richardmedhurst.com. Check this out, man. This is really funny. I made this one about Joe Biden is basically filling his whole cabinet with like, oh, look, we have a black Secretary of Defense. We have a woman in charge of the Treasury to put sanctions on other people. We got a black guy to bomb people. And they want to make it diverse, right? Diverse imperialism. So I made this thing over here. Uncle Joe's Rainbow Coalition Death Cult. So I got the shirt myself, but you can buy a hoodie and a bunch of things. So I don't know, you can get it in any color you like. It's actually very popular. There's so many of you guys who bought this stuff. You were even tagging me on Twitter, like to show me you guys wearing it. That was really funny. And this is the one I got. I got the classic long sleeve tee. I actually dig this one a lot. In any case, that's another way of supporting the show. So I just thought I'd put it up. And Claudia, I'm sure, is very kind. She's putting all the links below. I see them. So again, thank you, Claudia. Thank you, everybody. I'm very grateful. Thanks for tuning in. All of the segments will be up shortly. And please remember to comment or hit the like button, interact in some way. And please subscribe if you're new. Or, it's great to have you guys. I'm very grateful. Thank you very, very much. So that's all from me. Take care. Ma'as-salame. Bye-bye. I'll see you guys next time.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
A is for
all men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
An excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait. You're getting nervous, man. Just calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
I am once again asking for your